Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Challenger Series playoffs here on the Rainbow Six Siege main channel. You're joining us for the action continuing as Tier 2's top talent tussle for a spot in the North America League. And speaking of Tier 2's top talent, I have two of the very best here with me alongside in the casting booth. Welcome, Crow. Welcome, Fellow. Happy to be with both of you. And Crow, looking forward to today's second day of playoffs?
Absolutely. Especially this first game. I love Mr. B. I love Mike W. I love the guys on that team. And M80X have been super, super impressive. I think we talked about it yesterday, right? When they were first Bands Coast and Element, they looked really, really bad. And then every single subsequent game, they looked better and better and better. Now they find themselves here. And I also love today because although we're not going to be the ones casting it, I love elimination games. They're my favorite. They get me even more excited than promotion games. So I can't wait to see what happens in the latter half, too.
I think Harrison just loves to watch people lose. I think he just loves to hate for the pure passion of the game. It's just that simple, guys. It's that simple, despite talking so affectionately about Mr. B and co. We've been casting him since the original CL, since T3. So we've known this guy forever, and then introducing a new face of M80X. They've been playing for quite a while in numerous T3 and T2 leagues, and they've been a pretty consistent team now for a few months, winning in the Crucible, having a fairly deep run as well during the group stage of Element 4. But this is probably the furthest that they've gotten inside of T2, and they've been pretty consistent throughout their run, only losing to JJ & Co, I think it was, during one of the group stage matches, and then beating Space Shubes as well. So it'll be interesting to see if those two teams face off, but also Space Shubes yesterday, they were a pretty big underdog team.
A huge upset actually win for Space Shubes yesterday. And speaking of, let's take a look at our bracket here. Revelations punching their ticket to this match over Flow State. I mean, Crow, we talked about it a little bit at the end of the broadcast yesterday, but does this bracket seem about right to you?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about Space Shubes with the upset already, but the rest of the games pretty normal. I think actually, you know what? The most surprising thing was Core winning Clubhouse. Honestly, with them playing with a sub, I thought Forsaken was going to 2-0, and then I saw second map was Clubhouse, which before that game, Core were like 1-5 on. I was flabbergasted that they ended up winning that map. That was my biggest shock of yesterday, followed by the Space Shubes win. Everything else was pretty normal.
I think another shock as well, Corbeck was just, or not Corbeck, Harrison, I'm sorry, was just the fact that JJ & Co really were just always behind on the ball. I felt like during their group stage, they played incredibly well, not making a lot of mistakes, not relying on hero plays or someone specifically popping off. Then you go into the first map where Snake dropped double digits, did a really great job on Deimos and playing that early entry, but also mid to late round. But then after map number 1, they completely slowed down and Space Tubes just had a lights out performance. Now I'm just hoping they can keep up that same tempo against Gash Dog, because that guy was doing phenomenal yesterday. So was the rest of Forsaken. I mean, they really deserved that 2-1 victory. And I think it was map 3 where Kento also popped off.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that guy play in such a long time on a proper team, but they've really been shining so far in the upper bracket.
Kento just had a crazy amount of plant denials. I feel like every time they tried to plant, Kento was there to shoot him. But looking at the lower bracket now, Fellow, obviously the big shock here, really, JJ & Co going to the lower bracket versus Core. Now, Core Gaming, that's not a bad team, like you said yourself. They have some potential in them. Do you think that JJ & Co is just going to kind of stomp their way through this lower bracket?
They've played against each other before, and it was a pretty heavy stomp favoring JJ & Co. They were setting the tempo of most attacking rounds, and on defense as well, just their game knowledge was outclassing Core. They were expecting where they were going to take from the map, using that info to their benefit to establish easy kills with either a C4 from below or just sending somebody up above to flank. And no matter what Core did to adapt, it didn't work. So already being in the lower bracket for JJ & Co and Core might be a little shocking on paper, but in terms of who's going to win that match, it still looks like JJ & Co are in the driver's seat on that one.
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to be an interesting one, but I agree, JJ & Co kind of the favorite there. But let's look at all our matches we have here today. Now, just because of the dearth of matches here, folks, we can't cover everything on the main channel, so we will be doing Revelations versus M80X, and then we will be doing Flow State versus Unks, because we would like to give them a little bit of screen time, and also show them in an elimination match. Like Pro said, it's very important. The other two matches will be joint covered on Siege Double Shot on Twitch if you want to go watch those. so you can go ahead and take a look. But, you know, Crow, of these matches here today, would you agree that Revelations versus M80X, aka the one that you guys are going to cast in a few minutes, is kind of the big kahuna of these matches?
Yeah, that's the what do they call it in wrestling? Like the big game,
The title match, the title bout?
something like that. It's the game. It's like game of the day. That's kind of what we used to. I know they do that for like NAL and stuff. That's what we got. Stompin and Crew and Rice, who's kind of become like the big leadership figure, and Merc as the two more experienced players, up against Mr. B, who, you know, we talk about Mr. B, Karn, Gasher, JJ, like, have all a very similar style of just surrounding themselves with 4 really, really talented players and then trying to hold the reins. So Mr. B continuing that trend, you know, with the people he surrounded himself with. The maps, too, are, I think we were talking about it before, pretty even between both teams. Like Clubhouse Revelation has only played once. M80X are 2-2, although they haven't they've banned it every other game in Challenger so far. A little bit interesting that that's left in. Kafe, not a great map for M80X, which is why Revelations probably picked it. It's a pretty good map for them. They're 3-0, most recently beating both JJ and Nightmare on it. Bank, though, really, really, really good map for M80X. If this goes all 3, I think M80 are going to have a pretty good chance at taking this.
I hate to put you on the spot, fellow, but if you had to kind of give your best effort, your best prediction, who do you think is going to walk away with this one?
You know, my heart is telling me Revelations, especially on Kafe. You know, the K in Kafe, it stands for Kiru, because that guy is just a Kafe menace. But M80X, they have just shown nothing but consistency. So this will probably be a 3-mapper, but I feel like M80X might be leaning towards the more favorable side here.
Well, I know that the teams are raring to go. I know that you two are raring to go, and I know that the fans are raring to go. So I will turn it over to you for the first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Like we mentioned, Clubhouse. First map up is M80X's pick, in fact. Revelations have played it once back in the group stage, their first game against Blackbeard Gaming. If you don't know who Blackbeard Gaming is, because they're no longer with us in playoffs, they didn't qualify. That was Eli, Hud, Hectic, Drix, and Schmink. They won it 7-1. It was a pretty dominant showing. M80X are 2-2. Their most recent play, they lost it in Open Qual 1 in their last game against JJ. They lost it 7-4. And so far since group stage, they've banned Clubhouse every single game. So I wonder if they were maybe like hiding it for a big game to bring it back out. Plus, Revelations, again, haven't played it in a little bit. I've only played it once. Maybe that's the thought going into it.
Less book work to do, perhaps, for each opponent. Both M80X and Revelations have played a lot of Nighthaven Labs, a lot of Lair. Bank's been hinted a couple of times by M80X and Revelations, who both have a decent record. I think you talked about this behind the scenes, Harrison. The M80X have a flawless record on Bank, so that could be an interesting third map if we get there. But yeah, Clubhouse might just be more of a, we're going to either save strats or just run something a little more default without our opponents really knowing, and we're just going to let our guns do most of the talking. Starting out on Church and Arsenal for Revelations, M80X, their first half being on the attack with the Deimos, Blackbeard, Valkyrie, and Cade band. So a lot of emphasis on info denial. There is some shield presence that will be denied, but you can still, of course, bring out the Montaigne and Blitz in some instances. And Cade, just to make getting those hatches opened up a lot easier, and also general wall denial. I think this is one of the best maps for Cade, because there are a lot of walls you need to open up on the attack. Think about the plat wall when you're doing your CC over clear as an attacker. Think about the jacuzzi wall you got to open up next. Then you've got, of course, the pre-mentioned hatches that are sometimes impossible to open up when the Cade is on the board. So just a lot less you have to worry about. And that also almost guarantees probably no tuber out either, because you see those two played together. Now it won't be as likely.
Yeah, the Cade ban with no hard breach ban, I think, is going to swing things maybe in the favor of the attackers. I think I'm kind of expecting a 3-3 here, just because everybody's up. You don't have to worry about Cade. And if you're a coordinated team, as both these teams have showed, you can pretty easily deny the bandit trick, either with Capitao or verticality, or even like a Zoe, something like that. The thing I'm interested to see too is kind of clashing play styles a little bit. Mr. B's teams and the M80X, very fast and very loose. However, Revelations play around utility a lot better, whereas M80X's game tends to rely more on just raw coordination and positioning to get frags. They rely much less on utility play. But we are going to cut to a quick break. I think it was Mike W is having some issues with his game. So good thing it's happening, before the game starts rather than mid-game. But we will be back as soon as he is back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back, hopefully just a few minutes. April Fools, I lied to you. We're back. Do you think Easter Fools?
True.
Easter Fools, we're back. Like, I don't know. I was gonna make another analogy joke.
All good. All good. It is funny that we're casting the Revelations team on Easter, though.
True.
When you think about it like that.
True.
Good point. And the King of Kings stomping, of course.
Yeah.
Those always mix well together. Royalty and religion, the two big R's of the olden days. And one of the oldest teams back in the T2 days when we were casting, now going up against more of a newer showing of M80X. Your point about mostly positioning and out-fragging your opponents, I feel like that used to be the big thesis of Revelations or a Mr. B team, was that he would just pick up a series of good gunners and teach them the importance of winning your entry fights, being in a position to do your job as a fragger because you have such good mechanics. Now that's kind of changed a little bit since there's more of an emphasis on utility in the current meta, and against better teams, just simply playing gun up isn't always going to work, but it is nice to see two teams with similar ideologies face off against one another, but now one of them obviously experiencing the growing pains of just trying to rely on your fragging skill.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for Revelations to deal with, because if you try to fight fire with fire, M80X are usually going to come out on top, so it's going to be really important for Revelations to leverage that superior utility play that they typically have. Rome already kind of being dealt with. It was very light. Shot a couple drones and immediately fell back. Last member here, Kiru, but instantly going to fall back. His clone is also in church. So he's like fully not roaming. There's no flank potential from the Scopos either, which is typically what you see, I guess her, because it's a woman controlling the robots. Typically what you see her played for is like that late flank potential here on Clubhouse. Sit him, or sit the Talos, whatever it's called, in like bathroom, in B1, set it up in Logi, wherever, some hidden spot. Not gonna have that. Both of them downstairs.
I think M80X noticing the lack of roam presence now will begin their vert at a fairly decent time of 1:20. They've got the sledge to really tear away at the floorboard, some breaching charges as well to assist, and with Franklin getting off this exothermic charge, the hatch is opened up. Dirt's already been exposed as well via a Selma charge, so there's a lot of good potential here for M80X to have a split push. You almost always see some sort of blue presence, and it looks like Rice will set that up from the open stock hatch, but if they want to as well, they could try for a kitchen drop because of that dirt wall being opened up. The only problem is that they haven't found the entry just yet, and Revelations right now are just sitting comfortably, holding their power spots, and maybe they could try to find a way to maybe isolate someone like the blue player just to have a stronger hold for when the hatch drop comes into play.
And one of the issues with bringing that sledge is, while you do get nays and you get a very good gun, one of the other issues is that it's not nearly as flexible as a buck and not nearly as fast as a ram. A couple kills do come in though. Asian with the first pick, Recited and himself both traded back. Kiru makes it even, but Vic with the drop, he kills his teammates. Makes it a 1 versus 2 for Mike W. 5 seconds left. Plant has to go down soon. Mike W just misses the cross. Sees the shots from Vic. Here's the plant. He's got no C4 because he's bringing Barb. He might know he's around box 2. There's one. Looking for the second. Rice all the way back, and Mike W lands the shots. My goat, Mike W. He had a stellar performance yesterday and starting things hot with a 1v2.
It almost looked like an easy round opener for M80X, but Vic Bands just destroying his teammate in blue makes things a 1 versus 2. And Mike W able to close the gap against the Sledge, hiding behind boxes, gets the 1-for-1, then transitions onto the player deep. Arsenal. Great recovery there by Revelations, but I also got to commend M80X's, I wouldn't say willingness to get aggressive, but again, you talked about coordination earlier, Harrison, coordinating that execute very fluidly. You have your entry loss onto Franklin when Asian wins that first gunfight, but Stompin immediately trades. And then you also have someone starting to put pressure on AK, which is usually a position that's very powerful because you can watch Blue, the Hatch Drop, and Dirt Tunnel all from that same position. It is one of the best power spots in that basement floor bomb site, at least in Arsenal, as a matter of fact. So getting rid of that spot almost immediately through execute really did start ringing the dinner bell, I guess, for M80X, that they have a good chance of planting that diffuser. But unfortunately, Mike W winning some 1-for-1s, it allowed them to recover. They've got the lead so far, but also it's a typical bomb site for the defense to lose, and it's only 1 round. I'm pretty sure this could be a pretty damn close series, Harrison, given how close just that one matchup was in the first round.
Yeah, what a way to start the game, right? Everything.
Yeah, Mike W 1v2, team kill off the rip too. Like
everything we could have
all coming together.
Yeah, Mike W, by the way, the stellar performance that he had yesterday that I mentioned has recited Spawn Peaks Aiden. Aiden has not had. Damn, too. Ooh, anything else to default up? He did not have a great series on entry yesterday. I mean, just in the first map against the Unks, Aiden went like 2 and 4 on entry, I think. So struggles continuing a little bit, and the huge Mike W performance yesterday across 2 maps. Mike W went 24 and 11. Recited went 27 and 14. They're probably 2 of the best players in CL right now, but with Mike W being a little more consistent. We were talking about last night. I think Mike W is probably a top 5 player right now, if not top 3 in T2.
I've been coming for quite some time. Looks like he's here to show it off for a potential spot in the North American League if all things go according to plan for Revelations. Wouldn't be the first time for some of these players as well. Mr. B and Asian having some pro league experience from past days. With 1:20 now gone, M80X trying to go in from down below, most likely using Stompin's frag grenades to clear out anyone that still is lurking by red stairs. They also have the Montaigne to help clear out from cash. They've got plenty of utility to bolster this up, but of course they have to take the initiative once this nade gets tossed out, looking for those gunfights. And with there being a Momai here, they might have a problem when it comes to actually burning out the shield, but nope. Looks like they were successful, and Vic Bands on the cutoff catches Asian by surprise. We're tied up now 4-4 with some decent map control for M80X, but no one rotated. No one's by Logi. No one's by Jacuzzi. It looks like as of right now, they're fully committing to clearing out Con before they rotate.
There's only about a minute left. If they do decide to rotate, it'll be pretty late into the round. I mean, it takes 15-20 seconds to get out of the building, rappel to the roof, and rotate all the way to Jacuzzi. So I feel like that wall is going to stay closed for the remainder of the round. No, there's Vic. So there we go. He does rotate, and look at that. It takes like 15-20 seconds. Now he's got to wait for the wall to get opened. It does deny a big rotation for the defense. It looks like he'll just be repelled outside, holding it, while the rest of the team tries to push in with that Monty through Con and through Logi. Franklin now posted up on the windows too, but that gym castle barricade is going to prevent him from getting a spot on Mr. B. Almost kills him, but he doesn't expect Mike W playing up close. Franklin goes down. That's your balcony player. A lot of control has now been lost. Rice takes it upon himself to free frag Mike W, but Kiru gives his team the advantage. The plant is going down. It's all up to Vic Bands to try and cover outside the breach, but he loses the fight to Recited. And although Rice is able to get the plant off, he's stuck now against 3. Both missing some shots. Him and Recited. Eventually, it's Mr. B to come around and shoot him in the back of the head. Revelations up 2-0.
A good play there from Revelations, just, again, taking off angles. You've got someone deep in Logi, basically as a cutoff to make sure no one can push in from Con. You've got Mike W, who is literally just I would almost say making out with the window, expecting someone to play highway to clear out Jim, but you're not expecting that, right? You expect someone to be playing behind the weight rack. That's the default position, and that's what he checks almost immediately until he spots the arm of the castle. So good heads-up play from Revelations, not allowing M80X to set up comfortably after getting con control. They let them waste time since they only had about a minute left to establish a proper execute. And knowing someone's outside on Jacuzzi, they're more comfortable with taking one-for-one gunfights and denying those power spots. By killing highway, they can be a lot more fluid because they don't have that massive cutoff spot. All they had to do was just dodge Jacuzzi, which, you know, the Logi player doesn't have to worry about that. The guy Jim doesn't have to worry about that for the most part. And they all just focus on killing the guy Khan before it's Montaigne last alive.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Monty pushed all the way deep master like that. You don't expect the castle to be hugging that reinforcement. Revelations so far have adapted to M80X's aggression and maybe due to the fast play, some oversight really being capitalized upon. And now we've got Cache CCTV sighted on the dock, going to be playing in rafters. Got a light master extension too. I think probably the mirror window going to be playing there to delay as much time as possible. Maybe try and waste either an Ash charge or one of Stompin's Selmas. We've also got the Maverick now being brought to just straight up counter the Bandit. Capitao too. So you can use the Mav to counter the Bandit trick instead of using Capitao, which means now you can use Capitao for rafters, which is also why Recited is playing Dock, because if you heal yourself properly, you can't get burned out. Already, Aiden on the rappel, joining Stompin. That mirror window going to fall away probably pretty quickly. There we go.
It has destroyed the mirror window, shooting open the wall first to get a line of sight. Also a nice drone spot in Master, detecting where the Mira's playing and now guaranteeing that she's fallen off. So if they want to go into Master proper to get construction control, they most certainly can. They also have 2 sets of Hard Breach and Capitao at EMPs, so if they decide, hey, let's not try to push into this dock from rafters, let's go for something else, they have the right tools to destroy these bandit batteries and also get Conwall opened up to go for that kind of execute. And instead, maybe using the fire to clear out red, which is one of the only good spots to effectively deal with a con execute, besides, of course, rafters, which Recited could also watch horizontally from. But in the meantime, Revelations once again trying to go for a cheeky opener in this round. They've got Kiru down below with this Nitro Cell, maybe waiting for that window repel sound cue.
What the hell?
The C4, it's used to break the Claymore like we saw yesterday, but this time, no one's on the repel, and the hop out is not fruitful.
Crazy hop out from Mr. B on the smoke, by the way, going for that. I thought maybe they would time it with Recited running out of garage as well, but like you said, no one really defined. Every single person on the attack has rotated towards Khan's side with the exception of Vic, who's now sitting back on that plat wall rappel to cut off the rotation. Just using those little lines of sight at the bottom of the wall. They didn't end up using the thermite on it. Stompin's credited with the first kill. Kuru, the Mira goes down, but Asian immediately winds up too as M80X attempt to just barrel their way in through a single doorway. Asian is good for 4! And the only man left standing is Vic outside plat wall. Basically useless because not a single person on M80X was able to push deep through Cache. Vic lands an excellent shot on Mike W, but gets lit up to basically 1 HP in the process. And now there's 2 people attempting to hold on to rafters. Recited denies the ace, but Asian with a big 4 kills to keep his team flawless.
And it was just a single push, Harrison. They figured that it would take too much effort to clear out from rafters, and they did what I kind of foreshadowed earlier, using the EMPs to get the con wall opened up, or at least attempting to do so, and then trying to use Capitao's fire bolts to work their way in. But it wasn't the angle from rafters that killed them, it was just Asian holding the same angle, but right on the connecting doorway between both bomb sites. And there was no one CCTV window, there was no one really trying to play down below either for a lurk. It was just 4 people in con, and then your Maverick holding a Maverick cutoff from the plat wall that no one was really peeking, and he couldn't see Asian because there is some natural cover right by that doorway that he was nuzzled into. So basically someone outside that isn't able to help your execute, and then everyone just pushing into the same doorway that was never traded. I mean, M80X just having a really rough first half. They'll go for an early timeout, hoping to salvage some of this first half after losing quite drastically on every round except Church. That was actually a pretty fluid take, but now that Revelations are kind of expecting that same fast-paced aggression. They've really been on top of their game so far.
Absolutely. And Asian displaying what we know, what we've come to know Asian for, raw mechanical skill. First day, didn't have the best day. He ended up 10-12, so basically even. But already 5-2 here. So already half his kills from yesterday in the first 3 rounds. Do not let the Revelations guys get hot. Otherwise, like, even Mr. B at points is able to completely take over a game. Like, I think he also actually did do yesterday. Yeah, he went...
10 seconds left before
oh, no, he didn't. Not yesterday. You know who I was thinking of? I was thinking of Dasher. Not the British one. But Mr. B has been shown to be able to take over games. If you let Revelations get hot, they already play with such fluidity, as does M80X, but they are playing around M80's attacks perfectly, seeing how, you know, one-dimensional these executes have been from M80X. And what did I say earlier, right? M80X don't play a whole lot around, like, utility and stuff. It's mainly just trying to put themselves in positions to win gunfights and get refrags, which is great unless you're all trying to do it from the exact same direction.
I love the change-up here by Revelations as well. You know, the Goyo, big emphasis on stalling. M80X had a fairly slow attack, and it was heavily reliant on pushing through both blue and dirt with 1 or 2 people tops. Having a Goyo pack there that's never dealt with in the early round will just flatline that side of a push. But now they're also introducing a more aggressive roam to waste more time on the early round, and there's even a potential chance of winning an entry gunfight with 3 people dedicated to holding both the first and second floor. But from stock,
Wow.
Stompin spots out Mike W in an open position. That'll be the entry for the first time, or the second time, I should say, going the way of M80X. Oh no, it is the first time, because Asians won 2 entries and Recited has the second one as well. But in case for the info, M80X spotting there's multiple people playing up above, and instead they'll just hit the site fast.
Wow, Blitz already in, taking a little bit of damage. So does Vic, takes a lot of damage from that Goyo fire. Flashes the Goyo, both melees miss, eventually kills Mr. B, but not Mr. B took out his team before Mr. B took out his teammate. Now Vic is dead as well, since he was so low HP to that Goyo fire. Asian cut off, but he's got Case. It's stuck in blue. Recited goes 1 for 1. Asian can still play close. He's just waiting for Kiru to come back, currently in lounge. Maybe going to try and work his way down blue. Over towards garage, could hold the long angle. Asian feels the pressure, feels like he needs to swing, goes down to Aiden. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for Kiru. Fuser recovered by Aiden, now planting behind box 3. Does Kiru know about stomping all the way back in dirt? Could try and get the kill through the wall, but misses out on the opportunity. Aiden with the plant down. Makes this a lot harder for Kiru. Tries to swing close, but Aiden with a big round gives M80X their first.
I have to say as well, the one thing that hasn't been lacking for M80X is info. You know, going back to round number 1, they had a lot of good info off the rip with just knowing there wasn't much of a roam presence. They get Vert down at a decent time and then establish, you know, multiple positions to clear out the map. And in that round specifically, they had info about someone playing in bar, so Stompin works his way into stock. It's a free kill. And then they also notice there's 2 more people roaming above. So having dirt soft, they just send the Blitz down through that tunnel, and they immediately get site control. Sure, the Blitz eventually dies and they go 1 for 1, but he had someone backing him up for that trade, so they can also recover the diffuser and then comfortably wait for the retake to happen by the last 2 roamers left alive, as they had eventually fully cleared out the site. And after that timeout, get themselves on the board. It wasn't a bad idea for Revelations to try to go for something different, not falling into complacency and maybe hoping to have a more effective opening round to shut out M80X's win con. But again, adaptation off the info and spotting gaps. That's what M80X is known for.
And Mike W really did not know what hit him there.
5 seconds to
It's
go.
real.
And then
He's just like, oh, I got shot in the back. Okay.
yeah, plus Kiru took like 8 minutes to come back to the site. Asian had no help. You do see another defensive swap for Revelations. Last time on Gym, they did not have the Mira. So that's a new obstacle that M80X are going to have to deal with. Again, they've got the Ash and the Ace, so they've got the tools. We've also got Vic now playing on the Striker, rocking EMPs and nades. So we've got explosives to help deal with the castle barricades, now that they're not bringing anything like a sledge. Last time they were attacking, yeah, they had the sledge on this site to deal with those. Now he'll just be able to chuck a nade. EMPs just in case there's like a mute or a bandit behind a wall. Already plat wall getting opened by Franklin, so... Oh, sorry, not by Franklin. By Rice. So they've got that cutoff now that removes the server window peak from the defense. Kiri, despite the open con wall, that's what Franklin opened. He does get back into the site, and Franklin now opening Jacuzzi a hell of a lot earlier than last time.
I always feel like it's a good rule of thumb just to get the hard breach done first and foremost. That gives you more time to gather info to set up on your clears on the other side of the map. And now that the con wall's also opened up early, it's harder for the defense to play for a retake in from cache and CCTV. Once they give up that position, M80X can confidently push in from CCTV and then start to work their way on the other side of the map. But unfortunately, they weren't aware about the ADSs, which catch the final Ash charge in Aiden's pocket, leaving this mirror window intact and making it a whole lot more difficult to push in from Jacuzzi. But regardless of that, he still wins the tussle against Asian, and now they've got Stompin' up main.
He peeks through the mirror window to get that kill as Asian was playing by the con door. Like you said, here's the lurk for Stompin'. Up the stairs he goes, but he loses the fight to Mike W, who's good for 2 with the mirror window still up. It's Franklin next to try and tussle, but off-screen, Kieran recited, both get kills. Mike W finally goes down, but not before the split push is completely handled by his teammates. Franklin no more. And Revelations, Mike W holding down Bathroom, denying the lurk. They're up 4-1.
Your highlight player you talked about. Wow. That one's probably the most hurtful out of all things they've said in all chat. Just straight up, Revelations, though, I guess Mike W probably heard Stompin' walking up through main. He wins that gunfight and expects someone to swing out from Jacuzzi to play for the trade. Having that info, the mirror window, he knows when exactly to go for that play. Racks up a double kill, and the rest of Revelations, they didn't have anything else to worry about for the most part. I think they had one person maybe trying to drop Logi or hit a lurk from Khan because that spot was already opened up as well. So primarily it was just Jacuzzi wall, which they had watched over from both Logi and the mirror window that was again never dealt with. And interestingly enough, the one thing I highlighted, which was like the big emphasis on intel for M80X, without knowing about the Jaeger ADSs there, it kind of screwed them when it came to pushing into Jacuzzi because Rev had so much info to work for against that push.
And I like what Revelations are doing again on this basement, kind of combining their lineups from the first and second attempts on Church. So they've got the Mira like they had and the Azami and the Wamai like they had in round 1, but now they've got the Goyo, and instead of the Roam, they're doubling down on just the time delay on the site with the smoke too. I mean, hey, Mike W's calling it out. M80X, they don't play a whole lot with that utility. I mean, we just saw it, right? They didn't have any burn for the ADSs. They didn't even check first.
Nope.
They just went for it, and it really cost them. Had that mirror window been broken, that might have been a different round. Had Rice rotated over and used the Selma as well to actually open the wall instead of just denying the mirror window, could have been a different round.
Even the pocket EMPs, which I think they still had one of them left over.
Yeah, throw it on the wall.
They only had Mew Jammers to worry about, so just the lack of not even bringing the right tools for the job, just using the right tools as to where they need to be applied was the big issue there for M80X. And as you mentioned, Revelations trying to do the best of both worlds, having a lighter roam to maybe get a pick or just slow down M80X, but also falling back to the comfort of the bomb site with all this utility they have saved up for the late round, hoping to not replicate another blitz rush that M80X could bring out, which would maybe get them that 2-4 split, which could make things a bit more cushiony for them going into the second half, where they'll finally get a chance at defense. Habana now being reintroduced, so they'll get these hatches opened up rather fast and saving more hard breach for either Dirt, which they've pushed every single time they've cleared out Church and Arsenal, or also get the triple wall opened up, since they have a lot of utility here to get info and also make space without the use of a shield, obviously.
Now that they got the buck instead of the sledge they had in round 1, the vert does get done and finished pretty early on. Hatch is also now falling. Big question is, how are they dealing with these mirror windows? There is a Wamai on the board, so hopefully we don't see guys like Aiden and Rice just send their utility in without checking first. You can also just circumvent it completely by using Franklin. Rice does use both of his Selmas on the Church triple wall. So denying the bar position for the defense and opening these long lines of sight into blue from main stairs. You were actively peeking that, looking to deny. It looks like this is mainly going to be like a Church blue kind of push. We do have Kitch Hatch open too, which seems like where Franklin is going to be dropping.
They've got info about Resighted. Or utility burning away this mirror window and maybe allowing for a drop. But yes, you have the info, but no real utility part in to actually clear out these positions besides maybe a couple flashes or just hoping someone backs away, feeling terrified that they might lose their life.
Does Franklin know about this too? No, Kiru back Arsenal, able to get a free kill. No refrag from Franklin as he's now rotated over towards Moto. The blue take unsuccessful. Franklin, a nice shot on one, but Resighted one taps him with the revolver, and Vic has no idea where he is through that smoke canister. Excellent play from Revelations once again. The opening pick from Asian, the follow-up, no info from M80X on Kiru, and they're up 5-1 going into the second half.
You know, Harrison, I think we got to preface this first. We love Grim, right?
We
You
do.
know, amazing
I love
operator.
Grim.
One of the best. We're like top 3 favorite Grim enjoyers besides Ethan Frozen Fox,
Exactly.
if you don't know that. But the problem with Grim is that his gadget does no damage. Like, you get a lot of info, but if you have nothing else to synergize with Grim's gadget, sometimes it's kind of a nothing burger. And we saw that, you know, Revelations also had their own info that there's 2 people playing by stock, so they're going to do a blue take. So why would we give up blue when we can watch both the blue stairs, the hatch, and the church execute? Blue is the main power position in that round. If we get someone over by AK or by dummies to help, it nullifies the blue take. So having no other utility, now the second round in a row where that's a major problem for M80X's attacks, Revelations continue to punish for that and get a 5-1 split because of it. If they had something like a Capitao or use their flashes to help with that blue take, that maybe could have been a different round.
Like Kiru said, W map pick. This is M80's map.
Attackers must locate and
Let's not
defuse
forget
the bomb.
that. They're down 5-1 after the attack. Now we get to see what Revelations are going to be able to do. They are still bringing the Grim. They're combining it with the Dokkaebi and the Lion. A ton of really, really oppressive information, and it seems like it's going to be to enable potentially a dirt rush. There's 4 guys here. The only one is Kiru. Not with the team, and they just left. All right, the Goyo got popped, and they're like, all right, guys, you know what? Different plan. Go for something else.
We adapt. We
so
overcome
funny.
obstacles.
Charge. Run away.
What if they all just rush from blue now? Wouldn't that be funny?
Different rush?
Yeah, it would
I don't
be
think
inspirational
they're doing
for
it.
sure. I think they're focusing more now on getting the kitchen hatch opened up. They still have Asian with secondary hard breach, and they're using the blitz to help counter the roam. Facing someone like a blitz head
This is
on against
crazy!
the roam is just
What?
terrible, but Resighted just drops. They didn't know about the guy Bar. He thought it was a free 1-for-1, but it backfires. And now M80X up 2 kills and eliminating the shield. Just fall away. They've done their job on the roam. And now can comfortably sit in the bomb site. I almost thought Kira might have a chance of finding a free kill going down blue, but it looks like M80X have completely fallen off at just the right time.
Mike W. Over by main stairs, it looks like Kiru un-ADSs at the wrong time. Stompin takes him out. Now a 2-on-4 for the 2, I don't remember what their CTU
Chimera.
is called. But yeah, the 2 Chimera operators. Mr. B gets wow, demolished by big fans. It's all up to Mike W. Stompin gets rezzed as well to remake this 4-man hold for M80X. His Revelations cheeky little rush strat does not work out too well. I don't know if you saw too, not only was there a double up in bar that the Blitz didn't know about, Stompin was also in stock with an open wall. So if the bar guy didn't kill Resighted, Stompin definitely was going to. It looked like Revelations, like they had the play in mind. They went for dirt. It was chalked, and they were like, you know what? Whatever. We'll just do whatever. Try to win the round in another cheeky way. They do have a 4-round cushion. Looks like M80X has a 4-player cushion. Nobody's peeking. That was insane discipline. That might be the most disciplined I've ever seen them.
Unfortunately, the CBRN threat unit is not going to be a real threat against that crossfire. Yeah, I looked it up. I looked it up. I was like, I know it's the operation of Chimera / Outbreak, but it's like, that's not their unit name. That's the real question you asked. So I'll deliver. I got you. And M80X delivered us a solid defensive round. giving us a little bit of hope in the second half. And again, I think it was a lack of info. Rev just spotted one person on the roam, and they're like, let's just throw a blitz at him. Let's see how he counters that. But they didn't know about the guy behind bar, so good team play established there for M80X, halting the blitz's aggression. And after that, they find another kill on an opposing roam and just fall off. You know, they did their job in theory. They broke a little bit of utility, wasted some time, and got 2 kills for their trouble. So you can fall back, play for the Goyo Vulcan packs, play for the Toxic Babes, and Revelations no longer have as much utility or resources to clear out those main positions on the basement floor. So a good round overall for M80X, and a good counter as well to the Blitz Rush too, because if there wasn't a Vulcan pack there, that might have just been match point already for Revelations, because there wasn't a lot else stopping them from pushing in sight.
Yeah, that could have been a very different round. Probably a much funnier round had that gone through.
Yep.
Now we have a fairly standard lineup for Mr. B and the rest of Revelations. Onto attacking Jim. I think the most interesting part of this defense so far for M80X is that there's no castle, but they do have the bandit. So he's not tricking Jacuzzi. He's over on cash side. That window presence is going to be free for Revelations to take. You know how powerful that is. You cut down any rotation back in Jim. Cut pretty much the middle of Master. You can completely cut off Khan. And no castle barricades means, you know, at the very least, when you have a castle, the attack has to use something to get those open. Now they don't have to. Now it's just free. Asian with the Flores trying to get the shield. Oh!
Wow. Oh my god.
The king!
That was perfect. That was literally the perfect throw of an impact grenade to break that Rotero drone. Although Asian's got 2 more, he could play the long game and just send another one up red. And it looks like after some info, they'll try to do it. No, they just kill him outright. The C4 from down below, though, stops Mike W from pushing forward, allowing Aiden to fall back. Looks like he had that nitro cell pre-placed from down below, maybe to stop anyone from entering in, or just threw it without my knowledge, perhaps. Either way, it's a good start for Revelations, but a better recovery from M80X to once again burn away at the resources of the offense, having only 4 drones left, but still plenty of Capital utility. They could maybe pop up some smokes and a firebolt to just create some space, and these are terror drones now being used to break off some intel as well with that bulletproof camera. There's still a lot of time for Revelations to maybe spot a gap here, but there is still a lot on their plate in terms of util to deal with.
That was the only bit of extra info that M80 brought. Now they don't have that bulletproof. Vic trying to fortify his position here in Gym. Here continuously trying to blow up those Kibas. Asian takes care of the one on the window as well as the Frost Mat. That's going to force Vic to fall back all the way in through bathroom. Recited flaming out the middle of Logi, making sure no one's going to be able to rotate back in. Second one goes in. It looks like that was probably time for the execute, but Franklin and Aiden both with a kill each as they shut down Asian and Recited. Mr. B and Kiru, the former finding himself in the middle of the bomb site. The only ones left, and Kiru dies to a Frost Mat. Tragic for Kiru, but M80X lock it down, and they're within 2.
And again, good patience there by M80X, similar to their, I suppose, 1v3 it was back on Church and Arsenal when they already dealt with the roam. Instead of playing hyper-aggressive like we saw Revelations doing when they were denying that execute from M80X's attack on Gym and Bedroom, they instead just fall away. You know, the Frost Mat is gone, the first Kiba was destroyed, so it's a lot harder to play in Gym because you have to worry about the angles from highway window and someone directly hopping in, so you just play further back. There's no one Jacuzzi wall. You can wait for the audio cue and then swing rather than being already exposed. You hear the firebolts in from Logi, but you don't want to give it up, so you hold a little further back in gold, and you come to your teammate, hey, I need some help by Logi. They're going to push me. Can you hold my door? And they do so. Great team play by M80X, allowing their players to not only fall back, but also hold power spots to stop Revelations on their execute.
Revelations have been truly unable to break these defenses from M80X. It's the exact opposite of what we saw from M80, where it would come down to that execute. M80X, despite not having a whole lot of utility, would generally at least able to keep up in the trades until the very last moment. Revelations have not even really gone beyond an entry kill. After that, as soon as they step foot in the bomb site, they get completely shut down without a single kill to their name. Now we're on cache CCTV, what is generally considered to be the weakest site in the 3. We've got the castle now. Aiden is Oryx in garage, sitting here waiting for a shield to prey on. We've also got a bit of a master extension too, heavier than what we saw from Revelations, where they really just had a mirror window. This time they've got Stompin', they've got Franklin, they've got lots of utility and drone denial over there too to try and slow down Revelations. This is a good position from Resighted though. He can just sit here and cut off that rotate.
Allowing the shield to close this distance and get into weight room. Asian was supposed to be watching, and he covers the window, but Mr. B still dies first, and now your shield is gone. A bit of an awkward tussle there, as I believe Asian just couldn't spot him from the window, but a good opening kill nonetheless for Vic fans, despite it being traded. And here's the walk up here from main. Resighted does some damage, tagging Franklin up, but he's still alive. Regardless, though, the map control is sufficient for Revelations, but they're not finding enough picks to keep an advantage. They're just keeping it consistent against M80X, but there it is. Kiru spotting Stompin', brings us at a 3v2, but again, M80X retaliate with another refrag. And now you've got some hard breach left and a bit of soft destruction too, but plenty of opportunity for Rice to stall here from top red, and Aiden playing right beside him. If he needs to, he could most certainly get aggressive, but Revelations making the right call and gathering some info as they've got 1:20 to work with, and now also sending Asian on a rotate perhaps to maybe play by plat or in garage.
Revelations also aren't going to be able to deal with this BP should they get into that bomb site. Asian with 1 stun left is his only piece of utility. Going to try and take in through garage while Kiru covers him from the window. There is a player inside CCTV. Aiden playing close on the server rack. Cannot be spotted by the window. He does get stunned, so they're aware he's here. Aiden is just continuously wasting time. He's going to force Revelations to push him. And when that happens, Rice has coverage, the crossfire from the door. Close up, Asian loses the fight to the bailiff that Aiden was playing with, knowing exactly where the fight was going to come from. And now it's just Kiru who gets it heavily lit up. Does get one on Rice for a third, but now has to find Aiden on just 1 HP. He'll need to 4K if he wants to win this round. There's 20 seconds left. Aiden knows it. He can just play passive, and he's playing close around that server rack with the bailiff out once again. Kiru is so low, the bailiff will tear him to shreds. He's playing this so passively. Kiru knows that 1 bullet will put him down. Pre-firing away, but Aiden wins the duel. 2 kills with the bailiff, better than Kiru's 3, and M80X string 3 in a row.
Really well played by Aiden, hiding in the perfect spot on the server rack to not only avoid the player in rafters, but also the cutoff that they had, playing over from highway, looking through CC window. Didn't even need the toxic babes. They just had Aiden play up close with the bailiff in case Asian were to push out and go for a 1-for-1. He's denied of that, and can also still make sure he's not going to get traded by the guy on the CC window, forcing Kiru to hop in, which he then rotates, sniping Rice with the AK-12, but it still isn't enough as he's got case control turned against him and time against him as well. So far, both defensive halves have been great, Revelations and M80X, but just how M80X have been not only denying the entries from the offense, but also playing a very conservative late round as well in the bomb site has been very impressive to watch by them.
Yeah, I mean, this is M80's game too, right? Minimal utility usage. A lot of the utility usage actually comes from, you know, things like Goyos, or especially like Rice tends to be the utility guy. But their game mostly revolves around getting trades and superior positioning. What did we see last round? We saw them trade 1-for-1 every single time Revelations got a kill over by Jim, and then Aiden with superior positioning and that bailiff. Now we go down to Church. M80X have an excellent opportunity to tie this map up after all the shit talk Kiru had in the first half. They have not won a single attack yet. And that is quite poetic if M80X end up bringing this map back. Asian already using some of these Rotero drones to clear out the castle barricades. And wow, what a spot from Kiru. The Ram drone destroying the Kiba. Vic, not enough time to react. And an opening pick for Revelations.
A big one at that too. We've seen these Kibas be very dangerous to deal with for the offense, wasting a lot of time and resources. Ooh. But Mike W, although he's watching from the rotate, cannot shoot Aiden. That's going to be an immediate trade yet again. for the defense, but Kiru is stepping up in a big way. Maybe preluding to what we could see on Kafe Dostoevsky if he keeps up this solid tempo. Boogie Drone's going out as well, creating vertical, maybe allowing for Resighted or Mr. B to get in and provide some hard breach. But now M80X, disadvantaged by one player, are looking to try to find yet another trade just to slow down Rev.
Stomping, retaking in through bar, too. It's like whenever Revelations take control, M80X work and fight back to take it back. So I have Aiden getting really close on those main stairs. You can tell Kiru not quite sure of where those shots were coming from. I don't know if he knows about Stompin', who's worked his way now all the way to stage and catches Mr. B entering through stock, dropping the case. He's also got information with the BP. Stompin' is good for 2 on the upstairs retake, maybe a 3rd. What a shot, and Rice is there for the assist in the hallway. The king with 3 upstairs on the retake, and it's a tie game.
The lack of intel allowing for the creep back into bar. Stomping with the bulletproof. Perfect swing on 3 separate players. And like you mentioned, Harrison, we're dead even in this first map. It was an almost 5-round advantage for Revelations, and it was almost a 2-player advantage in this round. But unfortunately, with some missed shots and a lack of intel in the mid-round, allowed for M80X to recover from this position. And now it looks like we might even get match point with how defender-sided this series has been. It's a timeout for Revelations, hoping to stop M80X from that 6-5 scoreline. But I don't even want to say it's the lack of playing together, because Revelations have been fairly bundled up to also match the trade game, but just the way they're going about it as well. And again, the lack of info to really facilitate more than just 1 or 2 picks. It's been very alarming for Revelations, where they were just on fire in the first half, you know, stopping M80X from entering the building or just having a thorough execute for when the time came. But M80X are just outright stopping the execute potential before it even happens. They are really taking the initiative on these early round gunfights. And even when they lose those picks, they're not really swayed away from just falling back in sight and cowering away from their opponents. They continue to set the trend of finding trades and keeping Revelations on the back foot.
Yeah, and I mean, Aiden rotated downstairs. They had top floor, they had kitchen, they had the hallway. Why is that cam still up to begin with? Like, it's shocking, the oversight that we're seeing from Revelations right now.
10 seconds left.
Hopefully the timeout, hopefully for them, the timeout used to amend some of these issues now. M80X with 4 rounds in a row, beating the 3-round streak Revelations had to start the game. We find ourselves back on Gym as well, where they had a 4-man lockdown of the site before Revelations could really find footing in there. Aiden with a huge game right now, 12-5.
Bandit trick unsuccessful. Main wall opened up as Mr. B will now get some info, spotting out the Azami and Raptors, and they'll immediately drop down. Maybe looking for an early engagement, but again, with this being just an extension, M80X don't really see it necessary to hold Raptors for any longer than that 40-second timer. They back away before getting shot from both garage and maybe this open wall by Platt, and they'll just keep their Kibas in pocket for the late round as the Wamai stomping, almost getting aggressive here, trying to deny this setup from getting his shield cleared out, as there's now a bottom floor presence as well, looking to hunt down this Azami, but it seems to be a little too late here, wasting some more valuable time as Vic Bands is already by main stairs, just waiting to see if anyone tries to challenge him, and at that point, he'd probably work his way back upstairs to help his team.
Mike W, though, with the opening pick, does find Vic, I think, just sprinting through B1. Opening pick in the corner of Revelations, taking out that Azami and making sure that her Kibas are not going to be regenerated on the bomb site, something that caused such a headache last time they attacked here, and Kiru shooting Franklin's body after getting a kill from the window. Asian does fall victim to a frost map, but is able to self-res, and now it's a 2-man lead for Revelations, leading into the last half of the round. They've still got a lot of utility. Mike W can use his Selmas from a distance. Asian's got 2 Flores drones. We've even still got a Lion. Things are looking good for Revelations. This is the best attack they've had so far.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
spotting the isolated defenders. That's what's given them now 2 1-for-1s, and a lack of trades from M80X is looking them down the eye of now a 5 versus 2 as Q once again spots a 1-for-1 before the defender can fall out of gym. He catches him with a couple of well-placed shots. Finally, there's something for M80X, but now the 50-second marker to the Kuzi wall is opened up. There's still plenty of flashes, and now a 4-1 advantage favoring Revelations. They creep their way in from Logi. They lose one body, but quickly it's traded back. Finally, Revelations get the match point they were looking for on this second half, but it took a whole timeout to get this ball rolling, Harrison.
It took a whole timeout, and it took M80X kind of isolating themselves there. I'm not sure what happened between, the previous rounds and this, but giving themselves up to angles like on the window, not something we've seen before. Vic on a solo roam downstairs with no help. A lot of what M80X have been doing, they've been doing as a team, with the exception of the kill we saw from Aiden upstairs a couple rounds prior. This time, Revelations, like you said, able to isolate some of those defenders, really working in their favor, and then playing those angles while Kiro, in fact, getting 2 kills from the window, I believe it was. Continuing the rotation, though, the site rotation is M80X working on the cache CCTV. It was a decent round for Revelations. They were able to clear the master office roam 3 for 3, but Aiden with 2 kills with the bailiff from behind the server rack, unable to be cleared out. He was the savior, not something you can necessarily rely on if you're M80X. They have swapped couple operators. They're no longer bringing the Goyo, which is they didn't have Goyo. They're no longer bringing the Oryx. They swapped over to a Bandit, so they've got Aiden, who's going to be probably tricking those walls. You also don't have the mute anymore, so not as much information denial, no smoke either. Instead, they're leaning more into the Wamai and the Azami, so more hard utility to try and stop Revelations as they enter the bomb site.
Looks like for Revelations as well, they might focus more of a Rafters-focused attack. They've got the Montaigne to just send somebody in through garage door and apply some pressure before officially beginning the execute. They've got Maverick for the plat wall, Flores to break any utility, and in this case, open up the soft walls in garage. Maybe noticing the last time M80X defended this site, they put no resources down below. And in fact, Mr. B is starting his attack to clear out the lounge lurk you tend to see by most defenders with the assistance of those castle barricades. I mean, if he wanted to, he could walk up red, but that's a very dangerous game, having the diffuser as Montaigne and maybe not having as much assistance. But as Asian looks through one of those openings from garage wall, he's sniped by Aiden. Your Montaigne now gone. That's probably the biggest helper you can have for this Montaigne with those Capital Firebolts. And now they'll have to be more reliant on either raw gun skill or those flashbangs that Mike W and Kiru still have left.
I just realized, too, I was talking about the operators. I was looking at the wrong round in my notes.
All good.
Ignore everything I just said except for the Bandit pick. That's instead of Frost. Asian being dead is massive, no Capital, like you said, which means not only do you have a lot less utility to go for Rafters, you also can't necessarily deny a Bandit trick should Franklin decide he's going to be tricking that con wall. Mr. B on the Monty is the first man in the garage, as is typical when you bring the shield operator. He's made his way up. Aiden, who is trying to stay hidden, does end up dying as he gets up to sprint at the Monty. Dies to Kiru, but Vic is good for a 1-for-1. Mr. B ends up taking him down, but not before he kills Recited. And what should have probably been a man advantage here with Raptors control for Revelations is instead an even man count. As Mr. B triggers the Fenrir mine over by Garage and deals with it. He's crossed over to the breach. Does spot the bulletproof cam, and that's something that this team is going to have to deal with if they want to try and plant close. It seems like because of that, Mr. B is going to end up adjusting and go behind server rack. C4 gets stuck. Absolutely tragic, but Stompin gets the kill on Kiru to give his team the advantage, and it's the gas canisters, the redundancy, that forces Mr. B off the plant.
Only 20 seconds left as well. One more Toxic Babe, and Mr. B having to be forced on this plant, leaving only Mike W to cover here from the cutoff. This looks to be very dangerous here for Revelations as Mr. B once again forced off the plant. Fenrir mine in his face at red health, and only 8 seconds left to go. This looks unwinnable for Revelations unless all three defenders run on this open breach, but they're waiting oh so patiently. Mike W good for one. Mike W a second, but from down below, there's the bailiff from the Fenrir stopping Mr. B. and overtime is secured for M80X.
What a play from Stompin'. Knowing exactly where that default plant spot was, because the bulletproof wasn't dealt with, they knew that was the only place that Mr. B could have been. And although Mike W had immaculate coverage, at the same time, Stompin' is rotating down, and Revelations just didn't have the manpower to watch both at the same time. That's the kind of play that we expect from M80X, working that positioning perfectly, providing a distraction. Two players upstairs sacrificing their life to give Stompin' the opportunity to go downstairs and deny that plant. 1 versus 2 for Stompin' and M80X now with overtime. And guess what, John? They have the benefit of defense.
The 2 blunders followed up by a brilliant move from M80X. Love to see it. The chess.com reference, of course, as always. Chess, or Harrison, a big chess savant, if you didn't know.
Double exclamation points for the blunder.
Yep. And then the triple exclamation point. It's actually a exclamation point question mark, I think, for a blunder. But anyways, we'll get back into the real chess game of Church and Arsenal. I think it is, but
Looking it up.
I could be wrong.
Chess.com symbols.
We'll get you on the info as soon as humanly possible.
Oh.
But yet again, another bomb site that Revelations have been yet to crack. They had a better start the last time they tried clearing out the roam for Church and Arsenal, but then there was the retake. Stompin' walked up main as Goyo, ratted in bar, and with the help of that bulletproof, which was never dealt with by Revelations on their clear, netted him a triple kill to flatline this take from Revelations. Once again, they'll do a top to bottom clear. They started out again with a pretty solid entry and got a lot of vert down, but after that, because they couldn't clear out Stompin', the round was a successful closure for the defense. And now they're starting off a lot earlier as well, utilizing the ram to get these boogie drones down. Kiru's main job will be just to clear out kitchen to allow his Harbry to do their job later. And this time, they're even using a grenade to break that bulletproof, Harrison, so they are not making the same mistake twice.
We were also, we were both wrong. It's double question mark.
Ah,
I forgot,
it's
exclamation points are positive. Question marks are negative.
Got you.
Question exclamation is inaccuracy. Not, I mean, that's
I see.
They do have no roam to worry about. Not like when they had Aiden flank upstairs and kill Mike W. It seems like he's perfectly happy to just sit down in the bomb site with the rest of his team. Like you mentioned, they also have that cam dealt with. Kiru almost deals with Franklin using that vert. Instead, they will exchange blows. Castle coming a little bit more worse for wear off of that engagement. Revelations putting a lot of utility over towards this over towards this kitchen hatch side. And of course, makes me think this is going to end up being a kitchen hatch execute, but they do have plenty of options with all their hard breach. All 3 hatches open. They can likely get that church wall open too. As long as they keep opening things like dirt, like church triple, like all those hatches, it'll keep M80X guessing as to where this final execute is going to be coming from.
But Vic Band still being alive, having these Dreadnought mines can make these choke points extremely challenging for Revelations to push through. There's also Toxic Babes left in the pocket of Stompin'. No more Nitro Cells available for the defense, but they've still got plenty of utility. But there it is! A massive injure. Stompin' is left alone on an island, injured, unable to be recovered. And now the lurk from Blue is successful as well. Asian finds another. That's a massive play for the solo lurk down Blue, and now they've got site control to work with.
Mr. B in that default plant spot, and the man advantage fully in Revelations' favor. Gets off the plant just to kill Rice, leaving Aiden all on his lonesome with Stompin' down right next to the planter. Almost a nice shot from Aiden as one crosses, but Kiru is still above kitchen, watching that hatch. In the first round of overtime, a crucial attacking win goes to Revelations.
And having that grenade as well, I think it also destroyed a Fenrir Dreadnought mine, not just breaking the barbed wire. So with everyone on M80X being so distracted by the triple wall being opened up, by having Stompin' injured, which was their only other line of defense to stop a Moto execute, they all just tunnel visioned on Church, allowing for this perfectly timed flank to net 2 kills and create a massive divide between the rest of the defense that was still kind of lingering by deep Arsenal, unable to push against that vert by Kitchen, forcing themselves in through the main hallway, and now the actual execute that's going down with Mr. B planting after he killed Rice, which was the only person left to stop him from successfully playing for the objective in that round. I gotta say, for Revelations, a lot of their rounds on the attack have looked really bad, but finally in overtime, they have at least a glimmer of hope to still take their opponent's map pick, and now they finally get to go back on the defense as well, which they've only lost a single round against M80X. Both teams actually having a 5-1 split, which is really shocking for Clubhouse.
Yeah, that is true. And Revelations, like M80X, going back to a bomb site that they were flawless on into plays, back to Jim, compared to their last Jim defense. This is a very similar operator lineup. Main difference being the lack of a Jaeger, the lack of a Mira. Instead, substituting the Mira for the Azami, mainly, and helping protect that with the Omai. The biggest addition being the Malusi from Mr. B. Seeing how M80X, again, with the lack of util usage, tends to come down to a funnel somewhere and relying on those trades, the Malusi is going to be a big boon to Revelations if M80 do not clear those.
Once again, the con wall opened up early. Franklin will now put the rest of his utility onto getting plat wall opened up as well, since they have Aiden over by Kennels. I think maybe he's just kind of here to have an extra body up, maybe use the range breach, but wow, before the Kiba goes up, Franklin spots out Recited, kills the Raptors player before they can fall off, and that is a huge opening to kickstart this attack for M80X. The Kibas are now gone. They've got garage control. Maybe they could work their way up from this staircase, but they're worried about a flank, so they'll check that first. And now that Aiden is inside the building, he can get these Selmas on the main walls to once again provide that huge cutoff to stop the rest of this roam from falling back.
Here's the flank from Kiru finally coming in. It's a little bit too late. The rest of the attack is distracted. He could go for this, and he has gone up the ladder, sprinting over towards Rafters. There's a player just behind the Kiba barrier, and he's got no idea. Kiru gets the freebie. Asian a follow-up onto Franklin outside the plat wall. And Vic falls too behind the Monty. Everybody from M80X attempting to take Garage has died. Rice looks to retake Rafters, but it's way too late. Kiru has gotten away with murder. And Stompin finds himself beneath red stairs, looking to walk up. An incredibly dangerous proposition should someone be playing there, but Revelations are perfectly happy with the time they've wasted, with the kills they've gotten. Mike W dusts Stompin, leaving it all up to the Monty. Mike W good for 2. And Revelations take away their opponent's map pick in overtime.
A close call as M80X had a great recovery in the second half, but when it came to overtime, they lost all steam, and Revelations now look to Kafe, where Kiru, not only the top frag in this map for Clubhouse, but usually tends to outperform his opponents on Kafe Dostoevsky as well. 3 people with double digits on Revelations, Harrison. That is crazy. I almost thought Asia was going to go 10 and 12 again. I was going to be like, hey, look, it's the stat line you talked about earlier, but he also played really well on top red, getting aggressive with Kiru once he reclaimed garage control. So not only did they not have garage to work with, but also had someone just swinging the open breach to stop them from getting in to then deal with Kiru, as he had a really good power position. And I'm really shocked that they didn't have a claymore or anything to help alleviate the pressure that a flank like that could have.
Yeah, no drone either. Nothing on Kiru, who in fact also just sprinted up garage, made a ton of noise. But we are going to cut to a break. We'll be back with Kristen and then map number 2 in just a few minutes.
Well, Revelations manages to get the better of M80X on Clubhouse, but this match, everything we expected to be, the frag fest that we were hoping for as these two high-flying squads clash here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me here, I've got Crow and Fellow. And Fellow, I mean, we'll start with you. M80X gets it to overtime. Stompin' maybe doesn't perform as well as we would have hoped, right? Or as an M80X fan would have hoped. But what really went wrong for M80X here?
I think it was just not repeating the win condition that they had. You know, I think Harrison and I both mentioned it during the broadcast that there were a lot of rounds towards the beginning of overtime or overtime itself where they were just giving away isolated gunfights. We talked about how well their trade game was on defense, how much or how willing they were to be aggressive and retake parts of the map so they could stop Revelations from doing a proper execute. And then round 12 hits and they just kind of forget the whole win process that they just built up throughout the past 12 rounds of regulation. And although both halves were extremely defender sided, it just looks like M80X kind of lost all steam when it got to overtime.
Yeah, especially in that first, very first attack in overtime that we saw from Rev with the all the vert that they had established above church was so oppressive, forced everybody out. And then the lurk right here from Asian, able to net 2. I'm surprised they didn't have like a Fenrir there or any other utility to stop Asian. The 2-piece really opening things up. And then the last defense, a flank. That's all it came down to. No Claymore, no drone on an oil pit flank, which has been around. It's been in the game for like since the map's inception, basically. So a little bit of a really disappointing finish from M80X. They lose their map pick. And now we go on to Kafe, which is like a bread and butter map for Revelations.
Yeah, I think that's the big concern, right? Kiru phrased it, I think, a little less polite than that, but really Kafe is a bread and butter map here for Revelations. Kiru is very good on that map, already the frag leader, I think, as you mentioned there at the end, Fellow. I'm not sure, and maybe you have a little bit more insight, John. What does M80X need to change or do differently on Kafe to ensure that they're not going to kind of get blown out on Revelations' arguably most favored map?
I would say keep a fast tempo. Don't give Kira ones. He will take away the series if you give him ones on Kafe. That guy has dropped double digits consistently on Kafe alone. That's probably one of his best performing maps currently in T2. And I would say be quick to adapt. There were a lot of rounds where M80X had that on club defense, but then on a map like Kafe, you know, if you're going for a heavier roam because it's a very large map, that could leave the bomb site vulnerable. Mr. B in the past has shown very fast takes on Kafe that seem to work like a charm when teams just aren't willing to adjust against those kind of plays.
Yeah, you know, Crow, I noticed on Clubhouse, it was obviously a lot of kind of defense merchant stuff, right? I think it was two respective 5-1 halves on defense for both sides. Does that trend continue on to Kafe, you think? Or Kafe maybe a little bit more attacker favored, maybe a little bit more fast paced, as John's saying?
I think it's gonna be a little bit more even. It still tends to be pretty defender sided,
right,
especially with a lot of teams really figuring out how to attack top floor. With Kitchen being a lot weaker, a lot of teams have been forced to play like the 2 middle sites, with like mining and stuff like that. So Kafe has kind of evened out a little bit. Again, this is a really good map for Mr. B's team. I think last time they played it, they ended up beating JJ 7-5 and a different Nightmare 7-1, both with really good defense maps.
Well, there you have it. Well, I don't want to keep you guys from this Kafe. Let's see if M80X can weather the storm or whether it'll be Revelations punching their ticket to the next round. Over to the two of you.
Revelations find themselves on a big comfort map for the final map in this series. M80X, Stompin', and crew. I saw they got a lot of support in chat. A lot of people love him, but Mr. B looking to put his foot down.
On one of probably his better maps as well. We did see some shield emphasis by Revelations, but it wasn't that successful. They weren't doing a good job of getting their shield op in the building. It was usually the Montaigne, sometimes Blitz for a couple of one-off rushes, which you can also see on a map like Kafe. And just being exposed to I wouldn't say common angles, but stuff you would typically tend to have on the board. Someone peeking CCTV window to put pressure on the highway player. We saw that a couple of times. We saw the blitz of the Monty just not having a teammate behind him to really, use the shield as a barrier to allow his teammate to get a good entry. And interestingly enough, changing subject and going on to the op bans, we have Sledge gone. All right, and then a Grim ban. This is getting a little freaky here for map 2, Harrison.
Yeah, Sledge Grim. Sledge is a great operator on Kafe because of, again, prevalence of Castle, just like on Clubhouse. It's also going to force a Buck and a Ran to be played basically every round, which is already pretty normal. Grim, a really strong operator for pretty much every site. On reading, you can clear back reading with those bees. On kitchen, you can use it to clear bakery. You can use it to help your VIP push. Top floor, you can use it to help clear cocktail, help clear deep freeze. Grim is all around a really, really good operator here. But again, in doing so, you leave up the Thatcher, you leave up all the hard breachers with a Cade ban too. So the attack, while they're going to miss Sledge and Grim, I don't think they're going to miss it too much, especially with all the shields still in play as well, and with Revelations being a really good, tend to be a really good shield team. Kitchen ends up being the first site for M80X, and round 1, we've got a Cav. Now, the one other time that we've seen a Cav in Challengers, it was, or at least in Challengers playoffs, it was M80X's first game against Unks. It was on Lair. Round 2, Aiden played Cav, went to the top floor on a basement defense, proned in a corner, and then proceeded to get wall banged because they had a drone on him.
Hopefully Aiden does not meet the same fate, as he's already up above, playing by Freezer, hoping to avoid some info in the early round of this prep phase. For Revelations, they now locked in the Jackal, maybe spotting that Caveira or at least sensing a roam that could happen above. And I thought they were going to do more of a Bakery direct take since they had really no one on Vert, but now Kiru has locked in the Ram. They again have the info of Asian with Jackal, resighted still on Blackbeard, which is applicable to any take on Kafe. This is probably one of the best maps to bring a shield like Monty or Blackbeard because you can clear out a roam extension or any kind of extension almost immediately, because these power positions are, I guess, very narrow. You can just send a Montaigne down a hallway and just push back a defender with relative ease, having someone playing behind that shield, obviously. So instead of just putting all their eggs in one basket of Bakery, maybe they'll try to put some pressure above as well, which could maybe net them some intel about Aiden playing above with Cav.
They've got information on Franklin, who's currently kind of stuck here in small bake. The cutoff potential from the door if they just end up walking in. And then also from the window. Rice, though, swinging aggressively in Bakery, cuts down Kiru on the double door. Massive pick to take out the Ram. Now, verticality is pretty much a non-option here for Revelations. Blackbeard pre-firing away, trying to deal damage to Stompin'. The frag grenade tickles Franklin a little bit. It's not the biggest deal. He's still happy to just sit here in small bake and waste time holding the crossfire with the Fenrir.
Having a Banshee, too, to slow down anybody entering in from this window. Now 3 bodies stacked up, prepared for a bloodbath. It's the Capital Fire, once again, dealing some damage to Franklin, but as he hops on the table, he narrowly survives. No more grenades left, but they just send it in. The second firebolt will do the trick as Franklin's got nowhere to fall off to. And now as they get this main wall opened up, playing in Bakery is almost impossible. The roam has now fallen off just slightly from Bakery, but there's still coat check presence that can make hopping into small Bakery maybe a death trap.
And while Franklin died, his team already had the opening pick before it, and he wastes so much utility. Both the nades from Recited are gone. Both the fire arrows from Mr. B are gone. So that was a massive play, and now here comes Aiden. I don't think they've got any idea. No, they do. Asian turns around to destroy Aiden just as Rice refrags on Mr. B. The smoke grenade going to allow the walk down from Asian, but he's got to be careful. There's a warden on the board, and I guarantee you Rice is trying to stare through. No, he's over towards small bake. It ends up being a 1-for-1 from Stompin', and Rice killing Asian to leave it all on Mike W in a 1 versus 2. Rice already has 3 kills to his name, still playing around that small bake doorway. In comes Mike W. Vic, not watching the cross, allows the ace into Bakery, but he's not ADS'd and gives up a freebie to Rice. 4 kills for the Warden, and M80X start off hot.
Great info as well, allowing Rice to find those 2 to 3 trades at the end of the round. They had a default cam still up by Garage, giving away that no one's playing in Bake, so Rice can get aggressive there and find the last couple of kills in that round, and even trading back his teammate who had ended up dying, I believe, from coat check. As yeah, wow, the Blackbeard just not getting through that vaultable window, gets meleeed and exposed from the Fenrir's bullets. Really well played by M80X. Again, you mentioned it, burning through a lot of utility by just sitting a guy on top of a table. All your grenades, all your not all your Blackbeard fire charges, all your Habitat asphyxiating bolts, and also burning through as well a lot of your info after they removed the Jackal. So Revelations were kind of walking in blind, and I really did think they would just go for a more default top to bottom clear, but I guess they spotted nobody in Bakery with the default cam and were like, or with a drone, sorry, and figured, well, let's just send it in. But again, the person we highlighted during the mid round, Rice, was also the person to find the entry in that round as well to stop that Bakery take.
Plus, they couldn't even work their way into Bakery because they had opened the soft wall. They were opening up there were holes that they had to worry about on that Bakery wall. It would have been incredibly unsafe. I mean, that was pretty much their only option. Now we see a very different lineup here from Mr. B's team. We've got the Nomad in play to help shut down those staircases. Most importantly, Mr. B is on Ying. A lot of different places you can go with her. Aggressive play from Stompin, trying to get a spawn peek through, but Recited survives. A lot of times you'll see the Ying going either in Cigar to try and help out. You can use her to take Piano and Bathroom, or you can just sit her on that skylight. She can do a whole lot with those Candelas. There's lots of angles that she can blind out if you just keep her on the roof. Mr. B's actually the one with the case. This might... I'm spitballing here. This might be a skylight execute.
Seems likely. You got the flashes and air jabs to make space. Recited could probably drop one of the hatches, play with a shield from a long range. It's a nice cutoff angle, and they've got window pressure established by Asian. A grenade could be sent out to clear C1, the Lion scan as well to create some space. Recided's actually playing on the snow door right underneath Heaven. Maybe he'll just try to push in from somewhere else, or he's going to get on rappel and hop into the window. Yeah, that might make more sense. I was going to be like, walking through Hell Door seems kind of stupid here. So yeah, he'll get on the rappel, look for a kill, and he finds it. The grenade flushes out the guy C1 and puts him right into his crosshair, and that's Rice now gone.
The guy who got the 4K in round number 1 is our first death. We already had a couple Candelas go through too. Mr. B now only has one left, so if they want to go through that skylight, they're going to have to make sure every single angle is accounted for. Here's the peek from Stompin. They've got no idea. Through a little bullet hole in the barricade. Asian goes down. That's your Lion. The EE1D is so powerful when teams go for these fast Ying executes to try and lock those defenders down. And now Kiru's paranoid. He's going to have to dedicate some time watching this and could be exposed once Revelations go for that execute, which they now have to kind of readjust. Now that they don't have enough to go for that skylight, they still haven't really entered the building at all.
Now worried about a potential flank. Franklin runs through an open hatch that Mr. B is watching from above, but Stompin finding yet another. That's Blackbeard gone. They'll send these Candelas out, but no one to break those castle barricades. You can still comfortably sit inside a freezer, which maybe Mike W will be sent up White Stairs to deal with. That's one of the only few power spots left alive, but Vic Vans is hiding in the smoke and catches Mike W by surprise. And as Aiden shuts down Kiru, that forces Mr. B off of the hatch and down below into a mirror window, pinpointing his location. They'll set up this plant, trying to wither away and get this defuse down, maybe baiting someone to challenge him, but Aiden just rotates into Piano where no one's there for coverage, and M80X secure now a second round on their defense.
Huge kill from Stompin downstairs to get one of those players on the window and kill the Lion, and from there, Revelations didn't really know where to go. I mean, yeah, they get the kill here on Franklin, but that Candela not really doing anything in freezer, trying to work their way into the site. Like you said, one was just sitting in the smoke and catching Mike W off guard, who went for a lurk white. Revelations so far in both rounds have just not had enough map control to go for the execute that they want to try and do. Now we work our way on reading, which is also going to rely on how well Revelations can take this top floor unless they go for a direct through train. They are still bringing that Ying though, so I imagine this is going to be used to take the
Plenty of util up above. It is always a nightmare leaving the top floor alone if you are to try and go for a reading room execute. However, with there being an Amaru in play, they might just send it in through the hatch. They've got Blitz as well, 2 shields to run up white stairs, or at least one of them to go white, the other one on the fireplace rappel. That seems to make the most sense. Mike W as well with Deimos can get any info on someone who's still playing by sight, or he can go above to maybe play on a window rappel by cocktail, just get some other pressure applied that isn't just on a direct sight execute. But once again, looks to be just a fast take from Revelations that will be kickstarted by another Lion scan.
He's already used one. Interestingly enough, I wonder maybe to stop like a spawn peek.
Maybe.
You see in like, they always make fun of people in like gold elo who hit the line as soon as they spawn because they're stopping a spawn peek. There is legitimate fear considering what Stompin did in the previous round. Kiru also looking to go up through the double window and into pillar. Does take the control and resighted us here in the middle of the bomb site, but he ADSs against Rice and ends up losing his life. Luckily, Mike W and Asian are there for trades as they work their way up the white stairs, but Mr. B dies trying to get the plant down as Aiden works the vert. Vic nearly losing his life to those holes. We do have a player on white stairs, Mike W, covering it and making sure no one's going to be able to work their way down. Aiden still trying to challenge this, but he loses the fight to Aiden, and there's Mike W shotgunning Vic as he attempted to work his way down. Revelations find themselves on the board after a fast reading execute.
Yeah, really interesting split attack by Revelations. You send the Amaru up through cave in case someone's ratting behind that pillar, which can usually stop any play from that snow doorway. Your other 2 attackers go into snow using those shields to just barge their way in, get any picks on people playing in sight. And then 2 attackers as well, walking up white stairs, eliminating any threat from deep reading hallway or fireplace, and then they can go up white stairs to stop the retake. They either force themselves to play in through the hatch drop by laundry, where they could also be playing white to shut that down, or they just directly challenge them against a shotgun. You know, it isn't picked all the time, but Deimo's shotgun is pretty viable because you can use his pistol as a primary weapon, and if you need to, get extra vert or just play close quarters with the shotgun. And you've got 2 grenades, so no matter what, Deimos always going to be a great pick on top of the extra info his death mark trackers do provide. And, you know, although it was a very, split up push, everybody on Revelations played their part and did it almost perfectly, I'd say there.
Who was it yesterday that had the Deimos shotgun and was in lounge trying to like snipe someone with it? I think it was Mike W actually.
Maybe. I don't recall.
No, it wasn't Mike. It was a Clubhouse game. I think it was someone on Forsaken. They were like in lounge trying to shoot a guy running out wolf door with the shotgun because they had Deimos, and it just did not kill him, and then their teammate died because of it. It was incredibly funny.
It's funny that Revelations try another.
Wow!
Wow! Oh my god. I might just need to shut up here. It looks like they're locking in on this execute, Harrison. There's another guy holding prep as well. I'm shocked that Kiru just went for a fast rush in through bakery. The first time this happened, it totally backfired, but now he's already up by 2, and they shut out the retake potential from the prep side of the map.
A huge use of that Aurora barricade too, taking the advantageous gunfight underneath it. Kiru obviously, as the Finka, can also just heal himself, and Franklin gets dusted. Kiru looking for more, but eventually Rice peeks out from Whiskey Double. Finishes off the Finka, but it's still a man advantage for Revelations, thanks to the Finka's efforts. In through the site, they attempt to come, but Rice gets 3 of his own on that Whiskey Double. Mr. B now the last man standing, and Rice, his second 4K of the game, salvages the round.
Unfortunately, Rev overheating on that rush, not taking their time to gather info and push in with the util. Unfortunate circumstance for Revelations after Kiru just in his element kills the guy off the vert, then swings out from small bake with the help of that Aurora, netting a second and then a third as he just continues to power walk down the red hallway leading to Whiskey, where he's finally dealt with by Rice. And yet again, you mentioned the 4K, right place, right time for Rice, as everyone just kept running at him and he was still gun up the entire time. I gotta admit, you know, despite Revelations getting the surprise attack for the first 3 picks, M80X were still prepared to hold the vert, stopping the rest of that bakery attack, and at the end of the day, solidifying now a 2-round lead, going 3-1 so far.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a big comfort map for Mr. B's team, but so far they look incredibly uncomfortable right now. In their last couple of plays, they beat,
5 seconds left.
what was it, JJ on this map? They had a 4-round attacking half.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
And when they beat Nightmare on this map, they had a 5-round attack.
Attackers dropped the bomb.
Their attacks are really good on Kafe. M80X, just with the way they play, I guess maybe it's discounted or unexpected aggression every single round. Somebody from M80X is just walking at Revelations to retake space. And while sometimes it doesn't work, as Recited gets the opening pick on Rice, his 2 4Ks prove that Revelations are maybe getting a little bit complacent as Kiru on a drone, on Skylight, C4'd by Stompin' to give up the man advantage.
Nomad gone as well. We haven't seen a lot of flanks for Bar, but it's also helpful just to create an area where defenders can't retake from. You know, you could get an air jab off by that double doorway between Cocktail and regular Bar, and that stops anybody from walking through, stopping a plant. You can put them on freezer as well. You can even use them to help clear out power spots like, you know, bathroom, for example, which right now there's a mirror window detecting the Montaigne's position. They also now spot the back window opened up as well. No one here to essentially assist the Montaigne, but also there's very minimal confrontation from M80X as they have no real way of getting past the shield as of right now. So it's just kind of a stalemate until more attackers can get into Piano, clear out this mirror window, and maybe try to find a kill on the Jaeger sitting right behind it.
There's the shield just bashing the mirror. Aiden does fall back to deep freeze. Run out from Stompin', though, catches Mike W, unaware. And he might get back. There's nobody outside to stop him as Franklin goes 1-for-1 against Recited. Vic almost catches Asian on the angle over by Trash Wall. Mr. B has since pushed deep in the Monty over by Cocktail. He knows about this player deep freeze, but there's so much more to worry about, just like Stompin' on White Stairs, who one-pumps Asian, solo HP. Mr. B goes 1-for-1, and M80X have a 4-1 advantage.
Again, great heads-up play there by Stompin'. Noticing that most of the pressure is being put down by Piano, spots the isolated player on the window rappel, just hops out and gets away with his life, then finding a triple kill as well. Even isolating, I think it was what, Recited there? That was on the Nomad you talked about earlier, who just immediately died from a C4. It was Kiru, you're right, I'm sorry. Finding that opening as well, despite losing the opening frag, they immediately retaliate with more aggression, finding opportunities to pick apart Revelation's attack. And like you mentioned, they are no slouches on Kafe attack, this being one of their better maps in their rotation, but they're just not able to keep things consistent. They don't know when to slow down and hit the stop button rather than hitting the go button, which is usually the problem of most attacking teams on any map. But it seems like yet again, they'll go for another somewhat fast push. Maybe this time it'll be more focused on Fireplace, but now M80X realizing how willing they are just to rush and send it into sight, they're now adding in a Capcan as well, maybe just for a cheeky surprise factor that could kill somebody. I could see that totally happening here, Harrison.
Yeah, I really like the Capcan pick. It works pretty well against shields too. If Blackbeard lumbers his way into a couple traps, he could be instantly dead. Ooh, thinks better of the one on the hallway. It said laundry. I like that one. The attack ends up
you're
coming
not
up.
checking there for a Capcan.
Yeah, if the attack especially ends up coming up white, laundry is typically the first position you take. Very interested to see what the plan is now for Revelations, that they've dropped the Amaru, but they have kept the Ying. They've also got Kiro on the Buck, so it seems like the plan is to take top floor fully. There's 3 people up here, Stompin', Vic, and Rice. Anybody from the defense could rotate up to help from White Stairs. Stompin' has backed off from Cigar, so he's not quite as forward, but Revelations still have also been taking, other than those rounds where they like very purposefully rush, taking a long time to establish themselves in the building. Nick, though, incredibly exposed, wins the fight against Recited? Are you kidding me? That should have been a freebie. But a couple missed shots from the Blackbeard gives the advantage now to M80X as Rice destroys Kiru. Refragged by Asian, thankfully. M80X does not quite get away with murder here. Stompin has also since fallen back from the top floor, so we end up in an even man count. This is the most time that Revelations have had while entering the building, but they've lost their buck. So all the verticality that they had probably planned on using with all this time is no longer available to them.
They've got the DMR to work some angles, but not as much compared to a skeleton key, obviously. A nade being used to break the camera, maybe worried about a C4 from down below, although no one else can wield a nitro cell in this composition for M80X. Got 3 toxic babes. Those EDDs that could linger. It could be a White Stairs walk down into Laundry, so that could be a potential kill in the late round. But as of right now, Revelations are prepared for M80X to start getting aggressive. But now, realizing the lack of vert because Kiru's dead, they'll just instead bunker into sight and wait for Revelations to just walk in. And Mr. B is doing so without the Candelas, but it works out because he wasn't expected by the defense, but he also wasn't aware about Franklin being doubled up behind his teammate. So it's a trade, and the case is now forfeit because of this play.
Not sure why Mr. B's immediate reaction was to sprint next to Laundry instead of just trying to go for the play with his teammate covering from the door, but luckily Asian is there to line up 2 kills with that DMR using the floor holes against Stompin. Gives Revelations at the very least that minimum 2-4 half that you're looking for on the attack. We know they can do better. They have done better, but they'll have to settle for this.
Better than 5-1 at the very least, but if not for those trades, that would have been 2 huge kills for M80X. Again, you lose your Blackbeard, which could have made a lot of space in that round for the team. You lose out on the Buck. Luckily, Mr. B went 1 for 1, and Asian was there on the trade with a fairly decent amount of info. Again, the floor holes, spots the guy in the opposing bomb site, and then knows that Capcan is still sitting inside a reading room, because that's where Mr. B ended up dying from. So, you know, something is better than nothing here, obviously, for Revelations, but just overall a very choppy attack for them, where they were just kind of rushing into sight and hoping that would be enough to stop M80X, which, you know, is a really odd call to make because of how willing M80X is also, how willing they are as a team to also be aggressive and challenge that. It just seems like you're limiting yourself to what you can accomplish here on the attack, and you're just trying to hope you win all your entry fights. And then when Rice starts floating and when Stop and Stop's floating, there's just nothing you can do about it.
Quite the interesting lineup we now have on the attack for this kitchen assault. We've got the Roora back in play, who's probably going to be used over towards Small Bake to cut off the doorways. We've also got the Glaz and the Blitz. Favorite operator, Glaz. Aiden on him. There is a Warden in play, so he'll have to be very careful of Mike W, who, of course, with the automatic weapon is going to maybe have the advantage. Although his thermal, or his sight doesn't last quite as long as Glaz's does when they're both moving. Fortunately, which still gives Glaz a little bit of an advantage here. The Mike W is playing really aggressive around this doorway. There's one smoke coming out. Mike W just waiting to pop the Goyo. Not feeling the pressure just yet.
Rather than peeking into the Glaz, he just sits here patiently waiting. Vulcan Pack is now popped as they have to give up Small Bake as Rice has now entered in the building, but from the long angle by VIP, he is chipped away at. Aiden still wins the opener, though, making this trade not as valuable as a direct 1-for-1, but at least your Blitz is gone, and now pushing in from Small Bake is a lot more challenging. Aurora is also introduced here for M80X. They could cut off this angle, but there's still a lot to be dealt with inside a bakery proper as wow. I was going to say Mike W was still not dealt with, but he gets pixeled by Aiden, and now it's just Goyo left to defend this cross.
That is the power of Glaz. You're not already holding the angle. Glaz tends to have the advantage, but Asian does pick off Franklin, looking for the second. Vic out-duels him on that Raora with the LMG, leaving it on Resighted and Mr. B, both currently 4 and 6. Trying to hold on to the Whiskey Hall, but cut off thanks to that barricade placed by her gadget on the Small Bake double. Aiden is out of smokes. Vic has one more for him. Only one man in sight, but there's the impact. The zombie trying to play fast. Vic with the awareness to go peek in sight as they try for a duo play, and Stompin hits the back over by bottom white. Almost a great heads up play from Revelations, but an even better reaction from M80.
Keeping the consistency, still holding Bakery the way Revelations cannot retake in from that prep hallway. Really well played to keep the Glaz on that passive angle, whilst the rest of M80X slowly pushes their way into small bake just to deny this cross from being all that effective. And like you mentioned, Vic Bands, he spots out the impact play from the Azami and instead just swings the open breach, a more favorable gunfight for him as he's got the ACOG, spots someone out in the open, exposed, looking for a kill, and just nets that pick. An advantage for M80X, and they close out the round quite confidently as well. They're only 2 rounds away from sending us to map 3 of Bank, where they have a flawless record so far on that map specifically, and Revelations so far pretty slow on the ball when it comes to fighting back against M80X on, again, a map that we were kind of favoring them to have.
I thought this one was going to be not necessarily a wash, but a much more confident map for Revelations than we saw on Clubhouse, but so far is not so. Especially with, again, M80X not having the best record on Kafe. They're 1-3. Although their most recent play was a victory in one of the open quals against, I think it was like Marmalade and Rip's team. Yardy on it, but not too much. But I had to do it.
See if the comeback starts now for Revelations. M80X once again with the Blackbeard this time. Got the cutoff established for Whitehall, some air jabs to stop a run out, trying to keep this position safe for the Blackbeard, and now Stompin could most likely look over towards Cocktail just to help deal with the roam extension up above. And they have Ying, which is something that Revelations brought out a lot, but it wasn't used to much effect, either not having their Candelas placed at all throughout the round or just only being used to make a limited amount of space that didn't net any kills from it or a successful plant. But Franklin off the rip will just start throwing out these Yings, hoping to get himself in the building and maybe clear out this roam a lot faster than what you would typically expect for a team to do.
Minute 40 already through, and M80X have not yet dropped. Finally, they will. Shotgun from Mr. B. Not going to do a whole lot against these shields. The C4 does a little bit of damage, but Aiden just rips his head off. As Mr. B had nowhere to go. The hatch not being opened. Opening pick now in the favor of M80. Recited is playing underneath, but Kiru dies upstairs to Stompin. I believe is still on the Kafe roof. Oh, is he on the roof? Was that through the skylight?
Might have been.
Forces Mike W downstairs. Top floor giving up. I mean, yeah, there's only a minute left, but lost 2 bodies. Haven't had a single one back.
Not a good spot to really retake this top floor either. Again, you've got the air jabs and gridlock tracks for flank watch. You've got 2 shields to worry about as well. Asian's playing by Brown Stairs. Maybe he spots somebody from New Balk, but regardless of that, oh, they've got info too. They might hear him from Brown. They detect him at the very last second. This could be an easy kill for Stompin, and he lines it up at just the right time, leaving just Recited and Mike W with Recited maybe trying to flank, but M80X are even watching that. They're prepared for anything that Revelations try.
Nice shot from Mike W, though, all the way into pillar with that SMG-11. Recited doesn't expect Aiden to have now rotated to white, and he gets a second. 3 kills on the round for the Blackbeard, and a 6-2 advantage for M80X.
And M80X once again just punishing Revelations for not really playing as a team, not being able to fall off in time. They send 2 shields up red, and although Mr. B has a C4 and a shotgun to make that rotate down through the hatch, he doesn't land anything successful from either the C4 or the fallback, pardon. He deals some damage, but has 0 help from his teammates, as there was also piano control established for M80X. They had a cutoff playing from that top skylight, so no one could retake to try to challenge the shields as well. So a lot of map control established at a good rate. You mentioned it, Harrison, that sure, it took a lot of time to get the ball rolling for M80X, but it was all a coordinated effort to achieve the same thing, which was top floor control and an almost guaranteed opening gunfight, as they committed 2 shields to clearing Mr. B, and he had no response except to tuck tail and run. But He couldn't even do that before meeting his maker against the Blackbeard AR. So good job by M80X, playing as a cohesive unit there and stopping Rev from getting away with basically hero plays. I think almost everybody on Revelations was set up in a hero play position rather than to work together to stop that clear from the top floor.
Mike W looking to turn things around, though. Gets the spawn peek on Vic, killing the gridlock. A lot of flank watch now off the table. No longer have those tracks, and for a reading bomb site, once you take top floor, it's really important to shut down those staircases. You don't have that available anymore. C4 from Mr. B, shot by Stompin' out of the air. Wow, what a reaction. Saves his own life there. Could have been a two-man lead for Rev had that not happened.
Live to tell the tale. Although you lose your gridlock, you still have the air jabs again for more flank watch. This clear looking very identical from what we saw originally, but now M80X, maybe they're hinting at pushing in through train. Yeah, it seems to be the idea, just rushing into train, maybe getting this fireplace plant established, but no, it's used to push in from reading hallway and catch the retake by surprise. But Revelations, they were prepared for this. The dock sim goes out as well, picking up Mike W. Now leaving us still in a 5-on-2. It's a triple kill established for Mike W as Kiru makes it a flawless. Revelations, finally something for their troubles on the defense, but they got to win 3 more in a row to confirm overtime.
That was more a couple early losses from M80X leading into, again, I like the call without your gridlock, just going in through train, taking aggressively, seeing that Revelations have a lot of stock placed in that top floor, but Revelations react appropriately, and M80X not able to get a single kill. I mean, that's the big downfall. If you're going for a rush like that, as soon as the defenders fight back, you better hope that you can land your shots. But Mike W was good for 3 there, recited on the dock, able to res him too, so that he could get that 3rd kill. I think resing himself too, because he got downed at some point. They went flawlessly, and I mean, if that's a way, it's the perfect way to start a comeback, right? No deaths. Work your way on to mining now. Revelations for now avoiding the bar bomb site, as we see some teams start to do. It's not quite as popular as it once was, although M80X did defend it successfully twice.
10 seconds remaining.
It's kind of weird to say. Really, we never see that.
5 seconds left.
A successful defense on like the middle floor objectives.
No, on bar.
Moving to defuse a
Oh
bomb.
yeah,
twice.
mostly because the window repels are just so challenging. I guess it was a really good play for Stompin'. I mean, obviously he's got a triple kill on that round specifically, but also stopping the window repel presence, which is kind of one of the make or breaks of that attack specifically. But they go for another spawn peek, and this time it's not as successful. Stompin' is aware, is now leading the charge with 12 kills and barely any deaths, as M80X have been almost flawless on their attack. Sure, it's been a couple hero plays by Rice in the first half, but everybody else is firing on all cylinders. Even players like Franklin, who have just been on the supportive role, playing in death spots, doing his job with his utility, and allowing his other teammates to lead in the frag department. Everyone has had a role on M80X, whereas Revelations, they've been rather quiet in that trade department and just slowing down the offensive side, and more specifically the defensive side as well in that first half. But immediately M80X drop in, taking the charge of this red clear, moving into bar, since they already have that entry kill, and Stompin's now made it a 2-charge lead.
Mike W evading the angle on red stairs that he seems to know about from Aiden. Still a whole 2 minutes left to play with for Revelations. This is such a huge advantage as Mr. B and Kiru look to hold on to this top floor for as long as they can. Information coming in, spotting Mr. B in bathroom. Vic looking to go for the kill, as is Aiden with that Deimos tracker. Does see that they've since fallen back, though. Just like that, top floor control in the favor of the attackers. Mr. B's C4 misses as well. They don't have that ranged plant denial, that free kill potential anymore. Mike W does deny some breach on that mining wall, but still, M80X, so much time to play with. Blackbeard still up. Both players attempting to rush forward to kill him, but it does not work.
Nade pushing them back. This Deimos Deathmart tracker giving away vital intel as well, but no one to play off of it just yet. Seems like they're trying to work their way from Cigar down the red staircase where Mr. B could maybe find a potential flank. There's a lot of info and plenty of time for M80X to still set up this execute and maybe look for some one-for-ones as they move their way down to the reading hall.
Hero now dead, though. Mr. B refrags one on Franklin. It's the only kill for Revelations so far before Mike W follows up. Quickly felled by Vic Bands on the trade, though. It's Mr. B, last man standing. Looks at the Blackbeard. Rice calls out his position. Mr. B now forced to retreat thanks to the Deimos track. Aiden now on the hunt. Nade comes out, forces him up, and Aiden cleans house. Final kill with the Deimos final round for M80X, and they push us to map 3.
A very confident showing by M80X, not only denying those flashy plays you see Revelations do a lot on their attacks for a map like Kafe, where they just send 4 bodies in on a rush and hope they can just out-duel their opponents. Not only were they successful in denying that, but then moving on to the second half as well, taking the initiative on those entries. I think they won almost every single entry on the second half, only losing to a single spawn peak where they lost the round flawlessly. So it didn't make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. And in terms of team play, although there were, different positions being held and a lot of different gadgets used at the same time, it was all for the same purpose, right? Whereas, Mr. B's team of Revelations, it wasn't the same kind of coordination. It was just sending bodies in to solve a problem that never really led to a proper solution. Whereas M80X took a more methodical approach and kind of switched roles, since during the beginning of this match, we thought Revelations would be the more methodical team in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But M80X really showed up on Kafe. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with map 3 in just a few minutes.
Well, M80X, they don't just weather the storm, they become it right there on Kafe. Stompin's alive, entry frags are off the charts, revelations are on the back foot going ahead to bank. It is day 2 of the Challenger Series playoffs, and the barn, it is a burning. I'm Corbeck, alongside me here, Crow and fellow Girl. I'll start with you. What changed for M80X coming from that Clubhouse map?
Honestly, I think it was less of what changed for M80X. Obviously, their coordination, their positioning was a lot more on point. I was also pretty impressed with their utility usage, especially with the Aurora. Their shield play was a lot better too. But Revelations did not look like the same team. It was like what we saw on their super weak attacks in the second half of the game, except for the whole map. They weren't playing together as much. There were a lot of really early deaths from the entries on M80X that were left untraded. A lot of weird positioning and getting caught out. And of course, the clutch factor. They couldn't shut down the hero plays from M80X. Right. I mean, Rice had 2 4Ks. Stompin had the 4K on mute. Aiden had that 3K on Blackbeard on round 8. There's a lot of really big individuality from M80X. M80X that Revelations couldn't shut down because their togetherness was not there.
Even going into map number 1, it looked like M80X were aware that Revelations are a team that's willing to rush, and then when they doubled down on that playstyle going into map 2, M80X had people that were willing to show up, like Aiden, like Stompin, like Rice, all players that you mentioned. The individualism was there for hero plays, but again, the teamwork is something I emphasized heavily on the second half of that matchup. Bring out the Deimos, bring out multiple shields, a lot of focus on info, which in some rounds was kind of lacking for M80X, especially in overtime on Clubhouse. They did not want to make the same mistake twice. So as we saw Revelations slowing down a lot and having their rush plays not work, M80X were just slowly improving in the background, getting better pieces of info to enable cutoffs, to enable runouts or spawn peaks, and even to enable just a direct take that kind of flopped against Revelations, or having Revelations flop against the take, I should say.
Yeah, you definitely saw that on the last round there in Kafe, even as perfect illustration. Just Deimos closed down on the last defender, nothing that they could do to fight out of that. Mr. B just trapped on a staircase, right? But, you know, good talk about coordination there, fellow, because we're looking ahead to Bank, which is obviously a big map, right? It requires a lot of coordination from teams. I mean, Crow, do you think that this upward tick in coordination, info gathering, and what have you, do you think that continues here for M80X on this Bank map, or do you think they get a little bit lost in the sauce?
I think so. They have shown to be a really good Bank team in information, and again, Bank being a map where obviously there's an emphasis on utility, but you don't necessarily have to play that way because it's so big. You can waste time with positioning rather than site util. I mean, John said it. They're not flawless on the map. They have 1 loss, but they are on a 5-game winning streak on Bank. This is an M80X map. I think, like you mentioned, it being that big really goes hand in hand with how M80X like to play, with that focus on positioning and refragability.
That makes sense. I mean, you know, fellow Crow said basically, right, that it wasn't so much maybe that M80X changed a ton. I mean, I definitely agree with you that they were doing better on information and teamwork, what have you. But it was that Revelations kind of changed. Their star players just not turning out. I just said it before we came in. Kiro was not king on Kafe. That was not a good map. He just didn't show up.
Nope.
How do you think, John, Revelations gets back online here for Bank? What do they need to do to get people like Hero to back into the flow of things? More like what we saw in Club.
Enabling your entries. It just felt like, again, a lot of individualism by Revelations, which you don't want to give 1-for-1 gunfights against a team as mechanically skilled as M80X, right? So playing together either directly for trades, emphasizing the shields or more info ops to make space so your entries can actually get in the building and do their job of finding kills on unsuspecting defenders. Just the core principles of Siege. And on a map like Bank, Revelations is also known to go for more of those direct takes because sometimes it catches opponents off guard, but we've seen this now for 2 maps in a row. I don't think M80X is going to be fooled if they see it happen once again. So going for a more structured siege that could wither away at M80X's resources, that might be the way to go on their attack. And then for the defense, again, just keeping that structure, keeping the composure, trying to waste time and replicate what we saw in Clubhouse, where you waste a lot of time in the early round, but don't give up a lot of picks and then play for a comfortable anchor.
Yeah, but the big thing I'm a little bit worried about for Revelations 2 on Bank is how willing. We already talked about M80X, the way they set up with that emphasis on positioning, but also mid-round with the retakes. It seemed like every time Revelations, when Revelations were on the attack, even on Clubhouse, and especially on Kafe, every time they got something, there was somebody from M80X looking to retake and looking to push back. And Bank is a map that you can do that on. There's 3 staircases. It's huge. You can't possibly cover every single thing at once as the attack.
Well, stopping an M80X here with an opportunity to put the finishing blow on, but Revelations, I mean, they're a good team. You don't want to count them out. One bad map, a bad team does not make. I'll turn it over to you guys for Bank.
Now, like we mentioned, John, M80X are looking hot. They're a really good Bank team, but we cannot forget, that Bank, for the longest time, has been a Mr. B map.
I think this is one of the maps they've beaten like Aerial Arise on back in the old T2 days, Harrison. On top of that, it's a good map for Asian as well, who also wasn't like fully quiet on map 2, but just didn't have an amazing showing. The same thing can be followed up with the rest of his teammates who just overall were a little slow on Kafe. We've got the Sens and Blitz ban off the rip, expecting that aggressive playstyle from Revelations, I would imagine, as well, with them maybe being the people to ban Sens, which seems a little odd. It might just be a visual bug for us, but usually Revelations is a team to bring out Sens, cutting off those long lines of sight, trying to enter into the objective fast to solidify a plant. They could still try to play for the objective with either a Blackbeard or a Montaigne, but we'll have to wait for their attacking half after the first 6 rounds of them on defense. Their lineup looks fairly normal for an open area defense, something you don't typically see for the first round of play. Usually it's CCTV as the first bomb site in the basement, but you got Azami using your Kibas to help deploy nice power spots in the objective, maybe to help the roam a little as well by stock, for example. The mirror windows for the same thing, helping your objective presence play, but also you can go up to put a mirror window by Janitor, maybe to help stop a CEO clear on that top floor. And I think for the first time, Valkyrie is now in play as well, because I think she was banned on both map 1 and map number 2. So a lot more info as well at the disposal of the defense too, which is a nice plus.
Yeah, M80X have banned Valkyrie both maps. Revelations banned Cade both maps before, but M80X switched to the Cade. Also, I like the Echo ban from Revelations because M80X have shown a big willingness to run the Echo. Typically, it's like Franklin or Rice on that operator. But they really, really like the Echo, especially on Bank. So I imagine that's a really big counter ban. I also like seeing Vic getting freed a little bit. He's been on, like, on the Smoke, the Mira, Aurora, and Gridlock on Kafe. He's been on a lot of these kind of passive, more supportive operators. He's back on Ash. Love to see it. I expect big things from Vic bans. He, in fact, looks like right now, like along with Aiden on the Blackbeard, he's going to be their primary entry here.
You know, having certain maps play out differently than others. Sometimes players prefer an entry role on a map like Bank, and then more supportive on other maps. It's just more of a playstyle preference. And when you have almost all your players being very mechanically skilled, sometimes it doesn't matter who's on what role. So it's just more of a personal preference kind of thing, I imagine, for M80X for map number 3. They've got some presence over by E-Box, and now the Blackbeard will push in through this barricade, try to start the round off early for his team, stomp it as well, opening up from printer window, catches a kill for himself on the Mike W. Aiden with that entry as well, allows himself to get in the bomb site and plant this diffuser. There is a retake in effect by Revelations, but they aren't in time to stop this plant as they're now in a 2v3.
Aiden does get finished off, and Recited does have the benefit of a reinforced wall to maybe go for this stick. It's up to Kiru to cover. There's a couple pings, but Recited off the counter defuse, wall bangs Vic. It's all up to Rice, who's got the long angle. Recited gets off the counter defuse to take the 2 versus 1 with Kiru, and it works out beautifully. The rush from M80X was a beautiful read, but Kiru and Recited step up to the plate and give Revelations a much-needed first round.
The 2 players that went rather quiet on map 2 instantly start the round off with a double kill for each of their positions, halting the Blackbeard's further aggression after the plant went down, and denying Rice of a 1v2 after we saw him put up such a performance back on Kafe, him being either like the second or third best fragger for his team in map number 2, multiple 4Ks as well in that first half. But off the bat, the tertiary bomb site hold is rather successful. Good on them for that proper retake. We'll now go down into the basement or bomb site of CCTV, the more typical place to start with, again, heavy emphasis on info with Kieran Valkyrie once again. Asian now rocking the Fenrir, probably to stop some late round pushes from either garage or the default place of servers. But also, again, some more operators to help with the roam, obviously, as well. We've got resighted now on the Legion. Also some info, the goo mines and bulletproof camera, and plenty of stall, which is, you know, really common too. I think you almost always see a Goyo and smoke played for basement, no matter who's defending it. It's just a staple at this point.
Basement is the next bomb site for Revelations, and interestingly enough, they dropped the Mira, it being one of her best sites. I guess maybe because it is pretty easy to sneak the Twitch drone downstairs, like especially with that the vent that's in like the top by E3 or by E1, like over by the couch. So no Mira this round. Like you said, they are putting a lot into delay. They've also still got that Valkyrie that Kiru is playing. It looked like M80X were thinking about going dirt. Stompin' thinking about going garage will get shut down instantly by Mike Wazowski. Opening pick for Revelations. No more Nook, no more garage threat. Wow. Read like a children's book. Incredible for Mr. B. Plus with your Nook dying in your garage guy, like if you want to do that again, you're gonna have to take someone away from the main push, and you're gonna only have 3 guys. I doubt they're gonna go garaging.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to bring up, is that, you know, you use Nook to evade any info like a Valkyrie camera or a bulletproof, which is almost always put in garage. Now you have to dedicate someone to be playing there, and with 4 bodies, I doubt that. Maybe they'll send Aiden late round to go there, or Vic Bands because he has a DMR, but they still have to focus on the util clear and the roam clear first and foremost. Resighted is still playing up above despite his teammate falling back down below. There was a dirt rush attempt, but now it's just 2 attackers retaking from here, and Franklin now going up above, probably to open up the hatches or to use his Capital Fire and smokes to clear out the power spots by Gold to then get a plant down. But wow, Asian on Marble hears Blackbeard ADSing and just smokes him from the floor holes. That's now 2 bodies up for Revelations, and now a minute left to go. It's still plenty of util to use for Revelations to stop a plant. This might come down just to pure mechanics here once again by M80X. I'm not sure they could get a plant down at this point.
That was I would say an ambitious peak from Rice. Not working out. Mr. B is even still holding on to servers. Oh, almost loses his life, but goes for the repeak and does. Vic does kill the smoke before Mr. B could really get any use from those toxic gas canisters. But Mike W, this is the Mike W angle right now. He has gotten like 6 kills in the past 2 maps that they've played on Bank just from the garage angle, watching default plant. Another one he gets onto Vic using that DMR, and you can see how afraid M80X are now of trying to go for that default. Smokes come in. Franklin pushes into an off angle. C4 might be in range, though. Here it comes. Franklin gets off of it, but right into the waiting arms of Asian and Resighted, who clean up the round. Mr. B and co start 2-0.
Even though Mr. B died not using any of his toxic babes, again, because Mike W won that entry against Stompin', no one's there to replace the void that's in garage. So he can sit all the way from garage wall looking into the default plant spot and found another kill, slowing down M80X even further. And although Capitao was there to use his smokes, cutting off the lines of sight, I mentioned all the other pieces of utility that they had, the Nitro Cell being one of them. That C4, that was a nasty shot, that C4 is what got them off the plant and basically forced them into peeking Resighted and Asian, who were still alive, also assisting, holding the closer angles that Mike W couldn't really play for since he was all the way back in garage. So good job forcing M80X to be uncomfortable in that round, and an unfortunate trend we're now seeing is just isolated 1-for-1s yet again. It was the problem for Revelations when they couldn't get the ball rolling on their attacks or defense, and now it seems like the ball is back in M80's court for fixing this problem.
5 seconds to insertion.
Top
Attackers are
floor
heading
with
out to the-
Tachanka. Oh my god, John! It's the Lord! I'm about to...
No LMG though.
I'm about to...
Angry
Oh,
face.
what's the... I'm about to soy max.
All right, man. I don't even have a comment about that. Just gonna pretend you didn't say
This is
that.
such a cool Reddit moment. Tachanka on the board. Wow. But Mr. B has been a big fan of Tachanka. Ever since his rework, Mr. B, at least in the T2 scene, was one of the first players to really adopt the new operator. We all know how powerful he is on like consulate, on console office, on the bomb site, where in order to counter, you know, that Amaru plant in the corner, Tachanka is very good at that. You should see where he uses him on CEO. He could deny the window plant from afar or behind the desk. Sometimes those Tachanka, the Shamika launcher sometimes can be a little bit finicky, but I'm sure Mr. B is very practiced with it. About a minute in, M80X are in the building, and Aiden is underneath, just making sure no one is playing inside of stock. Recited taking a little bit of damage. First Terror drone comes out. His shield has been dealt with, so stock should soon fall into the hands of the attack.
They've got Aiden below as well, stopping him from playing close on the table. Here as well underneath, if they walk into square, he could use a C4 with the provided info need be, or at least flank up square. Maybe he'll try to get aggro and shut down Aiden as he's getting more vert by the janitor side of the map instead of looking over towards stock, since they've cleared that out already with the Rotero drone. Still about a minute to work with here for M80X as well, but they haven't really entered into the building besides playing down below. They've got 2 people on the window rappel as well. Franklin will have to enter the building at some point to try to get this plant down, and with Tachanka still on the board with all of his Shamika launchers, it's going to be really challenging to get that plant down properly, and with that threat again of Kiru still underneath with a nitro cell.
And I mean, with how long or how small the Tachanka fire is, you do have to kind of double up on areas, but if Mr. B is efficient enough, I mean, 2 for 1 plant denial and they waste like 5-10 seconds each, that's a lot. However, the kills are going in M80X's favor. They've got the 2 opening picks. Asian, though, with a quick refrag all the way from stock. Mike W finishing the down, stomping Asian with a massive flank through stock window. Gives Revelations the equalizer, and now the advantage thanks to time. In comes Mr. B trying to kill Vic. Instead, it's Aiden with 1. Also lit up by Mr. B here. No kill foul for the Tachanka just yet. Man advantage back in M80X's corner until Vic tries to vault into the site. Asian catches him, make it a quad. Mr. B steals the ace once again, but another big 4K for Asian keeps Revelations flawless.
Good power play there for Asian. I almost thought Mr. B was going to lose his life there from Janny Hallway, but that Kiba provides a lot of cover. And again, the intel that Revelations had, they noticed no one was lurking their way up from ATM. They didn't hear anybody by stock. It was just a full power play from square. So they send Asian to run in stock to peek the guy's square double. That was a smart move. And I almost thought the lack of info for a second would have been a problem for Rev, because Kiru had no clue that there was still Aiden playing down below on Buck. So I thought losing out on that C4 potential or the flank up square could have been devastating. But once Aiden found that kill, he just walked up square into into the position that everyone on Rev was already holding. So it didn't make much of a difference at the end of the day. And once again, like map 1, M80X go for a timeout as they are 0-3 currently. This is actually identical to what we saw in map 1. It was round 3 as well, I think, where Asian got a 4K on one of the more tertiary bomb site picks. That time it was CCTV, and here it's CEO. And now we hopefully get to see at least some bounce back here for M80X, but I would say this map is way more defender-sided than a map like Clubhouse is.
Yeah, it was attacker-sided for a time. And then I think it kind of switched back. Crazy Rook selection from Recited. Really? I feel like the only time you ever see Rook is because they already have Doc. Right?
Yeah, it's funny to see both them play at the same time, but yeah, you rarely see someone just picking Rook when Doc can bring a lot more utility usually. I don't know. Maybe Reside's going to go for a funny spawn peek and doesn't want to lose his stims. Don't know. Right out of the way.
Yeah.
Still seeing it once in a blue moon is pretty entertaining.
Maybe he's spawn peeking, and they're like, "Well, if you die, at least we
That's
don't.
what I thought,
at least we
yeah.
don't lose the. At least we
Oh,
already
he's
have
gonna maybe
armor."
try to
Oh
hop
yeah.
out?
Oh yeah. Come on. He's waiting for the rappel. He's waiting for a call from Kiru. Look, the pulse is scanning the wall. And here we go.
Oh,
Well,
and he's dead.
he landed about 2 bullets. Well, at least that's, what was that, Franklin's first kill, right? You got the opening?
Yeah. There we go. Good job, Franklin. I thought, yeah, Stop must have gotten the finisher instead is what I saw at first, but oh well. You only lose out Rook. Not a big deal. Still have plenty of info at the cardiac sensor, and now maybe M80X are more focused on trying to clear out a roam, which seems to be in full effect. There's only one person playing in the first floor, and that's Mike W on blue, so there's no one in sight technically. But again, M80X have yet to even enter the building just now. They're still gathering intel, so it's not that big of a concern as of right now. And with, again, the cardiac center, they could use a C4 from below, from archives, if it's going to be a direct CEO attack from M80X, and that could maybe stop a lot of vert presence and maybe even slow down M80X to have them stall out like we've seen before.
Into the building goes M80X, now rappelling into the top floor to take firm control here. They do have to worry about Kiru. Still lurking downstairs. Vic finds him. Cardiac sensor pinged out. Hatch now open too. Kiru C4ing through it. Not quite far enough to get someone through that door. Wasted C4 from Kiru. Cardiac sensor now significantly less valuable now that he doesn't have that explosive. Vic trying to get something on the wall. I think it's a Fenrir.
It was a dread mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a Fenrir. Oh yeah, I forgot because it like pops up in the corner of the scanner. I was just trying to read the silhouette, dude. Game literally gives me the info.
Me too, man. It's all right.
So you still
Been there.
just the old IQ. She's got nades.
At least she has
back.
nades again.
Oh!
It's always that.
We did it. We said it at the same time.
Oh,
We're so
I
insane.
didn't even notice.
Yeah, I said
Yep.
at least you got nades. We're so insane.
It's that same wavelength. Oh!
All right.
Nope. Flank did not pan out, and it looks like they'll just hot drop the hatch since they've got the man advantage.
Oh!
But Agent still finds 2 in the corner. Aiden on the cutoff will at least shut down the Azami, and Aiden seems to be on a tear from this printer window, stopping the attempt at this retake. It almost looked winnable there for a second, Harrison, but it looks like this round is now solidified despite the lack of a Blackbeard shield. One person over by the corner in the desk gets stopped by Mike W, but Stompin is here from Beeper to get the trade. M80X finally on the board.
After the timeout, no less, it bears fruit. What was the big problem for Revelations? Well, over-aggression. I like the plan from Recited. I respect it. Just didn't hit his shots, and then Kiru retaking him through ATM to take the 1v1 against Stompin with one of the worst guns in the game. Oh no, Stompin did get the kill. It was Franklin credited with the finisher. That's what it was.
I'm glad we caught that in the replay.
Yeah. Now my entry stats can be amended.
Yeah,
And
just
then-
cross it out on the notebook.
Yeah. And then once Kiru died, they knew they had a 5v3. They just dropped Blackbeard in. And while Asian hit a couple of really nice shots, there were just too many bodies for him to worry about. Plus the cutoff from printer window. So really well played from M80X. That was a big turnaround from what we've seen prior, but it was also due to a bit of
10 seconds left.
maybe overzealousness from Revelations. That's what we'll call it. So it's kind of on both sides. Now on round 5, we see the clash from Mr. B rear her head, dropping the smoke for it. It's a little bit interesting. I mean, you've still got the Fenrir and the Legion and the Goyo, though, so you're not losing too much in terms of delay. Plus, they won the round with Mr. B dying on the smoke anyway, so now with Clash, he's got more survivability, and he's a way bigger pain in the ass to deal with.
Especially if you're going to hold server. The hatch can't counter you that well. Playing dirt is a bit challenging too against a clash. You can power hold most of blue with only one other defender in sight to help you. So I guess it makes sense with him playing between CCTV and server that he would rather be on Clash than a Smoke, where he's a lot more exposed to gunfire. And as you mentioned, he also used none of his util last round, so if he were to die on Clash compared to a Smoke with 3 Toxic Babes, I feel like I'd be a little more annoyed with the Smoke rather than Clash in this instance. Last time the site was defended, it was Stompin to die early on the entry. And wow, they're actually using Mr. B to walk up Marble instead. Never mind. He's kind of alone, though, and they've got info about this guy. I think Aiden's going to just run at him. Yeah, this might be a bit of an overplay, but it luckily works out because Mr. B is able to get away, and they've got the Nitro as well for backup. But still, that could have been a very unfortunate loss of life given the fact that Mr. B is one of your main stall ops in this round.
Yeah, waste a little bit of his utility, too, with Kiru missing his C4, but still plenty of upstairs presence here for Revelations. I also like the Clash because while he can hold CCTV, later if the execute ends up coming through server, he can also help protect Mike W in Garage. So there's a lot of use for this Clash, but not if he just exposes himself through the rotate to Rice like that. The first death being your Clash is certainly not ideal. They lose out on Mr. B. There's no refrags. It looks like Kiru and Recited are just going to drop through that hatch and give up upstairs.
Now mostly left up to these Vulcan packs as Kiru also used his C4. That was the Nitro brought out to also force, I believe it wasn't Franklin, but it was whoever was Montaigne off the plant as well. Getting those last 2 kills for Recited and Asian as Mike W was still holding that Garage single wall. Now they've got Grim instead to help clear out the deeper angles of gold and maybe even someone close by the other wall in red hallway to maybe deal with this. Renee tossed out as well, making a lot of space here for M80X. They've only got 30 seconds for this execute, but now they've got 2-man advantage here as Rice finds another one, but they're not expecting Mike W just sitting on the doorway, who finds 2 with the pistol in hand. Kiru shuts down Aiden, and all of a sudden now looks winnable as Stompin whips and the one tap, he runs out of bullets. Last one in the chamber. How do you let this man get away with robbery like that?
Mike Wazowski might be the greatest player alive. Oh my God. Playing the off angle in the middle of CCTV, unabated by the hatch opening 3 feet to his left. Gets the first kill on the case carrier, and from there, I mean, 3 separate kills through the hatch. The fact that Stompin doesn't refrag there is 1, miraculous in the worst way possible, and 2, probably loses them the round. I mean, and then the 1 tap, you gotta be kidding me. Sometimes everything goes right for you. You get the Clash, you set up for the execute, you got the hatches open, and then somebody just puts their foot down and says no. In this case, it was Mike W with some excellent shots with that Goyo pistol. A really, really underrated pistol, by the way. I think it's one of the best in the game. It's up there with the PMN. It's really freaking good. 4 kills from Mike gives Revelation 4 rounds. 1 more, and we may see a repeat of map 1.
1 in the chamber, man. That's all you need in a headshot game like Siege. Just a brutal way for M80X to not win that round. They had 2 fantastic openers by Rice, and it still wasn't enough against the behemoth of Mike W sitting under an open hatch. We've got CEO to re-attack once again. They were unsuccessful the first time when Asian found that 4K. That's now a second 4K, I think, in this 3rd map so far. Maybe we'll see another heroic play done by either Asian or Mike W, who are leading the kill count right now for their team. But once again, emphasis on the roam. Downstairs, that's going to be Kiru on the Valkyrie yet again. Could have that C4 from underneath, or just stop the Vert presence, which was mainly distributed by Buck's Skeleton Key. This time, though, Aiden's going to be on the Deimos instead. And earlier in the round, too, they get this main wall opened up, trying to force out the castle tucked in this corner. But Stompin coming to assist Aiden down below, gets rid of Kiru. That's the roam already dealt with. And now if they want to, they could put more pressure on Square to play off of this open breach and maybe to kill Mike W, who's kind of in a rock and a hard space.
Also losing out on a C4. Bit of utility that has not been too useful for Revelation so far. Mike W ends up sprinting past every single window and is still alive. Zombie, now the player getting tracked by the Deimos, looking to get a peek up through stock. ends up ending the scan because she's tucked in the hallway. Instead, it's Asian here opening the hatch, and they're just going to drop right into him. Aiden collects both. It was a triple play with Mr. B dropping the janitor hatch too. But with that, you leave Mike W all alone on site, killed by Vic, who's still on the windows because he was trapped in quad. And now the Tachanka has to try and retake up from Marble Stairs. They know exactly where he is. They're watching it. Plant is going down from Franklin. As soon as it's complete, like it is just now, this round is basically unwinnable. Mr. B not even able to outduel Rice, and it's a 2-4 half for M80X.
Better than a 5-1 at the very least. Revelations, yeah, a very interesting way of dealing with the Demo, sending 3 people down below to kill him, which completely backfires, giving them a lot more room to enter into the objective, knowing there's only 1 defender left in sight. They push in, force a post plant, and watch over Marble Stairs from Janny Hall and Long Desk, just to guarantee Mr. B has no effective way of getting back into the bomb site or that 1vx post plant position. And yeah, good job by M80X speeding up that attack as well. It felt like it took them forever to send the buck in after a drone, which took over a minute, to get Vert down, clearing Janny and Stock, using the Rotero drones to flush back the Azami on top of that. It was just a very slow round for M80X the first time they attacked that bomb site. And instead of doing the same thing, they immediately send 2 bodies down below to kill Kiru, who they already know is going to be roaming on Valkyrie from some info. They kill her and then send their way up above, where they didn't even need to play above at all because almost all the action happened on the open area hatch from Stockroom, where Aiden got a, or not Aiden, Stompin got a triple kill. I think it was in that round. No, it was Aiden, my mistake. It just a crazy way to end out the first half, but still good heads up play for M80X, realizing what Revelations were playing into on that round and just making a few adjustments that just made a huge make or break there.
Just to see if Revelations kind of fall to the same issues that they had on Clubhouse. They're unable to clean out a lot of these attacks just due to M80X retaking positions time and time again. I mean, that also was an issue on Kafe. They have brought the Blackbeard that they've been playing pretty consistently to help clear out this roam. We do have a spot on the player in open area. That's Aiden. I think he's got the hatch open, like, right next to him, though. So as soon as he feels the pressure, he should just drop, which he does. No free kill for Revelations. It burned about a minute, which is pretty good. But you only have the smokes. You got 3 C4s, though. So not a whole lot of time waste, but a hell of a lot of kill potential if Revelations end up going for that plant.
Lobby now opened up. They could maybe taunt potential drop into Vault. It's always a good spot to have someone lurking from, just to kill anybody from gold. Getting a bit of a util destroyed as well with the help of that Twitch drone lurking down garage is also a better possibility, as the bulletproof camera was destroyed watching over that long, basically alleyway from the garage. And now they've gotten the main hatches opened up as well. So the possibilities are limitless here. Revelations. Just hopefully they don't spread themselves out a little too thin in this position as they now focus their attention on clearing out the blue stairs. The hatch is already opened up, so Stompin's basically trapped here, and he's got a shield to worry about as well. No help to assist Stompin. They leave him here to die as they're too worried about the dirt presence to peek from that CC doorway to help out his teammate.
Not just that, but I think the hatch is open too.
What?
And Kiru kills Vic, attempting to come up the stairs with the ass in chat. Aiden, though, ends up getting refragged by Kiru as well after killing Mike W. Plant has been going down all the while from Mr. B. Franklin, no C4. The smoke from Rice misses. Plant down. The flank from Kiru at least shut down by Rice, but still with the hatches in Revelations control. This retake is going to be really difficult. You've even got the Blackbeard playing over towards dirt with a long sight line, able to just give information, feed info towards the rest of his team as to when that plant or when that counter defuse is happening. Gas canister tries to force him back, but doing no damage as Franklin looks to retake upstairs. Rice loses his one, so does Franklin, and Revelations with a 5-2 lead.
a good systematic round for Revelations. They might have had info that there was no one playing above, up in the second floor. They take control of that immediately. They walk into ATM, get the main hatches opened up as well, and they just look for the first line of defense against their attack, which was Stompin playing in blue by himself, and they deny any chance of him getting out of blue stairs. They open the hatch. They send a guy dirt tunnel. They open up the main breach as a cutoff to stop anybody from walking into CCTV to help Stompin. That way Resighted can barrel his way in and kill the mute with a shield bash and a well-timed shot with his AR. Once Stompin's gone, they're expecting someone to retake. They put Kiru, I think it was, watching the marble staircase with his DMR. It was a close call in that gunfight, but he still won it. And now you're up in a 5 versus 3 with not a lot of utility to really deny a plant and no one to stop Resighted from kind of walking in and creating more space for his team. So instead of just rushing in dirt with the Blackbeard that we might have originally assumed they would do, because that's what Revelation did almost every round on their Kafe attacks, instead, they notice the lack of a roam presence, take advantage of that, and just go for a default take.
Now on the upstairs, Revelations bring the Monty that Mr. B is so well known for on bank with those spiral stairs pushes. He's really good at forcing his way up, using that Capitao to assist him in clearing out both elevator as well as banana. Seems like that's the plan, as both Asian and Mr. B have spawned on this side of the map. Kiru, though, dead very early. Stompin with a wall bang. Kills the Buck and takes a lot of that pressure off the janitor player. So Rice is going to be safe pretty much the whole round because of it. That's a pretty big pick.
Makes sense for MADX to have Vert pre-established, as they're a team to also clear from down below at Buck, so they're prepared for it. Again, like you mentioned, good heads-up play from Stompin. That's now your Buck gone. Can focus a lot more on the horizontal take up above. And it looks like Mr. B is just sending a drone downstairs to help his teammate walk in from ATM into top lobby without the worry of a flank, which is, you know, something that could be a real big issue if you're stuck on this lobby staircase. If you're focused on the guy in E3, you're not going to be really concerned about someone flanking you. So that's a very good opportunity for someone on MADX to get a free kill. They get this Canto wall opened up as there's no utility to stop it, or stop these Kairos charges. And now Vic Bands is forced to play a little bit further back because Lamontagne is making so much space right now, just simply holding W with his shield up.
Monty, however, is being held back a little bit by these Fenrir mines on the top of the stairs. He does end up just walking up through, and Stompin kills Resighted with his C4. Other C4 shot out by Asian, but just trying to walk up the stairs. Doesn't expect Franklin to be playing top main. Mr. B just ADS's down Aiden for the first kill of for his team. Now it's just him and Mike W in a 2 versus 4. Mike W has finally come off the rappel, joins his teammate in the building. Camera on Banana also not being dealt with. Free Fire not finding the Fenrir either. Mike W looking to deal with it. Mr. B does melee the Fenrir and just hops over and wins the fight. Round now just a little bit more doable.
It's 2 versus 3. Still more toxic babes and a lot of distance to cover here for the Montaigne. He's got 2 smoke grenades. Maybe he'll pop one to bait a plant. Maybe allowing him to enter in and find a kill, but in the meantime, they'll remain gun up, just looking for isolated kills.
Mr. B now in deep, gets the spot on one, needs to give Mike W the info, who's also pretty deep in the bomb site with lots of angles to worry about. Mr. B continue to feed in pings, but he's just going to take the gunfight himself. Stompin's dead, Mr. B's good for 3, and now the plant going down. Mike W, low HP, does refrag onto Vic Vans, but there's just 1 second left, and Rice's shotgun finds the kill after shooting Mr. B in the back. Almost a recovery from Revelations thanks to the Monty, but MADX keep them off match point.
What a great job by Rice circling around. Rather than playing further back and using the Toxic Babes, he'll instead play close and use his teammates as kind of a lure, forcing them to keep their backs turned against them and making it a simple, although close, 1v2 clutch to not get series point turned against them. It was a good attempt though by Revelations, like you mentioned. Mr. B not trying to bait for the plant, instead being gun up, hoping to win those 1v1s, and he did so. until meeting his maker with the castle turned against him by that main desk. And also a good heads-up play in the early round. Again, we talked about this on Kafe a lot, with there being plenty of window pressure you can establish on that map. But Stompin doing a good job of not only isolating the Buck from down below, but that window presence I was kind of alluding to. He killed, I think, Resighted, who was playing on the quad wall or the quad window area, which if you have no one on that window rappel, it makes challenging the Montaigne 10 times easier. And although they didn't kill the Montaigne outright, they killed every other set piece around him, forcing your other cutoff player to then get off the rappel and force himself into the building. And unfortunately, a Rice with a disconnect might force us into a rehost, as it has been called, but in the meantime, we'll still get in through the round itself. And again, it was a good job by MNAX to at least keep themselves composed despite almost losing there.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the rehost, because I think it was called after prep phase ended, technically. Trying to get confirmation on that, but in the meantime, the round does play out. Asian on the Nook has already worked his way through Garage, is into the building very early, as Resighted rushes in through Printer, but Asian caught by Franklin, just prone on the staircase. Vic with the follow-up. Everything is going wrong for this attack. It ends up a 1 versus 3 for Kiru.
Oh, he doesn't know about the guy. Yep, didn't know about the guy bottom square.
Don't need the rehost.
Yep, Rice returns as the round will end. And all right. I guess Revelations just tried rushing to benefit off the 5v4, and it just totally backfires again. We talked about the awareness of M80X. They're just prepared for this kind of strat play, you know? Like, they're expecting someone to rush in on a man advantage like that, whether given to you by the game or not. So, well round needed for M80X. Good job punishing Revelations for cutting a lot of corners there in that round, and they'll now go down below into the basement floor. Lockers and CCTV, like I mentioned, in play. They've got a big emphasis on roam. You know, you've got Mozzie, Legion, Goyo, all solid operators to play up above and waste plenty of time. Then they'll get off the Legion onto a Fenrir, but that's also a good selection here, given the fact we've seen a lot of shield play by Revelations. And also now the Warden, too, which we haven't seen a lot of Ying, but usually a lot of teams like to bring out flashes just to deal with the blue pressure. Now having Franklin here on Warden is going to make that a lot more challenging if he is to play over by blue, or if there's a smoke plant being attempted on the A bomb site, he could also counter that quite successfully with a C4.
Yeah, I like the continuous kind of denial play from M80X, making sure that it's hard as hell for Revelations to get any use out of the Monty and Blackbeard that they've been so consistently bringing. And Revelations maybe now reading into that they haven't been the most useful. Although Mr. B did get a crazy 3 kills to almost bring the round back. In general, in terms of round wins, haven't been the most useful. They swap off of shields entirely. Or sorry, no, I lied. They've still got Blackbeard. I thought he swapped off of it. He's Blackbeard, so they do still have the shield. He's going to be probably the main target for stuff like that Fenrir. Keeping that Bay with the Goyo. The question for me is where... Okay, so Aiden's the only player roaming right now. I mean, you've got Vic in open, but he's probably just playing for drones and then the fallback with the hatch. Aiden also very quickly just going to fall back.
Just hoping to break some drones, perhaps. Not looking for anything hyper aggressive. I do like that M80X are at least flaunting a roam, just not giving up the top floor for free necessarily, which was kind of a big issue I had with them when they first defended this site. Rev entered the building super fast and wasted no time getting hatches opened up, you know, establishing pressure on blue stairs. Now they got to do vert because they're worried about someone playing by archives and tellers because of that roaming Mozzie. It's going to cost them a lot more time and resources to clear out these spots. And like you mentioned, every defender is playing on fall-off points. So if they don't want to lose their life, they can just drop the hatch after wasting enough time and resources.
Rice with the opening pick takes the head off of Mike W, the Buck. So your vertical no longer available, which is not necessarily the biggest deal in the world here. Though he may have had secondary hard breach too. I couldn't quite see. If he did, that's far more important to lose. Rice playing on blue stairs. I assume he just like pushed up and got the kill when the Buck wasn't expecting it. Good use of the Twitch drone does take out some of those Goyo canisters, but it's not going to get much more than that since he was kind of just in the middle of 3 people. Revelations are being sure to open most of these hatches. Keep MADX guessing. Big issue here. Rice is still on blue, and that means Revelations might just ignore it. I think they're just going to go for a back take.
Might be the best case scenario here as he smokes Franklin on the Warden, but thankfully for Stompin, he's in the right place at the right time to find at least one injure, but quickly 2 more bodies drop Volt to fill in the void, leaving us now to 3 versus 2. Aiden tagged up by the Blackbeard, the nade making space and bringing him to even lower HP, and Kiru from the backside gets the lurk kill onto Vic Bands, and from the hatch, it's the final confirmation. Series point confirmed for Revelations, but MADX only need 2 to bring us to OT.
I love that adjustment mid-round there from Revelations. Losing that opening pick on the blue stairs guy, but having every single hatch open and seeing the opportunity to drop there in gold. I mean, with the time so low, it was their best option. They didn't have the luxury of, or they weren't able to clear out that blue guy because of the clock. And Mr. B getting the opening pick here, absolutely massive, making sure that, you know, it was going to take time for someone to retake that position, which allows the refrag too onto Stompin. Now, like you said, 1 round away from sending themselves further in the upper bracket. They'll be in, I believe, the upper bracket final after this, if they end up taking the next round. But MADX still very close, still have the advantage on the defense. Going back to CEO 2, which they won previously, despite the efforts on Mr. B's Monty, which we are not going to see again. Again, I think is wise. MADX have been playing around the shields, or around that Monty in particular, pretty well. So just take the ace, keep running the Blackbeard that's been working for Recited, and give yourself a little more fragging capability.
They've been running a lot of counter shield ops too. You know, smoke's been a constant on this map for both teams, but a lot of Fenrir as well, which has made the info gathering and pushing through these choke points very challenging for the Monty. And oh dear, Mike W kick-starting the round with a death onto smoke. That's Rice gone. A big deterrent for that lobby stairs walk-up, or even plant denial if need be. Maybe we'll still see that ATM attack from Revelations, but more of their focus right now is just clearing in from top square, using these Rotero drones to break the Azami Kibas. They've got no one down below for Vert, but they've got plenty of explosive utility to push back Aiden, as he's now fishing for a refrag, but so far isn't able to find it.
Nate's coming through will allow the Blackbeard into stock, blinded by the Fear Mine, but no one peeking off of it. Gets himself on the table, calling out information to his team. Hero also, I believe, still outside. He had to back off thanks to that Fear Mine, so wasn't able to help with that 1-2 punch. Very long angle being held by Recited right now, all the way deep into B. Hero maybe looks to establish Repel presence on the north windows. Minute and a half. Revelations in stock. They're about to set up the Repel. They've got the back, the sight wall open. Making really good progress, but here comes the C4. But up on the desk, Recited goes. Aiden ends up killing him anyway. So the C4 missing ends up not mattering. Asian goes down. Mr. B's got a kill back onto Vic, killing the castle. Revelations may be able to recover Asian as well.
Oh, and he retakes stock with the lack of a Blackbeard here anymore. This could be huge to stop a square execute. Asian is injured, but he's by the open breach. It might be a risky spot to recover him, and the missed opportunity from Aiden, only dealing pop shots from stock. They know about his location and might have a better chance at going for this res, but here's the walk down from Janny Hall. No one's looking at Janitor. They're focused on the open breach, giving Stompin a massive kill and technically a man advantage until Asian's finally picked up to put us in a 3v3.
But just like that, the peek from stock, Aiden finds both of them, and Mike W can't do anything, swinging into the window. A huge round from Aiden, retaking into stock, killing the Blackbeard, and solidifying the round. Now MADX within 1.
Good recovery there, both Aiden and Stompin putting a lot of effort into clearing out stock. Once you give up that position for the attack, it makes Square kind of a box of death for you. You've got the open breach that M80X can challenge you from. You've got Janitor that could be retaken. You've got the longer hallways to work around as well if you want to go from Janny Hall as well. And then Stock, of course. The final nail in the coffin that gave Aiden 2 massive kills to close out this round and put us in max regulation 6-5, where we go to open area. A bomb site that hasn't been played a lot in this second half. I think it's been picked one time, and that's when Revelations tried to rush, although I could be wrong. So it hasn't been successful for Revelations, but we also haven't seen it played a whole lot so far in this second half. And with their lineup, nothing is that like shocking. There's no crazy picks here from Revelations. They have a very standard attack. They've got the IQ probably to better counteract the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras. And now, very last second, there's the switch onto Ying. They've got secondary hard breach with Buck in play. It's actually on Ying instead in case Mike W dies on the vert. That's pretty fair. Maybe they'll just go for a stock hatch drop in this composition. They've got plenty of vert. They can make space with the shield and the Ying Candelas, but of course, you gotta worry about that flank potential. We've seen it countless times by M80X, the willingness to get aggressive rather than cowarding in sight. It could easily happen here on an open map such as, well, Bank, and on a site literally called Open Area.
Revelations get the spot on the player forward in front desk. Seems like everyone on Revelations now focused on trying to clear this player. Also barricades falling, giving less protection to Rice. Got a nice angle on the window, though. Gotta be very careful. Again, lots of angles for Rice to worry about. He's got to worry about Square. He's got to worry about the rappel and lobby that could peek through the banana windows. Might even have to worry about Kiru Spider-Manning here. Seeing that lobby itself is clear. Could play a cutoff for these spiral stairs. Waiting for them to force Rice out. Still got plenty of rotates. Still has plenty of room to breathe. Time is ticking for Revelations, despite there just being this one guy up here.
A lot of drones broken as well. We're down to 4 in the economy. Blackbeard will finally enter in, but a C4 is there to greet Mike W instead, and here's the fall off from M80X. They eliminate the Buck. No more vert pressure, besides maybe just some angles opened up with rifles. Not even a DMR to help bolster up these positions. No trade because everyone on M80X immediately fell down the second Mike W was exploded, or blown up, I should say, by that nitro cell. They've got secondary hard breach to still open up this hatch and no utility to deny it either. So they could maybe get into sight to get these Ying Candelas down, but with that lack of vert, you could easily play in Archives and Tellers, which is exactly what M80X are doing right now, playing off the site to deny this Ying from being as oppressive as you would expect it to be.
I think Revelations are doing a whole lot of just waiting around right now. Recited taking a little bit of damage on that Blackbeard, but they do finally get the down on Franklin. Stomping refrags, but Recited is there. Confirming 2 kills, giving his team even man count as Kiru dies. Mr. B still with 2 Candelas. Asian trying to deal with the Kiba barrier on the kitchen counter. Recited with no real way in, and Mr. B cuts down Rice going for a flank upstairs. His team now in the advantage, looking to drop the hatch. No one there to catch him. No, Aiden's got the angle, and Recited with the TK! As his teammate falls, they line right up. And because of it, M80X push us to OT.
A tragic way for Revelations to almost lose the series potentially, and at least lose their regulation victory they had maybe lined up there. That flank watch by Mr. B, giving them the man advantage, having Blackbeard enter the site, having Asian on the lurk. It all just backfired as M80X kept a strong presence in sight. Probably because of that lack of vert. Mike W, again, the first one to die in that minute marker, not getting a single skeleton key blast off, leaving a lot of the site pretty defendable for M80X, and it also costed a lot of bodies for Revelations to get in the building, to clear out archives, to clear out tellers. It took Recited a lot of time and effort to do that, leaving just a lot of weaknesses for Revelations there. And I guess Mr. B didn't want to use his Ying Candelas, knowing that his teammates were pushing into sight. He didn't want to blind them, but also, again, just not really using the Candelas other than making space by admin or deep cafeteria. Just kind of begs the question, maybe we should have went a different operator just to help with that info game.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now with the advantage for the defense, Revelation start here in overtime. Now, we can't put too much stock in that because remember, it was double 5-1 halves on Clubhouse for the defense, and yet Revelations were able to win their first attack. Let's see how M80X handled this. They've got the Blackbeard themselves now with Rice. Aiden also on the Deimos, one of his favorite operators, and one of the reasons why M80X are so dominant here on Bank. Mr. B might be the first player under fire here in Janitor holding that mirror window. Twitch drone from Vic coming in to try and deny that too.
It's interesting they're emphasizing open area as their primary bomb site when you know how defensively favored CCTV always has been. But when you've got so much stock on extending up above with the Mira and Azami, I guess it makes sense just to make it a living nightmare to try to get that vert down. The nade almost catching Asian, but with the hatch being opened up, he falls away at just the right time, and a Deathmark tracker being disabled via the mute jammer, so no info to detect whether this defender has fallen off, or if they're still playing above, they'll be forced to send out a drone to waste more time.
A minute and a half remaining, halfway through the round. Mr. B has fallen off. Rice creeping through upstairs. I'm not sure if they know they have this yet, which is going to waste even more time. I think Rice is now just kind of confirming it. Asian does get scanned by the Deimos, but Aiden doesn't see an opportunity to go for the kill, so he just ends it. M80X have a lot of control on this upstairs, but not a lot of time remaining, and they're going to be going up against two C4s from both Mr. B and Mike W. You can pretty much C4 anywhere in open area from anywhere. You just see if M80X end up going for that hatch or trying to assault kitchen. Looks like it's going to be a kitchen execute.
Here comes Rice entering in. Resighted on the flank by Blue could be massive, but in the meantime, they'll take Tellers and Archives, and Revelations just give it up, seeing the lack of time M80X have, but they still win the entry as Aiden gets rid of Asian, and now here comes the flank.
Metal detectors revealing Recited's location, and he can't get the kill. Rice falls, though, as does Franklin with Mike W. getting aggressive on the rotate. 3 versus 3. Aiden taking a gunfight. Not able to get the kill just yet. He's the man with the case, and he's still in staff. He does end up killing Mike W, but there's 2 downs, and that leaves Vic alone. Trying to fight against Kiru in the hallway, has to turn his back and take the fight on site against Mr. B and try to recover the case, but Mr. B's better. And Revelations take round 13. They go up in OT.
And again, just hard stalling for M80X. They took over 2 minutes to full clear the top floor, where in almost 50 seconds, 50 to 70 seconds tops, Revelations fell off of that top floor. The second that he got naded out, he just backed away from the open hatch. They didn't even try retaking the top floor at all. They just sat in sight, waited for the vert to go down, which didn't really happen because there was only Zofia applying pressure up above. And when they noticed Blackbeard was just charging into Tellers and Archives, they just made more distance. They didn't give him any free 1-for-1s, which, you know, usually M80X do a great job of playing together in synergy to get those 1v1 gunfights successfully, but in that case, they were just relying on someone overstaying their welcome on the top floor, getting out-droned, getting Deathmark tracked, which never happened, or having the Blackbeard just punch him in the face and hopefully catch him on the ground where they get a free body shot.
Yeah, it's been miraculous how the resiliency from Revelations in a lot of these rounds. I mean, this is round 14 now with Revelations leading 7-6. They have 3 opening kills. M80X have been absolutely dominating the early game, but especially on their attacks, they're unable to crack these site setups from Revelations, who have been playing around each other in the site so incredibly well. Now the tables turn, and Revelations find themselves on the attack, trying to assault CEO. They have not won this site in 2 tries, 2 attempts, although, again, one of them was incredibly close, and it was a 2v5 that turned into a 2v1 somehow. They do still opt to not bring the Monty. Cited also not on Blackbeard. This is the first time He hasn't played Blackbeard on attack since round 8. Instead, he's one of our favorite operators.
It's been effective at gathering intel, but playing off it, that's a whole nother perspective of this round. The buck down below, I'm not sure if it broke the mirror window just yet. Maybe not fully opened, as the metal rebar could be protecting it, but still having someone down below is always a nice asset when it comes to attacking a bomb site. As destructible as CEO, a lot of soft floors for that skeleton key. They even get the wall opened up as well, leading into site. That's another angle they can hold from top square. And as of right now, with there being stock control still solidified, no one's going in on a crazy power play, which is what won M80X this bomb site, was getting rid of stock control by playing down below and swinging it from the main hallway, and then doubling down by peeking those double windows to have a nice crossfire into top square.
Only about a minute left now for Revelations to make this execute happen. They luckily don't have to deal with that Warden if Mike W's plan is to smoke off all of Janitor Rice, taking a whole lot of damage. Thanks to that buck from below. Kiru has almost killed him. Rice is trying to challenge, but he's kind of stuck here. Now Kiru looking to go over towards square. Join the rest of his team. Mr. B has made his way into the building, but the first casualty is Mike W. Stomp him, takes him out using this long angle with the castle, or sorry, with that Mira. Vic on the other long angle with Castle takes out the next. No response from Revelations just yet. Recited taking a little bit of damage, attempting to work his way in through Janitor, but there's a Mira window he has to contend with. A long angle all the way from E3 as Vic makes matters even worse. Mr. B drops the case top square. M80X are looking to push us to round 15. The C4 drops Recited. Kiru is still on a drone in a 1 versus 5. Picks up one, but can't find the other. M80X with round 14 force us to the final round of Bank, where Revelations will be on the defense.
I love how well they played as well there, M80X. Still keeping E3 control to stop anyone walking down Janny Hall, keeping a guy close to Marble as well. If not Marble, then it might have been Long Desk there for that round. And again, angles like that horizontally work both ways. Sure, you have these nice positions to hold from top square that cut the site down in this long angle all the way from top square into like front desk, but the defense can also hold that. And if you're worried about, long desk, and you're worried about front, if you're worried about banana, if you're worried about elevator, if you're worried about all these positions at the same time, you kind of get overstimulated and don't know which angle to hold, giving M80X the opportunity just to peek you from multiple different angles, to have peeker's advantage as well, and just smoke you. I mean, Stompin' got a great entry frag. His teammate followed up. I think it was Vic Vans who got that second kill in the round. And then that forces Revelations to adjust at a disadvantage to then go down Janitor Hallway, leading into where Rice is playing an E3 within a zombie like pixel angle. That's a one-way. So M80X were totally prepared for zero presence by lobby, and even little to no presence on the window repels either, and just a full commitment to stock and square, which it backfired once for Revelations, and it'll backfire for them again, bringing us down to max OT.
All comes down to this one round. Who will end up facing Forsaken, who defeated Space Shoes 2-0 in the upper bracket final. Become just one game closer to that coveted spot in the NAL. Reminder that there is no relegation game. This is just straight up promotion. Whoever ends up winning gets an auto inject into the league. So that's why we've seen so many old players come back, like Dasher and Kento and Kool-Aid. Like Mr. B, who's still building these super teams. 2 minutes to go. M80X have established themselves on that top floor, getting Vert down with those breaching charges from Vic. Revelations do still have a roam. Got Cure, Asian, and Recited all upstairs, all with fallbacks thanks to the elevator hatch, thanks to open area hatch. Former being used already, and the latter thus following. Mr. B even falling back from blue stairs. Not interested in holding it, maybe expecting M80X to do a similar play that Revelations did and take backside.
Getting out before the hatch opens up, guaranteeing that he keeps himself alive to use these toxic babes when stopping a default plant. If we go there, you mentioned there is the opportunity to go for a back take. No one's died just yet. There's even lurk potential from Garage if need be. The Blackbeard of Aiden is in play as well. Plenty of hard breach to open up these main hatches, limit the sight lines that Revelations have. Now Habana will go in. This wall is soft, so maybe you could shoot through it, but maybe Vic Bands could use something like a breaching charge, for example, to get it off. And yeah, without a hitch, it'll be opened up after the Selma is deployed. Now there's a good chance for them to enter in and start forcing default with these Vulcan packs soon to dissipate.
However, with 45 seconds left, this is where Mr. B's smoke is the most powerful. They can delay about 15 seconds each if spaced out enough. Plus, you've got the Mike W angle looking for the kill. Can't quite nab it. The plant is still going down. It can't do anything. Franklin sticks it. It's a successful plant, but Aiden and Rice both fall. The aggression from Kiru nabs another. Stompin's left alone in open area, and Mike W with the finisher. Revelations on round 15 successfully retake and send themselves to the upper bracket final.
Kira with the power play and Mike W for the finisher. The two players we highlighted the most step up in the round. Most important to them to knock M80X down into the losers bracket. It took all 15 rounds, but they kept their composure, they kept their cool, and they kept their all chat just to keep the smackdown against M80X. But hey, I mean, we kind of called it, Harrison. We knew this series would be incredibly close, and for a moment, I thought M80X were about to steal it from Rev.
Me too. I mean, I think we were all in that boat, Kristen included, especially at that round 14. I mean, every time, overtime, it seems like the script is going to be flipped, and then I feel like whenever we expect it to be flipped, then it ends up just being defensive-sided anyway. But huge stuff from Rev, and I can't wait to the Mr. B Gasher matchup. Go to Grands. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be another wild one. I mean, oh, I can't even imagine. I just quietly deleting my interview questions for Stompin right there. I was ready. I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be a hell of a turnaround here. I mean, what a wild way to finish this, and what an excellent game from both these teams. Honestly, this is exactly the hype that we expected from this match. I mean, fellow, it's hard for me to pinpoint one place probably where this went wrong for M80X because they got so close to the end. Do you think that there's anything they could have done differently in this bank that maybe would have got them to win?
There were a couple of rounds where they either gave away too many one-for-ones or, I mean, yeah, like this play, for example, just all peeking the same angle and just unable to clear out one individual player. It felt like there were a lot of hero plays in this round. You know, Asian or Resighted finding 3 or 4 Ks. That Mike W clip with 1 left in the chamber to get the final headshot there. Mr. B almost getting a 4K with Montaigne Shield. They just allowed Revelations to walk all over them in a lot of rounds, and that being the final nail in the coffin, allowing Kiru just to swing out on them and find a 3K as Vigil in sight. It just a lot of simple mistakes or not being gun up prepared for those fights that allowed Revelations to narrowly win out this series 2-1. But also in some instances too, they had a lot of great signs of aggression that also gave Revelations a run for their money.
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to say that M80 is a
right.
Clearly. I mean, double overtimes twice here in this best of 3. They knew what they were doing on a lot of these maps. Certainly the mechanical skill is there. I mean, bro, do you think this was maybe harder for Revelations than it really should have been, given that Revelations roster on paper? Or do you think this was about the match that we would have expected in terms of the evenness of play?
I think this is the match we expected, because while Mr. B is very good at forming these super teams, as we've seen time and time again, right? When reality TV, even back like Chess Club and then LIS, now Revelations, they're still relatively new, so I think there's still a lot of kinks that they have to work out, despite them all being 5 talented players, while M80X, while not having the breadth of experience that these players have had individually, they've been a team longer. So I think that kind of even the playing field. But I mean, Mr. B, like John said, on that final map, M80's biggest strength on Kafe was not there. They were not able to shut down the pure star power that Mr. B has assembled. And despite Stompin dropping 18, you see him and Aiden were the only consistent ones. And in a game where both teams are fluid. Both teams are very frag heavy. You can't have 3 guys going negative with double-digit deaths when you've got 4 guys on Mr. B's team with double-digit kills.
Well, we've got Mike W here for the interview. An excellent win for him. Let's get him in. Hey there, Mike W. Congratulations, buddy. You played a hell of a game today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, this match obviously had a fair amount of hype around it, right? Obviously, maybe there were some players over on the M80X side who had some fan bases that were pretty excited about this one. Did you guys on the side of Revelations, like, feel that hype at all? Was that something that was going through your heads, or was this just business as usual for you?
We definitely know about it, and we definitely acknowledge it, because that can be something that's tough, is a lot of pressure in a playoff game, especially with a lot of viewership. But in the day, I don't think that hurts us at all. I think we deal with the pressure very well. We have players who have played in Pro League. We have players who have won T2. Me and Resida are probably the 2 most inexperienced, and I think we deal with that really well. Yeah, so.
I mean, I gotta ask though, like, that is all true. Obviously, you guys have that talent and depth drawn. It was coming out here today, but when things started to go wrong, let's talk about like maybe Kafe, right? What was the problem? Like, was there an issue in the team, do you think, or was it just a bad map?
I think we played pretty poorly today overall, and I think in that map specifically, we weren't ready for how well they're able to adapt to tempo, even mid-round, and I think they did a really good job of that. And you'd see the last round that we had won, the defense, and we got very aggressive. And they, even without a timeout, they called. They played very passive and dealt with the aggression really well, which we weren't expecting them to be able to do without a coach, quite frankly, because they're not very experienced comp players, with the exception of Bryce.
Yeah, no, that's interesting to hear that they gave you a bit of a surprise. I mean, you guys obviously also handled it very well. I mean, I gotta ask. Tell me about the pistol 4K, because that was crazy. The clutch up there. What was going on in your brain on that one?
We had no way to play for a utility win condition, so I said I'm making a play. I noticed they misdroned me, and I got very lucky not killing the first player, or killing the first player and him not killing me. And it was just crazy. It was absurd.
It was. We went nuts in the control. I know the Twitch chat, they went nuts too. Viewers at home, they love to see that. That was really good. So big congrats on that. I mean, you guys are going up now against Forsaken. They're another team. They've got depth. They've got former pros. They've been doing very well here so far in the Challenger Series. How are you feeling about that matchup as a squad?
We're excited. I mean, they're another undefeated team through Swiss and through playoffs. We're surprised by them. We weren't expecting that out of them going into this. They have some players that are getting back in the swing of things, and so we're excited to see. We think it's going to be a good competition. They've shown that they can still hang, and we're excited for that.
I think we're excited for it too. Well, I'll give you a quick opportunity here. You want to shout out anybody in the squad, your staff, fans, whoever who had a big contribution here today?
Shout out Mr. B. I mean, he's taken me under his wing since my first T2 event, which was Element 1. He coached our team, and he's played with me since, and he's taught me a lot of things, and I think it's really valuable. I'm really thankful for that.
That's great to hear. Well deserved as well. Well, thank you so much, Mike W. Look forward to seeing how you guys face off against Forsaken. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Love to hear it. You love to hear Mr. B as a developer of talent. That's a great thing to have in tier 2. I really appreciate that. I mean, looking here at our upcoming matches, we've got obviously Unks versus Flow State. We're gonna have Light Rose and Jazzman. We're gonna talk all about that. But that Core Gaming versus JJ & Co. matchup there, fellow. Who do you think is going to walk away with that? Is that just JJ & Co. looking at Core Gaming as a snack, basically, on the road here?
I'd like to think so, but I also feel like more and more my confidence might be gaining a bit for Core Gaming as well. We've made the same talking point countless times that JJ & Co. just look like a better team on paper, but also they've shown plenty of signs of weaknesses in the upper bracket. Maybe if Core Gaming have done their homework and noticed that JJ & Co. weren't doing a good job at just raw aggression, that could give them the upper hand. That could give them the opportunity to play in rat corners, to win early gunfights, and kind of stop JJ & Co. from doing their usual takes that tend to win them in the late round for executes.
Real quick, Crow, if JJ and Co wins it out and they go to this M80X match, who do you think's walking away with it?
I'm not sure. JJ and Co recently did get his get back at M80X during the qualifier.
Yeah.
But with the way they played in that first game against Space Cubes, I really don't know. M80X, if we just go based on most recent games we've seen, M80X look like the better team right now. JJ and Co are gonna have to prove that they can still hang, and they fix those issues once we watch that VOD.
Well, that's going to do it here for the first game of the day. We've got Unks versus Flow State coming up. A big thank you to Crow and Fellow for showing up and covering this one. We will see you guys next weekend, but we will see you guys watching in the chat in just a few minutes here for our next game of the day. Well, welcome back here to day 2 of Challenger Series playoffs. It's the Unks versus Flow State, and on deck, I've got Light Rose and Jazzman as we get ready to jump into this one. Light Rose, how you feeling today?
Coming off hot and heavy of that game prior. I mean, it's kind of a shame we're following it up with the Unks and Flow State. Not to say this won't be a fun game, but the reputation of the two teams that preceded this probably are not going to transfer on over to this game.
100%. Jazz, you excited here? You looking forward to this?
Personally, I actually am a little excited, just because I don't have a lot of experience with these teams, and we have some newer players in Tier 2 over on the Unks, and I'm excited to see how they kind of go up against a team that was mashed together from some old Element 4 players. It's a very interesting dynamic for sure.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Flow State here for a second, Jazz. Obviously, they're in the lower bracket here. It's not been the best run for them, but they've still got some firepower on their side.
Some is definitely the degree we're going for here. You have Jabates, Zach Killa, Zim, Glow, and Center. I mean, I look at these players and I see, yes, these are very experienced players. These are very talented players for sure. But when I talk about raw gun skill, I don't know if I'm looking at Flow State to kind of be, the lead on that. I think that you have some players that can definitely shoot back, but it's not a potent squad that I feel like we're going to be afraid of for their fragging power.
No, 100%. I mean, their team probably, like you said, they're not going to be the best in terms of raw fighting power. They've got some talent. They can show some things. Their opponents, Light Rose, the Unks, they are a similar team, right? They're not a terrible squad. I would say they're a solid mid-table team. They've got some talent on this roster, too.
Yeah, a lot of these players have been in Tier 2, a bit on the lower echelon, but I think it was a bit of a surprise when they got into the playoffs, especially as a 3-1 team, beating what looked like a very good Karn & Co team. They had their game up against M80X, and surprisingly enough, it felt like they were kind of in it for the first game, and then the second map, it kind of all got washed away. But they have a similar play style in a way towards Flow State. There's differences and there's similarities both with strategy and skill in gunfights, and I'm interested to see what happens on the playing field.
Yeah, I think it's always fun to see, some talent that we won't normally see on big streams or what have you, and I'm glad these guys are getting their day in the sun. Looking at the map ends, though, I mean, I think it was you, Jazz, who said that you thought this map pool was a little interesting, a little kooky here when we saw it before the broadcast.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of concerns for the map pool, specifically on the side of Flow State. They let Labs through, which is one of their permanent bans. They never play this map. They've always banned it first. It's pretty much their perma ban, right? Like, this is their map that they do not ever play. And here we see it up against the Unks, as well as Chalet. Chalet is a map that Flow State also ban not as often as they would Nighthaven, but it's also a map that's very strong for a team like the Unks. So I'm not really sure if I'm too excited for this map pool. If they can drag it out to Clubhouse, that's a map that they have a little bit more experience on, but I wouldn't say that it's a positive light for sure. This map ban phase was, I'd say, downright won by the Unks, unless anyone else has any other opinions.
What I will say is that I said the first game, the Unks did pretty good. The second game was actually on Nighthaven Labs. It was M80X's pick, and it was a 7-1, pretty brutal stomp by them. So the Unks have had, maybe their strategies leaked on the public stream. I don't know if there's been any VOD of you looking that over, but I do want to keep that in mind as we go into that first map. Even though it was Unk's pick, they're coming off of a fresh loss on that map.
Maybe there's something to be learned from a fresh loss. I don't know. Maybe they picked up some tips and tricks along the way there. I mean, what the best thing you can do, right? Defeat is pick something up. I mean, I gotta ask you, you think this is a 3-mapper? You think this could potentially kind of turn out like what we just saw here with M80X and Revelations?
I think, like, reading off the map pool, you definitely kind of look at it and you're like, no, I don't think so. But I do think that in terms of, pure gameplay, we could see these teams match up pretty well.
Well, they are ready to get going. I know you two are ready to get going. No doubt the audience is ready to get going. So I will turn it over to you for Labs.
Let's get into it. We have the Unks versus Flow State. Now, kind of harping on the point that I was going to say, right? I am actually sort of excited for this game because both of these teams have very opposing play styles. And I think that there's a chance, V, that we actually could have a pretty long game. But the map bans, I'm not too pleased for them.
It doesn't look great, but you know we're talking about it. That Flow State, doesn't have a lot of kind of strategy, but they're very good at getting kills. They kind of spread it on out compared to the Unks, which are a great chemistry-wise team. But when it comes to guns, the only person really showing up, at least so far, has been Ions. He was somebody who you really looked at as a spotlight in that M80X game, and all of us are really going to be looking to him to get the job done over Flow State. And if he doesn't, there will be some concern over how they will get a win over Flow State.
Ironically enough, Ions is actually the the collegiate stalwart right now in playoffs in Challenger Series. Not even a whole team could hold the candle to Ions and the Unks, as Akron, the other collegiate team, like a full collegiate team, which is I think the first time in history in Challenger Series or otherwise in T2 that a collegiate team has made CL. But as we saw with their fate, they were not long for this world. But yeah, Ions was playing on Purdue Fort Wayne for quite some time. He was a highlight on that team as well. We actually got to cast him in Columbus at the Invitational.
We meet him?
Yeah.
Did we meet him at Columbus?
I did a few
I
times.
don't remember.
He's
I don't think I
nice
remember
guy.
it.
Nice guy, and he's the representation of collegiate in the top 8 of Challenger Series right now.
Oh, it's always been super duper nice. But the Unks starting on the attack, this is actually something that was kind of a highlight against M80X. It was something where, if you remember yesterday on Chalet, with maybe a couple tweaks, we could have seen some different round results. It was very, very similar when the Unks were playing M80. So their attack is probably something you're really going to want to keep your eye on, how they play around each other. The trades are a huge highlight, and of course where Flow State inserts themselves, the power positions that they play. I would expect an Azami over by Rafters, since they do have that Kiba barricade. It's where you usually expect somebody to dodge back and forth to play near that single door by that Rafters. And of course, where are the Unks going to go in the first place? Are they going to go to Connector, through Rafters, through Aqua? There's many areas where you can inject yourself as the attack to really push wherever you want that diffuser to be planted.
I'm actually trying to see if trying to look up if Carter is Zim. I think that's Zim, and then I think Big Matt.
Expect it to be.
And then Big Matt is Engage, maybe.
These players are changing names.
Yeah, don't you love it? But yeah, onto your point, power positions. I think that's a really good, key point to bring up for Flow State. The one problem I have with that is there are 5 players that all like to play power positions, and they kind of go off and do that, right? Like, they aren't really too focused on trading, and that's what worries me about this team is, yes, they're good on these power positions, but can they actually do it together? Can they actually hold power positions for one key objective? That is one thing that they had working against them on Revelations, was whenever they were playing against that team, Rev just picked them off one by one. I mean, they just took individual fights every single time. And against the Unks, who actually like to play trades and like to have a little bit more of a coordinated effort, that could be a problem. But walls open already for IT. Gadgets being spotted out. You have a Twitch on the board to deal with a lot of this. So this is going to be a pretty busy first few minutes for the Unks.
You want to make sure you use your time wisely, because time is a very, very big thing. We saw it yesterday. It was constantly something that we just could not ignore. Walls getting open. I do hear somebody inside of electrical, and the drone will confirm that will be Jabates, who does not know that he was spotted, but let's seize that mirror window and cannot proceed further. Depends on if Jabates actually wants to stay inside of these power positions like we were talking about in that prep phase. It seems like he does want to root himself inside, force the Unks to come to him. And instead, they're just taking their time slowly, droning him out, seeing if they can force him out with just information and a vague idea of a threat.
So far, it's just been that phantom pressure, though, from the Unks. Haven't garnered a lot of map presence. They're trying to make their way into Con. Moving out from Ions, and Dak just shuts him down, rips his head off, hits his neck. It's a swing from Jabates. Now it's 3 dead for the Unks, and a 4 versus 2 for the attacking squad. Zolaris and Blessed are very separate right now. Zolaris just waiting for Blessed to walk up into IT. Flow State have backed up, though. They know that they've got their picks. They really don't have too much here. There'll be a swing there from Zim to shut down Bless. It's a double kill in center. Well, gives away his life and gives Zolaris a kill, at least in this round, a second kill in this round. But It is a 3 versus 1. There's not much that Zolaris can do in this situation as he is gunned down. And Flow State just get I would say a pretty free win. The round just completely exploded off the death of Ions after that. It was just all downhill. And they get their upstairs defense.
And the Uggs kind of fed into the machine right there. Every single player was coming from a single side. So every one of the defenders' guns could focus on whether it was the connector wall or it was electrical IT wall. There really wasn't any actual pressure coming from the attack, either from Aqua or Rafters, that made the defense worry about whether they had to watch their back, keep a gun that maybe would have been focused on that electrical connector side, instead worried about Aqua. And so if you're going to have incredibly flat pushes, you're just going to get slapped by Flow State, who, as we mentioned, probably have better guns overall than the entirety of Unks. And when Ions is your first player dead, doesn't really inspire confidence for the rest of the team to really get any kills beyond that.
That is kind of the big story about this game, is the Unks and their firepower is very lacking, and it was very lacking up against M80 in their first playoff game. Particularly that second map that we were talking about on Lair, I think it was. Unks just, I mean, they couldn't hold a candle, and we are going to have a quick rehost. To a little bit of a break for for the Uggs to kind of regain themselves. But yeah, kind of that's the problem that we're going to be looking at here. That's the key. If Flow State can simply just outgun the Uggs at every turn, there's really no way that I think that, you know, the Uggs are going to be able to stop them. So we're going to throw it to a quick break before we get back to this game between the Flow State and the Uggs. So stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Flow State versus the Unks had a little bit of a disconnect issue, but seems like we're back. Honestly,
I hope we're back.
I've been very impressed at like the speed of these rehosts. It actually hasn't taken that long anymore, which is really nice. Yeah, we're back in quickly. In case you missed it, Flow State losing a top floor defense. Now that leaves us with a basement
10 seconds to go.
attack for the Unks to try and recover.
What I hope will be a little bit of a varied attack and not just, all right, we're going to run down one side of the map. We're just going to open the main breach, try to stuff everybody through. Would not expect that to happen. One thing we didn't really touch on, Adam, is that Blackbeard did not get banned. Did make it through ban phase, and seems like Dead is going to be the one to pick him up, and hopefully he'll be making his mainstay. I think a lot of teams are choosing Blackbeard over the Monty because you do have a lot more of an active switch in between when you want to engage and when you want to be a little bit more passive, and allows you obviously to have a gun instead of a pistol. And already we see an engagement. Zach Killa inside of Cafeteria, he's going to make the active switch onto his other shell, and just like that, Scopos' duty is fulfilled. Make some noise and then immediately retreat into your safe space.
Other thing about Blackbeard is he also has grenades, so he actually has a fair amount of utility that he can use to clear positions, clear other pieces of util, kind of push himself forward. He can do a lot. He's breaching now, soft breach on walls. Peek here from Zim, looking for something. Engage holding this cut, choosing not to give up his life, actually being the one winning the fight in the end, taking Zim down to pretty low HP, forcing him to back up into cargo. A lot of space being taken by the Unks. A noticeable lack of a vert being brought here. Bless is the only one, and he gets blown to smithereens. Bless will be gone. Breaching charges will be too, and now you have no vert.
That's going to sting, losing Zalaris as well. A lot of these are one-on-one engagements or simply getting outplayed by utility. There's really no chance for the Unks to really insert themselves back into the round because we've stated it time and time again. Flow State are usually going to be the ones to get ahead when it comes to fragging power, and we see the exact same thing again. Coming from the same side, and all of the defense can simply focus their efforts on where the attack is going. Zach Killa is swapping to his shell, is going to get taken out, and that's going to be the Unks' first kill as a way to get back in this round.
There's so little going for them right now except for this line of sight into EXO. Could be a potential plant spot here as the B bomb site is clear. No C4s either for denial, and you have somebody in there. Not sure if that's the bandit. I think Center is still in the site, hiding behind those Kibas, and he's not giving up his position. Glow Moji, however, can't say the same as he loses his life on that Mav hole. The Goyo Fires is simply stalling Dead out here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get this plant down in time. He's waiting out the fire. Eventually, he's going to have to commit, and you have Center waiting here to swing on Ion's timing, but here comes that plant, and there's the swing. It's as simple as that. Jabates shutting down Ions on that cross and allowing for Center to make that play. Low State, yet another round.
Where is the variation? Where is the reasoning as to why the Unks should be winning over Flow State? It's a very limp punch of an attack so far, and I think the fact that they're taking their time out this early really does indicate that they look lost. They look like they do not have an actual goal that they are trying to succeed with as a team, and instead are saying, okay, we'll have somebody go in Kafe, and then we'll have somebody maybe go on the wall and try this. And it's incredibly vague, and it's not going to beat Flow State. I want to see something from this team other than maybe Ions trying to peek a dry angle and getting a kill, because like that's just not how you're going to win.
I definitely worry about the strategic brilliance of both of these teams, or currently as I'm seeing lack thereof. Although I'm seeing some good setups out of Flow State. That is the one thing that concerned me a lot about their game against M80 was just they weren't really playing that great around their setups. They were kind of just very individually spread out. But right now we're seeing a big difference in that. It feels like we're seeing some coordination there, mainly Jabates and center on this play inside of the site, even though it wasn't really that hard of a play to make. There is still some blame to throw towards the Unks way. Like you said, a very one-dimensional take. You're going to need to see a little bit more out of them here because this is so far looking like a pretty dominant round a pretty dominant defense out of Flow State, despite the fact that the Unks have a lot of tools to work with. Yes, the Blackbeard or the Monty and the Blitz are banned. You do have the Blackbeard though to play in this site. I think that you have a lack of soft breach also being brought, even though there's plenty on the board that you could be bringing, a ram, a buck, even a sledge if you really wanted to. So just seems like a lack of utility there for the Unks. Kind of doesn't help their case in terms of them just kind of walking in very one-dimensionally.
The idea here is now you're going to go for a top floor take, potentially use the Deimos to push all these players out, and then continue to use the death marks as a way to cause all of the defense to scatter. But instead, it might be that Ions is going to go in the basement, and a reinforcement pushes off the secondary hard breach. That wall is going to stay closed. I mean, surely he must have heard it, right?
The reinforcement trick in the big 2025.
That was not intentional. That was absolutely not intentional. It is a pure case of just an unfortunate timing, but already pinching out Glow. From down below, the death mark is going to follow exactly where he is, and if Bless pushes down those stairs, they could really send him scattering to the wind, but not checking his corners. It's center for another entry.
He's not even going in. He's kind of just waiting for an opportunity to make something happen. I'm seeing a really opposite sort of switch between the Unks and Flow State. All of a sudden, Flow State are playing with really good teamwork, and the Unks have seemingly lost all of it as they are so spread out right now. Already have lost one, threatening to lose another, but it's Jabates holding a really aggressive angle onto Dead, and he's able to swing that. At least claim one on this round. Plant is going down though. Engage, getting it inside of storage. Glow Moji is nowhere to be seen. He's been constantly pinged by this Deimos, and it's a gap that the Unks will get away with. Zolaris and Dead each get a pick of their own. Zach Killa at least getting a refrag, but the Plant is down. Unks have got exactly what they want. Zach's gonna maybe try and castle this off. What a play, but it doesn't work. It's all down to center, and all he needs to do, all Zolaris needs to do, is get that kill from above. That was a round for sure, but that's a round for the Unks.
You gotta admire the commitment. Surely they won't be on repel. Surely they won't see me barricading this. And I mean, if you get that off, you shut off a really big line of sight, but that also doesn't really matter when you also have an attacker up on the second floor who can immediately see the diffuser through the floor, and that's exactly what we saw right there. But I do have to give Unks some claps there, because spotting that gap in what looked like another just flop of a round is pretty impressive. There was a lot of chaos happening, and Flow State decided to really push the envelope, get exactly in the Unk space. We saw with, I forget who it was on the window of the aquarium hallway, but stuff like that is when a team is extremely cocky. But when a team plays cocky, it allows for weak points on spots. Those weak points get the Plant down and win the first round of the entire match for them.
Yo, Unks on the board, baby. It is that tertiary bomb site. Didn't go in the way of Flow State. Now we move on to a site that they were pretty comfortable on. Might be staring down a third round here. We've seen a little bit of a change up. Ions is now on the Blackbeard instead in this first round. Or instead of the first round, they didn't even have a Blackbeard in the first round, I think. Right? I think they didn't have a Blackbeard. And Ions definitely wasn't on it. So Interesting to see if they're going to have any adaptations here. Like we said, V, kind of that one-dimensional push is what we were afraid of. It's what we saw in round 1 and 2. Uggs kind of just storming into connector round 1, not really taking anywhere else. And then in round 2, just kind of making their way down EXO without even making any verticality. Basically just skipping all the steps of a siege round, of a siege. Oh my!
I don't think I saw the icon.
I would be so mad. There was no indicator. I think the nade literally just rolled into the doorway like the moment it blew up. That is hilarious. That is so funny. That's a first death that's honestly very impactful as well. you lose the Azami. That is rough.
Yeah, that's one we'll have to keep questioning. And yeah, you can see definitely rolling on in, but the Uggs are going to take that. I mean, it's whether the game bugged, whether it didn't. It's a free kill. Jabates goes in the exact same place. That's a silly place to be, Adam. You can't be doing that knowing the wall is open, making a hugely risky rotate, and now we can see another engagement happening. There's nobody to help Ions. Oh, where's the trade potential? You can't leave a Blackbeard all alone because of situations exactly like that.
We're seeing exactly what we would expect out of Flow State, though. They're playing very individually, trying to go for picks here. Center trying to get one back, continuously fighting Zolaris on the outside. Both very tagged up now. It's a 2 versus 4. Low and center. They've only killed one person, but at the very least, they've killed the momentum of the Youngs, who have slowed down considerably. Looking for avenues of approach here, making some vert down below as well. With 45 seconds, they're going to start to transition this push, and they have all of the advantages you could possibly want. That C4 as well. That could have been huge from Glomoji, but it gets stuck on the wall. He's going to go to retrieve it at the very least, so might have that in his back pocket in this execute. That should be coming soon. Dead with the diffuser. Rotating over towards IT. That swing out from Zolaris. It's a little too early, though, as there's nobody there to get his trade. So Glow, for now, will get a free pick. His C4 will be expended, but won't land. What's the play now? Out of the Unks. Dead is alone with the diffuser. The rest of his team pushing from wave, and they're going to get caught out by center. The trade is there, and it's a 1v2. No C4 on Glomoji, as he used it earlier. Goes for the swing on the diffuser, but it's dead to turn around. And he has Glomoji dead to rights, as it is Flow State losing yet another round. The Unks will equalize on Nighthaven.
There's a lot of frustration on the way that both these teams are playing. Flow State, they're so in your face that it's really hurting them in a lot of these scenarios. But on the other side of the coin, Unks are not playing trade potential at all. There was a way that it went from almost a 2v4 down to a 2v2. I highlighted this as something that was a huge blunder. Another one, the death onto Zolaris. The fact that there's not somebody either in Aqua or electrical to immediately capitalize on a trade like that is not great. What we're looking at is possibly not amazing Siege, Adam. There's a lot of rough games happening between these two, but when I was looking at both of these teams and comparing them in my mind, I said that they were action figures. You know, when you're playing with action figures and when they're fighting, you kind of slam them together when you're a kid. That is these two teams. It is probably going to be an incredibly ugly match. Probably not very clean, but it doesn't really matter because it's wins that count at the end of the day.
Yep, fists are flying. This is a very aggressive game for sure. Both these teams fighting for their chance at Pro League. One of these teams, however, is going to have their hopes dashed by the end of today, and we will have a team eliminated, as we will on Siege Double Shot, the other stream that's going on. They're also doing the losers bracket game. So today is where two teams go home. Today is where two teams crush their hopes of making Pro League. For all these players, it would have been a first-time appearance if they were to make it. But yes, we will be losing 10 of them today. Right now, it's 2-2. It's equal. The Unks looking for a rally cry here. They've struggled a little bit on their attacks. Just started to pick up the pieces, and Flow State seemingly being the ones to struggle instead.
Utility in the way of the attack. You saw an F9. All these Kiba barriers set out. The Roteros are going to be a big thing to open the way. You can see getting both the Goyo and the Kiba barrier. That's going to be a 2-for-1 special. Valeris has, I think that is going to be one deployed and then one potentially in the pocket as well. But so far, he's already got rid of the Goyo canister, something that was a really big issue all the way back in round 2, where such a drain from the clock. And now Hoppin combined with the frag grenade is going to clear out the Raptors and clear the way for Dead and Ions to hop in.
Very nice nade from Bless. Completely forces that Raptors control away from the defense, and the Unks now with Dead up on that Raptors position like you had mentioned. This is a really good hold right now, but they're gonna have to start to maybe get some other pieces going there. What a swing and a heads-up play from Zim, taking down Engage, who is pre-firing the Raptor. I don't know what he was pre-firing, actually, not sure. Didn't seem like it was a wise decision though. Bless seeming like he's gonna be a contingency plan. The trade at least found for the Unks. Zim gets taken down on that swing from Ions, who's starting to find himself on the scoreboard. 45 seconds left. And this execute seemingly coming in the way of the Unks. They're starting to make head-up positions. Starting to see a player rotate over towards Wave. One spotted in Raptors. That's Zolaris. He manages to find Glomoji. Bless going down somehow, though, equalizes this to a 3-on-3. And remember, Bless was flanking, so he is all alone. No way he gets recovered, although Dead is actually joining him on that flank. So he's given up that Raptors position and has now rotated over towards Wave. There's nades as well to work with to try and clear out command, but the nade misses, and things are going from bad to worse, but it's just trade after trade. Center's in this corner, but he's all alone as it's Ions getting on the board. We talked about him having a bit of a lackluster start, but this is certainly a response to that as he goes huge and gives the Unks yet another round. They're 3 in a row now on this attack, and Flow State seemingly crumbling on a Nighthaven Labs defense.
And something that the Unks were lacking in those first 2 rounds was bite. The ability to shoot back, and now that Ions and Dead, I believe Dead has 6 on Ion, and I don't exactly know after that kill, but both of those two, it's 5 for Dead, but you can see both of those two really leading the charge for this team. It's kind of funny because it's just Center on Flow State who has a majority of the kills, and you thought it would be opposite, but overall, Ions and Dead have really woken up. They've been the leaders in a lot of these pushes. Dead being the shield, you would expect that, but Ions as well being the first player to actually enter the site itself to collect that 3K at the end of the round. And here's where we have a repeat site again. We've gone to the second floor 3 times. Flow State decided to go there twice after losing it. And we'll see if anything has changed for the Youngs as they go on to what was a pretty difficult site for them before.
Yep, had a lot of troubles trying to attack this. One thing that I will say, a big improvement, you got Zolaris on the Ram, so you actually do have an op for verticality. And honestly, I do think that the Unks kind of evolved their lineup from those past 2 rounds. I'm finally starting to see like a big amount of utility that actually feels useful. You see a lot of roam clear as well for Ions and Bless, and that might be something that they need to worry about. Considering you have a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a roam, more so kind of just like a stall here from Zim playing this cargo position. You actually, oh, never mind. I guess I was wrong. You have 3 people above. Thanks, Observer, for making me look like an idiot. So you do have a little bit of a roam, and that's also going to be very helpful for Ions and Bless, but also Dead. And that's the one thing the Unks can do really well against this Flow State team is if they can isolate these picks. Flow State tend to play very individually, so that could be a really good way to get yourself into this round early.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, their drone usage has been pretty decent. They've been left with a lot of drones at the end, whether that is through lack of usage or they're simply setting up a lot of the flank drones, which I think is the case. Then you have a good job at isolating. We could see another one here. Zim hiding just behind these Kiva barricades. Zion's all the way by the staircase. And no one is immediately ready for the crossfire, but the ping is going to give information out. The Unks have started the hunt. It's only a matter of time until they either engage on an enemy or Flow State backs up, both of which will be considered victories in the eyes of the Unks. But as time ticks down, Flow State are not backing up. They're staying incredibly stalwart with where they are. And just like that, another C4 kill that takes down your Blackbeard. And the Unks have no response.
You're going to need to find pressure elsewhere because that BB isn't going to be able to help them force themselves into positions. Zolaris has a really big kill if he can secure it onto center, but instead it's the Unks who are starting to fall as Bless is gone next. You lost the Deimos, and you're losing a lot of map pressure here. Flow State are going to start to back up into this defense. They're going to start to huddle down. They've got what they wanted at this point. All they need to do is wait for the Unks to walk into them. It's almost a guaranteed 3-3 at this point. And wow, Zach fighting Zolaris on that vert and manages to get that kill, leaving just Engage and Ions in a 2v5. It's actually a worse situation than they found themselves in that last round. Debates, however, might be giving up his life. Ions can't find that kill, though. It's 20 seconds. Unks are losing time and most certainly are losing the round.
It's just so solo. They're not near each other at all, and that's where players like Debates is going to shine. And it's 8-2. I mean, hell, you might even just save the KD at this point. Maybe claim another one for the stat sheet. The Flow State win. And it makes it a 3-3 half. This is a defender-sided map, so might say that looks bad for Flow State, but I still feel like it's really in the air because that last round showed that the Unks still have issues with playing around each other and that trade game, and that's something that could be exacerbated on the defense. If you send somebody like Bless or Ions down below or Rafters to cause some chaos and there's nobody there to help them at all, it's just going to be free kills for Flow State, who are going to hunt you down like a dog and kill you because they're very good at doing exactly that.
And it's like a complete, like, 180 from what you'd expect out of the Unks, a team that should be pretty good at their teamwork. But as we move over to the defense, maybe things get easier for them in that regard. Maybe they can play each other's trades just a little bit better and not allow this individualism to kind of tear them down as it has been. Flow State are a team that I expected them to fully struggle with what we're kind of calling out the Unks for. So we're definitely going to need to see a change out of Flow State on this attack, or rather the Unks on this attack, on this defense. As for Flow State, I think both of these teams, they kind of struggle on attack. I'm still not convinced that this map pool is great. So far, Flow State have been putting up a bit of a fight, but like you mentioned, I mean, this is a defender-sided map, so 3-3 isn't the half I think that you'd want. You'd much prefer that 4-2.
Yeah. That's it. This is going to be a very T2-centric game. I don't know if you know what I mean by that. Frags. Like, a lot of T2 teams are very reliant on their ability to get frags. Therefore, the defense is inherently going to be better for them in a majority of maps against teams they play. And I think that's probably going to be the case. Whether Flow State are able to get these attacking rounds or not, are going to get this wall open. Push towards Raptors, the window hopping immediately. And Zachilla does not know where to look, but Zim is there for two. Getting Zolaris and Bless, he opens things up as wide as he can.
I think he got a kill inside of command and then killed the guy that swung him. That was crazy to avenge Zach, who has been downed. Not a monumental death. It is Ram, albeit on the top floor, so there's not really a lot she can do. I think basically just bring the Ram for that play specifically. At the very least, it does end up working out for them quite well. Flow State are going off, and Zim in particular, with his third kill, making progress inside a warehouse, allowing Flow State to now get this push going. Ions is a dead man. Actually, he's not saved by dead. The man himself. Going for a second, but Glowmoji shuts down that swing quite quickly. It's just Ions left, and a fourth kill for Zim. A pop-off round for the Dokebi and Flow State. They're flowing right now into this game. An IT rush, or rather a Raptors rush, just turns into a free round.
It was very good synergy by Flow State. It looked kind of scary at first because Zachillas hop-in wasn't really helped, but I think there was about a second window where Zachilla dies and Zim isn't really able to get any kills, but he threads that needle perfectly. Zachilla, he's kind of like a bait in a way. Everybody looks toward him, isn't worried about Zim popping in from the doorway. And I think for the Unks, their problems are still going to be here. I think Dead traded out what would have probably been a kill. I think that's good positioning, but that's late into the round. You're already down essentially a 5v2. We're nitpicking what doesn't really matter at this stage in the game. It's the major pieces that are missing for the Unks.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We had a lot of, forward-moving momentum from the Unks. They got 3 rounds in a row, but that round did not look great. They're instead just going to switch over to that basement bomb site. No shield being brought out of flow state. You have that vert. You have that Maverick. With the shields being banned, no hard breach has been banned at all. The 2 Barao is also banned, so this hard breach is going to be pretty powerful. The only thing really that can stop any of it is that bandit trick from Dead, so they're going to have to worry about that. And the Maverick obviously on the board, meaning that's going to be a pretty difficult task. Flow state won't start just there. Looking to get their entries in. An Ion spotted inside a kitchen. A player on his window, but he is not going to hop in just yet. He's actually got a pick. Killed off Zolaris. I think that was from the Exo vert, or the vending, the vending vert. Yeah, that was from the vending, not the vert, sorry, the walls being open there. He just dies inside of vending. That's a free kill and a half there, but Jabates, he gets found, and that's a massive pick out of the Unks as they get rid of the Maverick now. The torch is gone, and that bandit trick is alive and well. Momoji falls next, but it's a double kill out of the Ash. Ion's caught out inside of kitchen. I mean, Zim knew exactly where he was. Now starting to make his way down Exo, just going to take control over the situation in this 3 versus 3.
And see, Diffuser is dropped as well, but everybody on flow state is coalescing by these vending stairs. So far, and be engaged, who is still in that control room hallway. He's still going to be a lurker of sorts, somebody that will probably eventually have to be dealt with, or he's simply going to coalesce back onto the site when the actual engagement happens with flow state, trying to be sneaky about it, using the time remaining to drone out any potential players. You can see just inside the doorway, it's exactly where Dead is waiting.
Think that at this point in the round, there's not a lot of time left, but because all that action happened in the first minute, we still got 45 seconds. But now, Zim and Center will look to make their way in. Pops the Goyo early. If there's not another one on that door, that Goyo will run out by the 20-second mark, and Flow State can probably get in for that plant. But Dead has that C4. He is the win condition in this round if there's no big flank to come out of the Unks. He's the only player here as well. Still have that player above looking to fight maybe late here. 20 seconds. Here comes that C4. Is it going to hit its mark? Dead. He finds Center. There's a player down, and they heard the scream, so they know he's down. Going for the res, though. He's going to get it off, so that plant can start to go down. Zim is going massive in this game. Can he win the round for his team? He's the one covering that plant. He misses his kill onto Dead, though. And Dead comes in for 2. It was a nice attempt there out of the Ash. It was a great round out of Zim. 2 great rounds out of Zim on that attack. It simply wasn't enough. Dead drags the Unks across the finish line in that round, and we are tied once again.
It kind of stings when you have a player doing that well, but just misses the 1 kill needed to save the round. I'm left wondering after all that, what is Engage doing? We see he's over by Warehouse. He's making an incredibly late flank. It feels like so much was put onto, I believe it was Dead and Bless, who was the Legion. But it was essentially a 2v3 inside of the site. And I think the Unks are still not playing around each other like that enough where Engage needs to be helping. Whether it is dropping down to the floor or forcing an engagement with that player up on the top floor, because either you win the engagement and the plant doesn't go down, or you shut down the plant right after, or you lose and it's all up to the players down below to shut down the plant. These are fights that need to happen late into the round, and in comparison, there are fights that do not need to happen very early in the round that are causing the Unks to go down. I mean, Zolaris has been dying very easily, and I think that's a huge curse for the Unks.
So again, we were talking about sort of that firepower issue, and we're seeing it on full display once again. I hate to be the scoreboard reader. Hate to be that guy, but Less is 1 and 5, like you said. Engage 2 and 6. it's not necessarily bad whenever you look at Flow State. They're also kind of being carried right now by center on the defense. It's been all Zim on the attack. That's what I'm worried about. Taking 1v1s against Flow State, that is essentially their entire strategy. So if you're the Unks, you're basically making the game harder than it needs to be by taking these 1v1s. Gonna need to see some trades, some 2v1s, some heads-up plays. Can't be relying on that individualism here. Need teamwork, especially if you want to push yourself further into playoffs. There's a lot of teams you're going up against that have strategic dominance, that have better teamwork than you do. So something's got to change for both of these teams. So far, Flow State, one thing they're relying a lot on is their speed, as they have gotten themselves into the building very early on here.
Have been a bit of a hurdle. They're going to try to get this wall open. The Electro Claw is that main thing. They do spot dead. Bloaty actually grabs the Electro Claw, immediately redeploys it. Oh no, it just went off right as the EMP, so the wall should be able to get open.
Oh, that's late.
I think it is going to allow... No! It doesn't even allow one. That's a huge thing for the defense. This wall should stay closed. Yeah, there's almost nothing, and now all Flow State can really do is push in through IT, push in through electrical, or make a really hasty rotate towards the Aqua and Rafter side.
There's that IT center actually repelling. Not sure where he's going. Might take it towards Rafters. As two players of Flow State are stacked up here. That's going to get not jammed, though. But it doesn't hit Ions. He's still waiting in this corner. He has the shotgun. He misses, though! Actually, he doesn't. 1 HP on Jabates. 35 seconds. Suddenly, Flow State might have a way in, but they still got a lot to worry about. This mirror is very open here. Jabates now just cut down, dead for a double. The highlight player of this round. 10 kills to his name. 15 seconds left. That case far away from the attack. They're going to have to make that rotation happen. C4 expended from dead. But he's still alive and well inside a pillar. Not a single wall has been open except for that IT wall. They're just going to try and walk at the defenders, but it is certainly not going to work, right? Right? It won't. Globoji got 2. At the very least, engage. We'll tuck and hide. And Flow State. So close there, but they can't get it.
I actually like that, because in comparison to how the Unks had a very flat push on that second floor, Flow State tried to differentiate that. They tried to get open that connector wall, basically have multiple angles of attack so that they push the defense all the way back inside of command. But because of the Electro Claw, they're forced to essentially have a flat push, funnel in either through electrical or IT door, because the Rafters wall was also reinforced. It's very good from the Unks. I know that there was a kind of a luck with the timing in the Electroclaw. You're able to deny not even just a sight line as well. That's very, very big. And I think for the Unks, it's going to be harder going on to a lot of these sites because there's a lot more open sight lines, whether it's from cafeteria, from the second floor, from the basement, but you still need to make it so that Flow State are essentially funneling into your cone of vision, because that's what you want to do as the defense all the time. Keep them within your field of vision, keep them within an arm's reach.
This is a very close game, and I think that was something that I have expected. Again, both these teams, very clashing play styles. This is very much coming down to basically just who's winning the most important gunfight. Because at this point, we've seen utility diffs. I would say that was
utility. That was down to utility.
Yes. That was a great round out of diff. Like that was dead. That was a utility diff for sure. Thanks to that Kaid trick, leaving the con wall reinforced. That hard breach just wasn't able to get through. You'll see center on the Maverick as potentially a sort of alleviating that pressure there. Out of the hard breach. They'll get the IT wall open. We'll start to make their way upstairs for this push. You only have Zach Killa on that verticality, so you take top floor control. You aren't really expected to do much with it. And at the very least, getting rid of the Unks from playing with that vert. They're gonna start to make their way in. I mean, that was certainly an attempt out of Zim. Nades the player, maybe nades the door into electrical, hops in. And we see the exact same thing out of Zach Killa.
I mean, they're just not ready. These are clearly engagements where they don't have every line of sight accounted for. It's 2 window hop-ins taken care of by two players who are watching that window dead to rights. And we could have another place where they just aren't ready for what I think will be both lines of sight. They might get the mute. They're not ready for the bandit. It might be a flawless round. It won't. Ions goes down, but it's basically the best thing you want for the Young. So they might be going up to map point on their own pick of Nighthaven Labs unless we see the 1v5H clutch with a minute remaining.
Lomoji's certainly been doing pretty well for himself on the attacking half. His team seemingly can't catch up. Zim has kind of faltered off a little bit. We saw that early round hop in that just, like you said, I mean, there wasn't really a lot of substance to it, not a lot of info gathered by Flow State. Kind of just a I'm going to make a play sort of situation. This is kind of the Flow State we saw play against Revelations. It's the reason they got 7-1'd. They were so individual. They were kind of just spread out. We're seeing the same thing here. Zolaris finds that final kill onto Glomoji. So one thing I'm worried about here, it's just Flow State kind of losing that teamwork element that they had going for them on the defense, starting to spread out. Younks took full advantage, and they are now looking to potentially take their own map pick.
Going down to basement. This is where we saw a very, very tight round all the way at the end. It came down to Zim either hitting or missing a shot onto the planter. This was also a round where we saw, I believe it was Zolaris on those vending stairs die very early on the castle, leaving a lot of that roam on the first floor kind of toothless. And if you take that out of the equation, I think things do get a little bit harder for Flow State, especially if they play like they did in the previous round. Very individualistic, not having any trades, not really going off of information, not having good information to begin with. There's so many things cascading into each other that equals a bad round that you kind of just have to throw it to the side and go next, wash it all over. And Flow State definitely need that because they are only 2 rounds away from tying it up. That is not far at all, but it's going to start with shutting down the roam that the Youngs are heavily playing on the first floor.
Let's center on that Ram, so you want this, right? This is your way of winning this round. It's if you can get Vert or not. We've seen on the Younks side, we've seen them fail as a result of failing to get Vert. We're gonna need to see a lot more out of Flow State. And I mean, again, the utility was very clearly in the advantage of the Younks in every step of the imagination in these past 2 rounds, so we're gonna need to find a way around this. Well, a pick might be good. That's exactly what Flow State are always looking for. They want those picks, and it's again, that's the exact same spot that another player died. I don't even remember what round that was. How many times are we gonna?
That's what I was talking about. With Zolaris on Castle.
Yeah, like that's,
come on.
That is absurd. We're like, this is a good hold too, and we're losing players this early. There's another one. Bless is gone. He runs into a wall. And Flow State are in this round.
At least with Zolaris, it was like, okay, he's not your top frag. It sucks. He's already put down his utility. No, Ions is the guy. At least you got dead alive, but man, these teams are just not willing to adapt. They'll stay doing the same thing over and over and over again, utility-wise, and it really sucks because adapting is one of the best things you can do. Dead gets caught out. Now Zolaris is down to the earth, and it seems like this is going to be another round for Flow State, evening it all the way to 6-5.
There's Engage caught out and Dead. He's been a highlight player of this game so far. Walks away from center. Could have been a potential pick. Now kind of just roaming around. Nobody really near him. That diffuser's planted deep inside of B. Dead will make his flank attempt known to Zach. And that peek from Flow State grants them a round. Unks were that close to closing out here. And again, I mean, this is really concerning given what we know about Flow State. They ban Nighthaven Labs all the time unless this was a hidden map of some sorts. I don't know how the Unks are struggling this hard.
I don't think this is not a team that is like, oh, we're the lab
They're playing 4D
connoisseurs.
chess.
Yeah, no, they're just playing the map as one would, whether you they've scrimmed it, obviously. Teams of, I mean, actually, I don't know if they scrimmed. Wouldn't surprise me if they don't. But this map has been out for a while. You know the basics of it, especially as a competitive players, enough to run the default. And that's what we're seeing from Flow State. But they make some mistakes here and there, and that's where we see the Unks thrive. But then the Unks make the same mistakes on a map that they supposedly really like. And it's kind of shocking to see them do this up against a team that is kind of just going after default, playing really basic Siege, if not a little worse Siege than normal due to how individual they can play sometimes. But Youngs should win this out on paper. Hide the clash, maybe that'll be the one thing that tips them over the edge.
Clash can be a very popular operator on this site in particular. Kind of seen her fall out of play as of recent times. There's a lot of util to deal with her that's in the meta. Capitao, Nomads can deal with her. Zofia, Cali, you name it. Mira gets punched. Flow State now making progress towards this Raptors side. Remember last time it was actually Zim on this exact door to get Flow State going. There's another Cade trick. This time it's not from Dead though. It's from Engage. So that con wall's not going to be opened by the Ace charge. Now, thankfully, you do have plenty of util to work with. Not only the Ace, but the Thermite as well. So this walls should be open with no trouble, but gotta definitely watch out for that.
And especially because Dead is playing it a bit more towards electrical. Sometimes Flash is, it's not unusual to see her on this site. But usually it's going from IT to connector is where Clash usually makes her name known, and it seems like Dead is going to go over towards that electrical side, which is good, because right in front of us, 5 blue outlines that would indicate that Flow State are wanting to do a connector electrical push. And this was the difference maker last time. Whether or not the Bandit could trick it, whether or not the Kaid could get it, we'll see. Drum roll, please. The wall will get open. That's going to make things a lot harder on the Unks, especially Matt, who's playing behind this pillar, and Dead, who has to back off as to not get taken out by an ankle.
Why? But Dead he's not holding.
He does not care.
He's not budging. He is staying here. He is planting his feet firmly, and he has not been cleared out. That was a hell of a lot of utility that just went off in the past few seconds, but not a modicum of map control has been taken by Flow State. Dead has a player behind him inside of electrical. There's more Candelas. Jabate sprints in. He actually gets the frag onto the Cade, but he's lost his life for it. And once again, no control. Actually, the shield being retaken by the Unks. Is that an aggressive play or a really good heads up one? Ions helps out Bless, who gets 2. And the Unks are looking ever closer to closing out Nighthaven, as was expected on their map pick, on a map that Flow State are playing for basically the first time in official play. It goes in the way of the Unks sorely. You've got Dead on this clash. You're not winning this one, but it is map number 2 to look forward to here for Flow State. It is their own map pick of Chalet, which we've highlighted at times. V is also Unk's map as well. It is going to be a very interesting map too, but for map 1, we have a conclusion, and it's the Unk's way.
A lot of things to nitpick on both sides. It is not clean by any stretch of the imagination. Like I said all the way at the beginning, it's a win. That's what you need to move on to the quarterfinals, I believe, is what's going to be after this. Get the map win in your pocket. Moving on to Chalet, that's a much bigger question mark. We said that it's still probably going to be on the Unk's favor. But I think after that, I've just got to call it a toss-up. I'm not super confident in them to close it out.
Yeah, definitely was the main concern there, I think, for the Younks was just how close that game was. That was really, really tight. But we will be back for map number 2. We'll be back for Chalet. Could be a lot more equal. We'll have to wait and see between two teams that are really looking to make a name for themselves, because one of them is going to go home. So we'll be back in a sec.
Well, often messy, sometimes disappointing, occasionally successful. No, not the average R6 Pro player's love life. That was, in fact, Unks managing to get the win there on Labs over Flow State. I knew that'd get you to smile there, Jazz. I'm Cormac along Light Rose and Jazzman here as we break down that last round. And Jazzman, spin me a yarn here, man. Tell me where the Unks went right.
Well, there was definitely a lot of success for the Unks in terms of their strategic brilliance on defense. They were just, that sounded really corny. They were basically just K-tricking a lot, and they were just getting their util down pretty well. I think that Flow State were having a really hard time actually trying to cover that. And in the end, it just ended up collapsing on top of them. And sometimes it is just those very basic things that can get you over the line. And the fact that Flow State couldn't really catch on to that is what really helped out the end.
Yeah, I mean, you know, before we got into this, Light Rose, Jazz was kind of talking about the map pool and it being a little odd, maybe a little wacky. Do you think that the fact that they were playing on Labs had a major influence on Unks picking up the win, or maybe kind of Flow State delivering themselves a loss, or do you think it was kind of a non-factor?
I've kind of got my head in both directions, because I do think Flow State probably didn't look their strongest because the map wasn't an extreme comfort for them, because in games like this, comfort means a lot. You're probably going to be a lot more heavy-handed with your guns when you are comfortable, but also these are mistakes that I think would happen on a lot of these maps, Chalet or Clubhouse included. You would have areas where somebody could be very individualistic, hop in by themselves, get caught out, and that specific area is where the Unks really were able to thrive over Flow State.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, actually. I mean, I do feel like at times these two teams were sort of just kind of running into each other and seeing what would happen. But I mean, Jazz, we're moving on to Chalet here, and if there's ever a map where you can kind of just have two teams run into each other, that's not Border. We'll put that in a little separate EDM box here, but that's not Border. Chalet kind of feels like that's going to be the case. Do you think that that's going to give a bit of an advantage to Unks here, or do you think maybe Flow State can find something to claw this one back?
I definitely think that Chalet is going to be a lot closer. I think both these teams have a lot of experience on it, at least more than Flow State did on Labs. Actually, if we look at the stats here, Flow State have played Chalet at least once. It was against Akron, actually. So they at least got their dub oh wait, no, that was the forfeit. Wait, no, that wasn't the forfeit. I don't know. That's the only thing I have on my stats here. So Chalet should be a little bit closer. It's not a perma ban like Labs was, right? And the fact that Labs was a 7-5 performance could definitely show that, you know, in the end, this might be a lot closer than last time.
We'll say those are mistakes you can make on every map, but also Chalet is gonna force you a bit closer. It is a smaller map, maybe if you're going for a library over. Yes, I think it's a lot less complicated than Labs. So if there is a map that Flow State would probably thrive on, it would either be Border, which is not this pool, or Chalet, which we're heading to.
Right. Now, I think that's pretty much a fair assessment right there. I mean, you know, the thing is, I did feel like Flow State had opportunities where they could have clawed that one back, right? We're talking about it as if there was a sort of insurmountable gap. It was still a relatively close match, Jazz. I mean, is there anything in particular that you think Flow State could change to give them a leg up? Like, if you could call in a specific point.
I definitely think that they have 5 players that are very antsy to get in and go for gunfights, and I think that,
oh, definitely,
you know, being able to like actually wrangle them together and go for picks together, I think that's the most basic thing at this point.
For sure. Well, it sounds like they're ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to the two of you. Let's see if Flow State can claw this one back, or if Unks will walk away with the win. Take it away.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure. Back to my point, yes, it was not the forfeit. So Chalet was won a single time by Flow State in Challenger Series against Akron in their 0-2 game. So yeah, it was pretty low bar here for their win. You know what I mean? Like, it is very low. Here they are in top.
I think you gotta have a background a little bit.
Can I? They're an 0-3 team. I mean,
they forfeited their first game. I mean, in another timeline, maybe they're a 3-1 team, Adam. You never know.
Well, we'll never know because they forfeited a Challenger Series game. So, whoops. I guess they had importanter things to do. That is the thing. I think they actually had a commitment.
Yes, it was a collegiate thing. It was a collegiate thing.
Yikes, that's just a bad situation. Notably, Monty not banned on this map. Chalet is kind of a map where shields don't really, present much of an impact. Blackbeard can be really good on this map. Monty's like kind of it works sometimes. But yeah, no shield bans left. The Dokkaebi ban. You can see Ions is a little upset about that as he is playing him quite a lot. The Azami ban as well in response. These are both operators that were played pretty often on Labs, so and can be played pretty often on Chalet as well.
Yeah, Zami's probably going to be good for certain piano plays, maybe on the basement, towards that pillar side. So not going to be having any of that so far, but the Unks get to start on that defensive side. There really wasn't a massive advantage once in Labs when it was a 3-3 split. Flow State had 3 defenses, Unks had 3 attacks, but it was the defense where the Unks were technically able to get more than their opponent, a 4-2. And so maybe this is where they can really get a huge burst of momentum. They're actually going to start on the basement on Clash. So it seems that Dead really did like the impact that Clash had. And I am one to agree. I think if you look back towards the electrical push, you mentioned all the utility that was thrown his way, and he did not budge, did not leave electrical, did not take any shots. He played around his teammates, and that is going to be very threatening if Flow State have no real way of taking this Clash off guard.
And another thing that it kind of helps with is that late execute that we've been seeing by both of these teams pretty often. We saw it with Flow State on their attack in Nighthaven, and same with the Unks. So just a very slow execute kind of game, even though Flow State are a lot faster to get into their entry. I think that this Clash will kind of help slow down that middle to late game or late round sort of scenario. So the Unks will be starting out on the defense, Flow State out on the attack. They were struggling to get walls open, and with the Kaid unbanned, with pretty much no wall denial banned at all, it could be pretty difficult here for Flow State, but they're looking to make a pretty direct approach as they have the Ram prep outside of Fireplace. In goes Carter. That swing might be expected, but there's the Goyo. Bless gets caught out. It's 2 for Zim. He went huge on Nighthaven Labs and nearly brought Flow State across the finish line. And he's doing the same thing here on Chalet.
I'm just questioning why Bliss wasn't even looking at where the boogie drones came in. The door was open. There was nothing. I mean, hell, if Clash has to do the job of evening all the man count, I'm pretty sure she'll do that. But already, it's not great for the Unks as their top floor roam just crumbles as fast as you can. Ions is inside the bar, but that is such a risky place to be with so many players dead on that first floor. And to C4, his best bet would probably be to rotate back into the site, assist that Clash, and assist the Warden who's trying to corral the entire basement by himself. That is what Kaid is going to do, provide assistance. It seems like Flow State is trying to go towards this trench and wine side.
And here's that slowdown from Flow State. Taking a lot of control very early and are now starting to shift. Are they too big for their britches here? That is the question. See Dead spotted out inside of red. That was actually the last nade on the lineup that Zim just used there, I think, to clear the util off the wall. So that is one thing. You don't actually have a lot of utility to deal with this Clash. Unless Dead makes a mistake, he will absolutely be a problem in this round on this execute with 55 seconds left.
Is there anybody up on the first floor? It's Jabates. No boogie drones in pocket. Does have 2 flashes. He's actually gone down to the basement. So currently there is nobody on the first floor, and they're all going to try to push through that trench wall and the actual door itself. Plant is going down. Can they pop the Goyo? It doesn't seem like they're going to be able, and the plant should go down.
There's a kill from Zim, the 3rd on the round. Denies Ions on that cross. Glomoji finds 2 as well. Unks had a lot going for them in this round, but the moment that plant started to go down, they realized, oh, we actually can't do anything about that. Flow State just walk away with it for free. Really good heads-up play from the attack to rotate over towards that wine side. They got the wall open and completely cut off the Clash from his team. Even though the Clash was alive, even though the Clash could have been a problem, think he played a little too passively there. Didn't really push anyone that was holding the cross. It just allowed for them to gun down Ions as he walked into Khan. Once again, we're looking at this massive play from Zim. That alone just stormed Flow State into this round with a lot of power, and they were able to take over.
And that Goyo canister, surely Dead is looking at that knowing that if somehow he was able to trigger that, the round would change on a dime. But because Dead was so isolated from his team, even the player going through the connector, the rotate, was shut down because Flow State did a very good job, like you said, at shutting off any aid that Clash would have. It's very, very good. And I think even though you technically don't have any util to actually destroy the Clash, it's like, okay, let's just take out her actual threatening ability, and that's to give good comms to her teammates to help them with the actual denial of the plan.
Capitao. Thought that was going to be maybe in response to a clash, but there is one. So
it smokes.
It's
fire. He's Capitao, I think, is one of those operators that it's like you're not gonna be harmed by bringing it to Capitao. It's never gonna hurt you.
He's kind of like flowing in and out of the meta constantly. I think now he's kind of in meta with there being just a lot of kind of just like forward pressing one-dimensional takes with shields. You're gonna bring that Capitao, let's say, on like a Rafters push.
And the Par is stupid
Clubhouse. Par is really fun. I really like that gun ever since it came out. Capitao's he could double as a pretty great entry. I mean, he's got 2 smokes and 2 lethal pieces of equipment, but obviously you don't see them used like that ever, just because he's great for other things. But yeah, cycling in and out of meta, he's definitely for sure very popular right now. As Flow State make their way over towards that solar side, the Capitao could be used to clear out that bathroom position. If there's anyone playing inside an Owl, but it seems like they'll be pretty fine here. Capitao instead used on Closet. That's a very great fire. Engage, swing. I don't even think he needed to swing. I think he was trapped inside a Master, loses his life to Jabates, and that's an opening for Flow State.
Where's the next player? It's going to be Ions and Bless, one in piano and one in the box. Both of them backs kind of against the wall here. And Zolaris, I think, in kitchen. Where did he even get shot from? I'm wanting to know. That might have been... Was it the top floor? Possible to say. The Twitch is going to zap Zolaris to death. It took a couple. I'm surprised it doesn't instantly take you out anymore. But it doesn't really matter because the C4 is off the board. All the Unks have been pushed out of the top floor. And it's just looking so good for Flow State. But that C4 could change things.
Rounds needs to be careful, though. He's opened up a new line of vert for the enemies to use against him, and he's going to back off into short, where he might be in the waiting arms of another attacker. Center catches out Dead as he vaults, and it's a 4 versus 2. Ions and Bless are locked out of the site. They're going to need to find their way back in, but the plant hasn't started to go down yet. Center caught out on that rotate. It's a huge play from Bless. He just needs to not overheat. He's in a really good spot. Ions, however, does need help, and he has to come up West Main, but he loses his life on the attempt, and it is Zim, Zim, Zim all day, as he has been on the board every single round. And another round from him gives Flow State yet another. It's a 2-0.
And it seems like there's no real opportunity for the Unks to actually attack. Funny enough, they're on the defense, but they're offering no form of resistance to anything that Flow State is doing. All the Capitao bolts, the frag grenades, the drones, the Blackbeard shield in your face is all being played very, very well. And I look to that specific engage kill as a way that Youngs are just floundering. They're struggling to find some form of space in that map, and it's not being offered to them. It's a very good job of Flow State to slowly choke them out. We're gonna head back down to the basement, and Dead is not going to be on the Clash this time, but instead on the Ella, which I find very interesting, because I'm wondering where exactly those Drismont mines are going to be played. And with the shield placement, kind of follow the logic there. It's going to be a big trench hold by Dead with those Drismont mines.
Way to deal with Blackbeard as well. Ella can cuss the BB. Not sure if he's holding any in pocket. Saw this kind of being used at the Invitational. Ella saw a minor uptick in play just because she can deal with BB super well. Other operators in that regard are like Echo. Obviously, any of those denial operators like Goyo and Smoke, those are always by default going to be great. But Ella's are great because you can hold them in your pocket. You can see Dead has one in his pocket and use that to throw it at the BB. It's really fun. Ella's a really fun character. That's kind of why I just rambled about her.
I tried using the Scorpion the other day, and if you're not ready for it,
Oof.
it's one of those guns where it's like, okay, yeah, this is like an unwieldy gun, but if you haven't like used it in months, it's like, oh wow, this thing kicks.
It's a POS for sure.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest. It used to have its roots in greatness. Carter, Mr. Zim, aggressive positioning here. Walk down West Main. Spotted one of those aforementioned Ella mines. And shoots it off the trench door. I could make Center's time into trench a little easier. Ed, I'm not sure where his shield went as well. Might have been destroyed or backed up. I'm not exactly sure.
He was
So far-
fragged by Center.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's actually going to allow Center and company to get in through trench. Are there any reinforcements? Yeah, there are. So they could reinforce it off, but because Flow State are so in your face, there's no way to really shut that off. So it actually allows a line of sight, essentially, for Flow State to play off of. They're going to try the exact same thing, going into the exact same corner and get the plant off. I think there is a Goyo pop. Minus 20 seconds, but I think Flow State are just going to wait that out. They're still going to be as threatening as possible.
I think those Goyos were blocking the tuck plant, which is why he had to shoot them. He wants to get in and tuck. The Center's very much still alive. Zim can't say the same. That'll be forced out of this pillar position. That plant's going to start to go down. This is a really well-coordinated push out of Flow State. 1C4 could potentially stop it, but right now, Blue is fired off by the Capitao. In runs Dead. The C4 is shot! And that is a very crucial double kill from Zach Killa. A very crucial round from him indeed. But he's all that's left for Flow State. He's got a pistol in hand, but can't do what Mike W did in that game against M80. Thought he was the sheriff, but he was not. It was a really good heads-up double from Zach Killa. Almost had the round just off of that. But Unks, they rally back, and they get their first round on the Chalet defense.
I think we might have a tech pause as well. One thing that was very good for the Unks in that specific scenario was they weren't all cornered inside of that connector and snowmobile. It seemed like those two players, the only ones really threatening the plant, but you had on the other side of the site, Blue and Trent were being encroached by the other defenders of the Unks. They get the kill and then slowly swarm around where the plant was going. It's good adaptations, and I was worried that we were going to see a shot-for-shot remake by Flow State and getting yet another round win, but Unks notched themselves on the board.
It was indeed I didn't even know. I was kind of like really paying attention to that site push. And it just turns out that the entirety of Flow State just collapsed. I'm not sure if it was a flank. I'm not sure if it was just a swing. Kind of missed it a little bit. But regardless of what it was, the push from Flow State was well-intentioned. I just think that at the end of the day, whenever you're kind of going for those directs, those one-dimensional pushes, you're always going to run into the problem of, well, if I get killed by this piece of utility or if a flank goes off, that's the entire team now threatened, and that's that entire push now potentially undermined, and that's exactly what happened from the Unks. They retook that sort of West Main position over towards Trench. They were able to actually get that push going on that flank, on that defense, and that just really stopped Flow State from getting that plant down in the end, or at least playing. Well, they did get the plant down actually, but they weren't able to really play that retake because they immediately were just rushed by a swarm of defenders.
I mean, it's the first time to life for the team. It's the exact same as Labs, where it was 2 rounds where the Unks looked really bad, and you're wondering, is this going to be a 7-0 or a 7-1 or something like that? And then they show signs of life in round 3, and then immediately go on a tear. The Unks have won basement. Now they can either go back to dining, go to master, go to bar. Which, funny enough, speaking of bar, a lot of teams, I think, are kind of slowly doing away with bar. I don't know why, but I'm seeing it a lot less in some of these games that there's like a preference toward master because you are able to deny piano well enough. The preference toward dining, which seems to be almost the primary site battling with basement. I know it's just kind of depending on the games you watch is where you're really going to see what site selected. I don't know if you share that opinion or not.
Yeah. The way the game goes is just kind of like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Sorry, I'm not gonna lie to you, V. I was really paying attention to the core JJ game. I don't think I heard a word that you said.
What is occurring in the core JJ game for the folks out there?
So core are actually up a map, but
really?
But there's a big but here. Core are on Chalet now, so as you'd expect, things are going pretty terrible for them. They are down 5-2 against JJ and Co. on this.
Well, if there's one thing that we know about Mr. JJ is that he's lost a couple rounds in a row.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, I am worried about the JJ effect. Absolutely.
The winner of that game will play M80X. So if JJ and Co does go out and win it, that's going to be a very fun game. A rematch again between JJ and M80X.
Yeah, that is a. I think I don't know if it was recently, but I think it's like a 1-to-1 series kind of thing where
it is.
Where JJ,
yep, it's the Crucible and then the play-ins.
Yeah,
and
so that's interesting for sure, right? Like that's the third game right there, and it's for all the marbles. It's for a spot to continue on in CL playoffs. And that's exactly what these two teams are fighting for. One of these teams is going home. Same with Core and JJ and Co. They're going to be losing, arguably, a potential favorite. Right? I mean, I think that Core have been having a rough go at this season. JJ and Co haven't looked, as great as they should be. But those are still two teams that you kind of expect to be in the discussion for favorites. Here with Flow State and the Youngs, it's definitely an underdog story for one of these teams. We saw Womoji getting top 6 with his old team. Jabate's obviously an Element 4 champion. Right? Like, you got some pedigree on this team, but they're going to have to push it all the way through. And with the Youngs winning that last previous round in quite the fashion they did, Flow State, they're going to need to catch things up here.
I think a lot of these teams are fighting for public opinion. And the Youngs even being in playoffs is very good for them. But they have the map advantage currently up on Flow State after winning Labs. But they're down on Chalet. They had a nice little gasp of air in the previous round. And so far in this one, it's been decently quiet. We saw it run out by Engage. Zolaris has taken some damage inside of Dining. Doesn't have too much help. It was Bless who's now going to run forward. And Setter just ignores him. Somehow stays alive. And now Bless is running for his life. And Zolaris collects his first kill. And the trade is immediately there from Zakilla.
Bless once again dead. He just keeps finding himself in positions where he's not favored to live. That is no different. He is stuck inside of Dining and just cut to pieces. Zach, however, falls next. I mean, where's the info on this guy? Are we making an attempt to at least try and push him out here? We're starting to see those shades of individualism out of Flow State that really hurt them on Nighthaven. At the very least, they're still in this round with Jabate securing another kill. And Flow State kind of recovering now, taking a breather. Because that was a pretty intense start there. Ions reads the rappel out of Zim. Just waits there on the library window. That can be a very dangerous rappel at times, and that is why Flow State have lost a player in seemingly what should have been a reset position. They may lose yet another. Debates, however, he's going to be able to nade that blue shield and force that blue player back. There's still a player inside the library. That's Ions, and he gets shot by Jabates. Not sure how he won that fight. I guess Ions wasn't prepared for it. Another fight won by Jabates. What am I watching here? It's a 2 versus 1. Engage inside a mudroom. Is his position known? It is! A 4K from Jabates! And Unks! They just trashed that round away!
That's the type of round where you got a notebook, you just toss it in here and say, what are we doing? What are we doing? You've got library stairs, dark, and the site with 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Really good time for the defense. And then they just miss positioning. There's Ions who's either going to commit to staying in dark or playing in the site. Instead, he peeks, falls, and then there's Dead, who's just caught off guard. And a very weird position for the player to be, who holds a lot of keys to success. A C4 being one of them as well. There's so many question marks with the end of that round. And you just have to move on. Knowing that took the hard L, took it on the chin, and move on from there. Zolaris' ability to get kills in Kitchen be damned. Moving on to Kitchen and Dining. They tried this once before, and it did not go very well for them. Now, holding on that top floor, trying to deny Jabates or Zim. Getting that entry is going to be as important as it ever was.
We're back to kind of that problem we had in the last game we casted, right? Entries are everything, and in T2 it's just seeming like that's the magic word, is the entries. The flow state, it has definitely been a sort of back and forth where they have won rounds off of the entry and just lost rounds even though they got the entry. It's kind of the thing. Both these teams seemingly struggling with kind of those resets and being able to re-coordinate and recalibrate your team after a quick and fast and like intense sort of start to the round, which Flow State tend to bring. Sometimes those resets are what you need, and we've seen it time and time again be the reason these teams falter. But for Flow State, seemingly the same take they had going on last time it was Dining and Kitchen. Getting control of Solarium first very easily. They've got the Capitao to potentially force a player out of Closet, but this time it is Zim once again who has been entry picked. He has been losing his life pretty often. Engage somehow living inside of this closet. It is a death trap. He's going to be naded and fired off. Tries to put up a fight by taking down Jabates, but it isn't enough. The 3 versus 4 Flow State end up finding themselves at a disadvantaged position because Zim just ended up dying somewhere. I'm not even sure where.
That's incredibly fiery opening, especially from Zolaris, who's kind of been quiet. He hasn't really had too much of an impact, but now he gets a couple C4 kills. He gets an entry, shuts down Zim, who's been red hot. He was in the beginning of this map, but whose entry picked in round 3 and round 5. Round 3 was the only round that the Unks won, and current trajectory would suggest that it would be their round as well. Zakilla is going to have to do something magical with a minute left.
Magic doesn't even begin to describe what he needs to do. He has 1 HP. I'm going to need to see like some revives or something. Like, you have to get a teammate up or a doc buff. Or he can just res his teammates from the dead. That'd be hilarious. One of those like Matimio Mondays like sort of suggestions, like give Doc defibrillators. Anyways, Doc's moving his way down into Solar. Not a single player from the Unks peeking. Contact is going to be on Zolaris, but Zach won't bite. Not sure where the diffuser is. Zach is going to try and swing. Yeah, goes as you'd expect. The Unks recover. Arguably gifted that round in some semblance. Flow State, once again, like we have said, they almost found themselves at an advantage there, but it was also just the fact that Zim, I'm not sure if he was making a play or what, but he just ended up dying out very early on into that round and immediately threw Flow State into a man disadvantage.
Some of these rounds are coming down to who's going to make the biggest mistake. What player is going to have the biggest misposition or biggest misdrone, something along those lines. And so far, I think it's kind of shuffled hands, and it's hard to say if there is a singular player that you really can blame things on, as I believe we're having just a bit of a pause for whatever reason, unsure exactly why. But we go to Bar Gaming. That would be the site for the Unks. They've tried this once before. It was on round 4, 2 rounds ago. And it was okay. It started off decent, and then we saw the unbelievable throw that we've had a couple times in Challenger Series so far. There's been no stray thought to these chugs.
Man, well, Tech pause didn't last for that long. I think we're going back into it. Debates is, I don't know what was going on actually. But Flow State and Nux.
Attackers need
I mean, this game has certainly delivered on the promise of being a close one, but I can't lie in saying that this has been a very interesting discovery for both of these teams in terms of the mistakes that they're making, because I feel like there's plenty. This is going to be very good VOD for whoever wins to go back and watch in preparation for their next game ahead. Because honestly, I'm seeing a lot of errors being made. For starters, I mean, for Flow State, I think in general, just them once again struggling to really coordinate. They were really coordinated at the beginning of this half. They were making really good heads-up plays. They were pushing into sight together, and they were making a lot of really big moves. In particular, you obviously had Zim popping off on these rounds, but now that he's kind of been silenced out, the rest of Flow State have started to collapse, and you can kind of see their teamwork has started to dwindle. The Yunks are, I wouldn't say really picking up the pieces, but they are for sure capitalizing on these mistakes.
Yeah, they're recognizing when something is amiss on Flow State. I think we saw that a bit on Chalet. On the attack, I think the storage attack where they were able to kind of put themselves in, get the plant down, back off. This was when we really saw the Unks actually play the game and not just be bait for the rest of Flow State. So far in this early round, not really too much mistakes that Flow State can make. They drone out the players up on the second floor. They're going to use the Blackbeard to push. With Zach Hilla by his side, we'll see how long these Unks roamers can stay alive. As the one in Piano, that's engaged. He's in such a dangerous position. He's been droned out. They will continue to retreat away from the second floor. Is there going to be any form of resistance? Or is it really just going to be at the first sign of trouble, they're going to tuck their tails and dash away?
And that library control has been established, but it seems like that's kind of the motive as it's reinforced. The library hatch is reinforced and cated, which is not usually what you'd expect out of this setup. Usually that hatch is open so you can play the verticality. Instead, the Unks aren't even going to bother. They are going to give that up in its entirety, potentially play for a late flank. You can see some players positioned over by the office side. The C4 from Zolaris claims Zim once more. He's been open death last round, and now he's open death this round. He has not been having a great half. Well, he was, but now he's not. He's having a very troubling time. That opening pick might allow the Unks to really, to really get a start on this defense.
That is the most copium text I've seen in a while. That is, all right. I mean, Zim, he's gone from 3-2 on the entry to 1-3 within the first 6 rounds. I doubt it's targeted, but clearly they've done a great job of shutting him down. Somehow, Zolaris doesn't die, eventually will, to Glowmoji, and now they spot the Blackbeard behind the half wall, knowing the intent is to plant, but will they stop it?
Rounds. I thought he got debates, but he didn't. Glowmoji's on for a triple kill as he walks his way down. Blue Dead is the last one remaining all of a sudden, deals with the Blackbeard. But his position is known, and he is stuck inside a stock. Hasn't spotted out Glowmoji, or has he?
10 seconds left.
He knows where center is. He could win this round, but that's a swing from center, and he wins it. Flow State, 4-2. Kind of a shocking result considering just how this game has gone. The Unks, typically the standouts on defense, absolutely struggling against this combination of Capitao and Blackbeard that has been plaguing them on this attack. Now switching over to the aforementioned attack on Chalet. Things can get pretty, beneficial for the attack on this map at some points. But can Flow State hold down on this defense and potentially send us to a map 3?
It's kind of shocking because it feels like Zolaris' efforts are completely in vain. You got 3 entries for them, with Bless finding Zim in round 3 as well. And yet only 2 of those rounds were actually converted into a win. And these aren't entries that are immediately traded or you have to capitulate map control to your opponent. They're free entries, and yet the Unks aren't actually able to capitalize on that. It's a huge misplay when we were talking about how important the entries are to the entire scene of T2. They give you momentum. They give you a surge of control over the entire round, and that was not present for the Unks. And you can bet if Flow State find entries on the defense, they are going to run with that.
They're definitely going to be hunting for them. This has been a very aggressive team that has been looking to do just that, just basically play for those picks very early on. Even if you're on attack or defense, you'll see a pretty deep layer of aggression out of Flow State. We do have things to prevent that. Got the Nomad for dead to air jab off his flank, so he's not going to really be worried about that trench hop out, and he's going to be able to stay on this window for a little bit. You've also got Zolaris on the Cali. A few benefits to the Cali, one of them being clearing out those castles, as is just happened. You also have Cali dealing with Miras. Cali can also just hold long angles for a really long time. All it takes is one shot to connect. A lot of that util collapsing around Flow State. They're losing those castle barricades. There's the swing from Glow. And he meets Zolaris on that Cali, just as I had talked about. All it takes is one shot. And that one shot goes straight through Glow's heart.
It's 4. That's 4 for Zolaris in a row. Surely the Unks are able to work off of that. There's no trade. They're able to actually get map control because of it. This is the best case situation for this team. And I'm still worried that they're going to throw it somehow. There's a peek from Bless. It leads to absolutely nothing. He doesn't have any sort of trade, as there's nobody in Solarium to actually help, and Zolaris is late to bathroom. And that big entry by Zolaris is completely undone. We'll have to see if these sniper bolt shots to a shoulder will maybe do it, but he's getting shot all the way over from the hallway, and it's Zolaris. Get a second. It seems like he's the man that Flow State are really going to have to worry about.
They just keep peeking this Cali. Hello? We don't...
Down! Shoot
Maybe
down!
there's a piece of barrier. I'm not sure. There might be like a barrier or something, like I don't know, like a piece of debris, but the plant's going down regardless. Zolaris is a presence on this window. He gets rid of center. He's just continuously finding kills on this Cali. People are peeking him. Plant goes down. Engage taken down as well. Zim spots one. He has to make this cross, but it's a Blackbeard staring him in the face. There's nothing he can do. Zolaris has 4 for that. All on that window. 4 kills. How do you get away with that? Why are Flow State constantly peeking into this? What is this game?
That's what Flow State does. They peek. That's their strength and their weaknesses. Because strength, obviously, you peek, you have the chance to get a kill, and so far, in a lot of engagements, it's Flow State to win the engagements, but Zolaris, he's got one shot, and if he hits you, you are dead. And clearly Flow State just kept peeking him over and over and over again, and it led to creating enough space so that Unks were able to actually get that plant down, and with the coverage from Zolaris and the Blackbeard available, it's simply too easy for the Unks. They're actually able to make things work with the entry. Crazy how that works. And I think Zolaris going on to the Cali, realizing that they're going to the second floor again. I mean, if it's not broke, why fix it?
10 seconds insertion.
Well, it's definitely a sort of a strategy that just kind of fell apart because of those crosses being held, and Blackbeard in particular was like a highlight of that round, and the fact that the Unks aren't bringing it is interesting, considering just how successful it was for that push. But Unks otherwise won't be changing up much. You're seeing an Ions on Nook and a Deimos, so potentially a flank is in order for this attacking squad, knowing just how one-dimensional they were last round. If they could maybe just add a little adaptation to screw around with the defense, could absolutely throw Flow State for a loop. You can see Ion's already making his way towards blue. It seems like that's where his flank's going to come from. The drone just about confirms that. And this could be a really good way to get an entry into this round for the Unks.
Zim is the target. Les had him on the drone. He's worried about the players from Trench. I don't know if he has spotted the drone. He's still going to walk up West Main. Him and Ions barely going to miss each other. I think this is going to be a very tense engagement to potentially decide the entry, potentially decide the round, as Ion's going to ignore the basement. He's going to ignore all the first floor players and instead head up the library stairs and try to put in some sort of pinch there. And it's engage onto Zim. That is Zim's 4th entry death of this map. If Solaris is on Cloud 9, what do you even call where Zim is?
Rock bottom. That's what I would call it at this moment. It has been a pretty hefty series for Zim in these past few rounds. Definitely down from the potential that we've seen out of him. Zach Killa gets taken down as well. I mean, on paper, the Unks are basically playing exactly in the way that you'd counter Flow State. They are hunting down individual picks, and they're finding them with great success. First Zim, then Zach Killa. Things are going great here for the Unks, and they barely had to step foot into the top floor. This peek from Jabates! It's a big win. Zolaris was absolutely problematic on the bathroom window. Shutting him down this early is definitely great, especially in the situation that Flow State are in, being down in this 4 versus 3. Now with 30 seconds left, the Unks are starting to make this rotate happen. They're starting to go towards the solar side. Lamoji catches out Ions. That's that flank up blue gone. Potentially a contingency plan now off the board, and more importantly, the game is equalized. Center has a really good position with no player left to fill that bathroom spot. All that Center has to do is hold. Jabates on for a double. This round was so winnable, and all of a sudden it's just crumbled. A triple kill from Jabates. There's nothing that Bless can do as Glow secures the last. Flow State, in some manner, in some regard, shouldn't have won that round. But it was Glowmoji spotting out that flank from Ions, and Jabates finding that gap to equalize this game. Or rather, I guess, equalize the round, and then win that round altogether. Unks absolutely need to take this tack timeout. That was unfortunate. That was a very unfortunate round to lose.
Zolaris, I think, is the difference maker. Because you notice what was absent on that push was a player on the bathroom window. That would have shut down the player lurking in the box, and that would have shut down Jabates pushing in through the bathroom and wrapping around to Solarium. And with Solaris, obviously, we saw round 7, he's an ace with it. I think with the Unks, it really is about power positions. It's always been about power positions. You have to hold your angles and have to make sure that you simply win your gunfights. It's as stupid and it's as easy as that. You just need to win the gunfights that matter. And so far in a lot of these rounds, it's been Flow State to come out on top.
Speaking of coming out on top, kind of an update on the other game going on over on Siege Double Shot and also being co-streamed. Really cool seeing that there's a bunch of people watching these games. We love competitive Siege. Anyways, we're on map 3 between Core and JJ and Co. Chalet was predictably lost by Core. And now Nighthaven Labs is the decider for that game. As Chalet is slowly looking like it's only going to be the 2nd out of 3 maps in this series between Flow State and the Unks. Clubhouse is that decider, and we're looking ever so likelier to get there. The Unks had a lot of momentum going into this attacking half, winning the first round off the back of a massive play by Zolaris. They have seemingly slowed down, now taking this tack time out, taking this time to reset. Is this going to be a difference maker here for the Unks in this attack?
Very interesting. Using those Razor Blooms as a kind of proximity, along with the FNATs. Basically, they're really preparing for a library overtake, a push into Piano as well, with just how many Razor Blooms FNATs are prepared for that. But Bless is already in library. Had some drones, cleared out Ivy, and now that's a good amount of map control assuredly taken away from Flow State. You notice there's a player on that first floor. It's Glowmoji in the kitchen hallway. He's got a C4. You can't ignore that. because it is something that is really going to bite you all the way in the end. Even though you might have pushed the defenders back into bathroom, back into master bedroom, Glomoji's going to walk in with the C4 and completely shut you down unless he's dealt with.
Yeah, those C4s have actually been pretty problematic for the Unks. Definitely need to be a little wary of that. Not so much in this map. As the first Razor Bloom popped, that actually just jumps over and gets away. I see the vision, wanting Dead to kind of sprint into the other Razor Bloom, but he'll be fine for now, and we'll start to get that wall open. Once that wall gets open, you have Zalaris on the Osa, going to be able to play behind that shield and play this cut pretty easily. Unks are on a great start in terms of just the map control they've taken, in terms of the utility they have. Like you said, big denial from Glomoji. There's a lot of things that he can do. He's only got one C4 to work with. So if the Unks are able to get into this top floor, they then have to transition. It doesn't seem like they're really making much headway here.
They might have gotten the wall open, but nothing beyond that. They haven't actually done much, but have a vague idea of a threat. There's nobody pushing in through Solarium. It's just engaged on the window, and then Ions in the piano hallway. You have 40 seconds left. You're not just going to be able to rush yourself in. There's no smokes. There's nothing of the like that's really going to even help you with this plan. And Glow is pushing even forward with a C4 in his pocket. I don't see how this goes well.
Yeah, plenty of win conditions here for Flow State. Ions might have just picked out one of them, though. Yep, that's Sentir gone. So at the very least, you have a pick in favor of the Unks, but there is no time left. Jabates is next to fall, though, and he's the player downstairs. It's another kill from Engage, the Claymore. Not sure where that was from. Plant's going down here. Glow used his C4. The coverage from above. The plant is denied by Glow, and there's nobody left to fill. How did he get away with that? Denies the plant just by sprinting in. And as a result, we are on match point. Clubhouse is looking next, and it is dire. The Unks, they don't like that map very much. This could be Flow State in their Flow State right now.
It's what time doesn't give you. It doesn't give you space to make those critical mistakes. One player doesn't watch a single angle. That's where Glomoji makes his move, shuts down the planter. Even how milliseconds left on the diffuser that would have potentially changed it all. It doesn't matter. Because these mistakes are ones that's going to pile up through the rounds, whether it's a lack of intent on that second floor, a lack of a player watching very crucial angles. It leaves you at a 6-3 scoreline, and the Unks are wondering, where do they go? They haven't attempted games just yet, so they can't even read into what Flow State are potentially doing. They're just going to have to wing it, get an entry, and work off of that, because they've gotten entries and it hasn't meant squat. They're so, like, how many entries have they gotten in this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've won 3 rounds. So that's bad.
It's just like every time you feel like you have a round one, it just immediately slips between their fingers. Exactly what we're seeing now. These teams are playing for a Pro League spot here. Definitely seeing a lot of fight out of Flow State for that. Got a lot of players here that arguably feel like they belong. In terms of Flow State, I mean, you have a decent amount of pedigree on this roster. Zim, obviously, coming from TSG, top 4 in Element 4. Center, I believe, playing in a few Element seasons himself, if I'm not mistaken. Glomoji, top 6. Jabates, Element champion. That's kind of the equal thing there, but there's another one. There's your entry for the Unks. Never a guaranteed round at this point, as we have said. Jabates looking to potentially find that trade, but he'll be spotted out and will now be forced to back up. But there's 2. A lot more hope in this round here for the Unks as they get 2 entries to none.
Instead, to do the job, Bless walking up just takes care of Zim. We're on match point, guys. We're on match point. Like, falling asleep.
Oh
This might turn things around. It's Zach and Glow for one apiece, and if the Unks somehow, seems like they might not, with Dead for 3 and Glow all the way in Library Hallway, have a drone exactly on him, surely this is one where the Unks walk away with a win.
Glomoji's no strangers to the clutch gene. He's definitely got a little bit of it in his DNA. He's got a 1 versus 3 to face. Got a C4 in hand. So has a bit of util to work with. Might be able to predict this push as well. He has to swing here. He has to find that pick. There's the swing, but Zalaris just waits. Patient play there from the ace. Maybe trying to bait him out with that smoke. And he does so successfully. Flow State will have to be a little bit worried, but we've got a 2-round gap still. The Younks still have a lot of piecing together to do in this game. They don't want to send this to Clubhouse.
Adam, why think when gun do shoot?
Does that
Shoot.
pretty often. Yeah.
Shoot gun. Like, we're past the point of trying to maintain a structured push and having clear intent. We just take the ones. Like, toss the coin. If you win the fight, that's great. If you lose the fight, it happens. I think that's what we've broiled this game down to, and the last round being what seemed incredibly crucial. Flow State could have won a 7-3, and yet they're just peaking. They're not ready for fights at all. This game is something else.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's Zalaris. Bringing possibly the biggest gun he can.
Attackers must locate and defuse
He's got the
bomb.
Cali again. Last time we saw him on this operator, it was not as successful as his first trial on it. That being a 4K in the round. Seems like he wants to stick to it. Certainly a powerful operator to hold crosses with. There's a lot of outside area you can play on this map, but if we see the exact same thing out of the Unks, and if Flow State are able to just read into it, could be detrimental. This time around, they're bringing the Blackbeard, which was absent from their previous push, and Dead gets caught out on that rappel. I mean, again, Flow State are just bringing an unexpected variable of aggression to the Unks. Oh my, Zolaris almost loses his life. I realistically don't know why Carter would have went for that swing. He was very much primed to win it in that situation, but that swing is not great. That is a 5 versus 4 that you just now equalize, basically.
It's a boon for Flow State, because you have moments where you're able to take out Dead, but then you do things like that, and it makes no sense. Because you have the advantage. Goyo with the vectors very strong. Zim is really good when he's alive, especially in that late round. And to push those windows, it feels incredibly stupid to do in such a crucial situation.
Now you have that Blackbeard as well to potentially help push this, and you have one less person to deal with it. Let to see what the BB can do. Last time it was very effective, or rather, last time they brought it on this upstairs site, because they did not bring it on their second attack of this top floor, and could have potentially been the reason they had ended up losing. Now looking for a way in. Minute left. Nading close to the door, getting rid of any utility. You have Zalaris on very low HP. He's gonna have to be careful how he holds this window across. If he gets picked off here, this round could be lost.
Utility as well is going to be huge help. 3 frag grenades. Can't shoot through the floor, but get a good idea of where he is. The frag grenade is going to fly through. Going to force a rotate. Stays alive. Zalaris will collect onto Zach Killa, and now a huge push from Ions.
Center gets taken down, but there is a flank. Just Zalaris, however, is going huge again. 1 versus 3. Glomoji left to do it all. The Unks
Attackers
looking like they're about to send it to a round 12 decider. The res is picked up. This round is just simply unwinnable for Glow. And the Unks will bring us into that round 12 scenario. They may potentially threaten overtime here. All they need is one more, but can Flow State activate? Can Flow State get aggressive and find that pick first and collapse this round on the Unks' head?
It was the first entry that Flow State actually got since round 2, which is when they went on that 2-round streak where it really looked like they were going to start rolling over this Unks team. And so I think it's important to say that while entries may not matter as much for the Unks, it is pretty important for Flow State, because whether it is Zim pushing that window and kind of tossing the entry, they get a bit of fire in their bellies when they get that entry, and it allows them to have a kind of a nice little motivation to come get these kills. I think it's really important coming on to the max regulation round, trying to avoid overtime. We barely avoided overtime on Nighthaven Labs. Are we destined to do it again?
This game has been very, very close, but now the Unks are starting to make Flow State a little bit concerned. This is going to be a pretty aggressive round 12, I could imagine. Spawn peaks aplenty. Seemingly center is going to be the one to do it. He knows how important it is. Goes for it, but shoots just a little too high. Gauge is on the lower end of that angle. Yeah, I mean, you can see that they're just kind of getting desperate. They're very well aware of the importance of gunfights in this game for them, so they're just going to try and take as many as they can.
Yeah, but when you force gunfights, like we saw in some prior rounds, for example, the Zim on the window, it doesn't look great, and it doesn't put you in the best situation to actually win that. All right, you force engagements like that. I guess an incredibly atypical run out gets the entry for Flow State, and like I said, it's pretty important for them. It shuts down the Habano, who I don't think it actually started the X-Kairos charge. So the castle barricades are going to stay closed on Highway.
Yeah, that is a pretty important pick there. Now the Ash is the only person that can really deal with that. Wow, Zolaris. Might have gotten a little too big on that angle there. It's a double kill for Zim. He's been kind of quiet towards the middle half of the sort of middle part of this game, but now we're finally starting to see him activated. It is Zach kill at a fall. I bless, but so far, Unks haven't really taken much out of it. They're kind of struggling with the same thing they struggled with the last time they attacked the site, which is actually getting in once they have these picks.
And they don't take much control at all. They push the players back, but nobody is in that IV area or actually pushing the offense. They're droning out the site, which is a huge risk. Last time they were able to bypass it a little, get some really important kills, but then it left Low open to an angle where he was able to get that diffuser. And Dead has no help in that mez area. With 30 seconds left, it seems like it is going to be an attempted pinch onto that kitchen dining area, but it's going to come down to single digits, honestly.
Once again, I mean, the Unks are just dragging this out to the last moment. That's a big pick out of Engage, though. Finds Jabates, but there's still center above. There's still 2 people above.
15 seconds.
I'm not sure how they think they're going to get away with this. Certainly, it's not by planning default. You have to get somewhere else. That's a really good play out of Dead. He needs to reposition. He can't be planning above this vert. There is vert above him. There's pings too, but it's Engage to save the round for Unks as he hunts down this player above and finds him, winning the round for his team and sending us into overtime.
Somehow, the Unks just have an amazing way of taking what seems like incredibly unwinnable situations and making the best of them. Last time we were here, they almost did that. And in this specific one, with 7 seconds remaining, they're rushing into these areas and finding incredibly critical kills. It's as tight as it can be. You are just hanging above a dangling void that would be a map loss if you had failed. And instead, we go to overtime. The Unks down on the basement. They get to start on the defense. Reminder, it was I believe it was a 2-4 split in the favor of Flow State. So technically, the Unks don't have an advantage here at all.
You have a map advantage at the very least. This could be
5 seconds left.
them closing out this series and sending Flow State packing.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Flow State are on the attack here. Unks have, for some reason, they've been struggling on Chalet. You'd figure just because of the way that the bans went and the way that Labs went, the way that the Kaid, excuse me, was very powerful for the defense. Speaking of, they'll actually get taken down to half HP. I think expending a C4 in the process. No, still holding on to it, but like I was saying, that Kaid was so important on Labs, and now that there's really no hard breach, bans, it feels like that util should help out a lot. But because Flow State have just been taking this so directly, not really any way. Oh my goodness! That was a massive pick out of Dead. I'm not even sure how he did that. Center gets his trade, though. Ions is gone. C4 lost, but the BB gone. I mean, I don't even know how that happened. Great read out of Dead and a great trade to get rid of one of those C4s and take a little bit of map control here for Flow State.
Sometimes you just play in the rattiest of spots. Don't get droned out. You're able to get a big play like that. And Blackbeard has been a huge friend of Flow State. They've used him and Zim specifically to push a lot of these players back and to cover for a lot of these plants. And without that, they're left struggling on what to do. And look at how the Unks have set up their defense. Almost all of it is designed to stop Trench. And overall, Flow State haven't really committed to an area of attack just yet. They have thrown some drones in there, maybe created some spaces where they can walk, specifically Zach in Trench, and they might be able to shut down this player, but it's going to be very difficult.
Center goes down on that Trench area. Dead once again is just going massive. He knows he needs to do something. His team was in a 3 versus 4 just now, but with Center down, the advantage is seemingly flipped. Nading that door, though, they're going to force Dead away. It seems like Center will be saved. That C4 comes too little too late, although he's been spotted. Solaris going for a triple kill, maybe trying to find the 4th. Unks have fought back. They have gotten the gun skill seemingly out of nowhere. Solaris is having an insane Chalet. Backs away from Red. And now, with 30 seconds left, Unks are bundling up inside of the site, waiting for this execute to start to come their way. 25 seconds means those Goyos are going to burn till the end of the round, so Jabates is not going to be able to plant behind default, or rather Glomoji, lest he gets burnt to death. So what is the option? They need to go for picks. They need to find a gap. In comes Glow, but he gets swung. Zolaris for his 15th. Jabates needs to find the cross, but it's never going to happen. Zolaris and Dead are just waiting, and Flow State will lose the round. Unks successful on this basement defense. And now they move on to attack to potentially try and end this game.
The Unks have put 4 rounds in a row. It's the most so far. Previously, the Unks have done a very good job at stringing a lot of their victories together in about units of 3. So they'd win 3 rounds in a row, lose, and win 3 rounds in a row. And it seems they're keeping that pattern. They go on to the attack, having to attack Kitchen Dining. They're 1 of 2 currently, with their second one coming in the most recent round. And to be fair, you could make the argument that they should have won the round before that as well. But I think the ball is currently in Flow State's court. We've seen how the Unks play their attack on this site twice. And it's very slow and it's very, very patient. So what are they going to do to be ready for that attack within the last 15 or so seconds of the round?
10 seconds seconds to go.
Once again, I want to keep harping on this. There is not a lot of adaptation from the Unks in terms of strategy. In terms of operator lineup, they've added a Sens now to the mix to potentially try and, remove those crosses from play. But I mean, that's about as far as it goes. Otherwise, you're running the same strat, potentially the same take towards the solar side with the Blackbeard pushing in. Yes, it's been successful, but is it going to be too much at some point? Are you going to get red off of this play at some point by Flow State? They've lost this twice now. Surely Flow State can do something here. I mean, this has been like, rather the Unks, this has been a very difficult attack for them on this site. Like, they have stalled out at times. I think Dead was Engage was the hero of that last attack. But that's it. It's just been on to heroics at this point.
Zalaris on his spot. He loves. And at Flow State, we're feeding him kills. In the prior round, Setter peeks, takes down Engage. It's a big entry, and down goes the change that we saw in Zalaris as well, which means that Zim peeked that angle, and it worked out for him. Like, it's so incredibly risky, but if you win it, all power to you. It means that Flow State are up 5-3, and now an angle in bathroom is completely gone, and the Unks are spinning, wondering where they go, as all three remaining players have not even stepped foot inside the building just yet.
It just seems like the Unks are running this solar take over and over and over again. Even if the site changes, they're still doing it. Like, it's just, there needs to be an adaptation. Ion's trying to get in for a pick, but just, I guess, completely forgot that center was there. He got a pick from that solar stairs and rotated over. I mean, I feel like that was common knowledge at that point. Now 1 versus 5. Flow State 100% in this round. Dead. Not much he can do here. We're going to maximum overtime before we potentially hit Clubhouse, or before potentially the Unks send us home.
We have this time. Relax. Wait it out. I guess we can start some analysis over where the Unks will go. They've got the option of dining, kitchen, and games. They have not tried kitchen just yet. And both times they tried games, it was a Flow State victory. So most likely, it's going to be the Unks heading over to dining, up which they're only 50% successful, with the most recent iteration being a loss. Statistics are not on the Unks side. Wherever site they go, things are looking really grim unless they want to try the master side, something they have not done. Flow State also haven't actually seen from them just yet, so it could be a really unique wrench to throw into the mix.
Well, we'll have to see what the option is here for the Unks, as, again, very much had a harder time than usual on this Chalet defense. Bar Gaming, that's the site of choice. I don't know what Flow State are going to do on this attack. Last time around, it was the BB sending him in through bar window, getting that early take into library as well. I wonder if the Unks are going to adapt by maybe holding that this time. Last time they reinforced the hatch and Kaid did it. I don't see a Kaid, so we could potentially see that hatch being open. Zalaris on the Mira is also something that we've been seeing. Placing one on the bar wall, which is, I don't think what he did last time. I think he just had one on the stock wall on the library wall. That is... Just looking out for any changes here from the Unks, seeing what this adaptation is going to equate to. What is the general goal for the Unks? Because isolating these picks, that's seemingly been the way for the Unks to win this game. Finding Flow State in one-on-one situations, turning those into 2-on-1s, playing trades, doubling up. That's how the Unks are going to win this one. But again, their coordination has kind of been all over the place, so sometimes it's just coming down to explosive plays from these three players. Well, I guess everyone's popping off now, but mainly Zalaris and Dead, who have been having a masterclass on Chalet.
It's no Blackbeard. That's really... Zach Killa takes a whole chunk of damage, I believe, from Dead. Anything will kill him. at this rate. He hits a stray flashbang, hits him in the back of the head. He is dead. He's actually going to be the first person to engage on the library. There's nobody in that dark area. The first person is going to be engaged over on the library stairs, and the rest of Flow State are set on going through the basement over through stock, and Dead rears his head again. It's not something you expect from a player who's the sole player inside of the site, and yet he's made the most impact.
Getting the Twitch down as well. Those mirrors are going to be safe for now. The mute jammers as well. That is a pretty important pick. Youngs have been playing this pretty well. Dead in particular always has a good position. Oh, that is a great drone. Center just takes sight like you had highlighted. Dead is the only player in, and now this plant is going to start to go down. There's nobody left. They're going to have to go for a drop. This could be Flow State winning this round just off of this alone. The retake, however, coming out to Dead for Flow State. The Unks are finding a way back. The Unks are rallying it back up. They're now inside of the site. A player spotted out on the diffuser itself, but he has not swung. It's a double kill, though, from Jabates as the player in mud survives. There's 3 from Jabates. Solaris is alone. How in the world has he won? How did Flow State win a 4v2? That is impeccable. Jabates inside a mudroom gets 3 kills. I am in absolute shock. We are going to map 3, despite all the odds.
Seen this before, Adam. Border, Flow State versus Nightmare. A post-plant situation that seems improbable. And yet, Flow State come away with it. Here we go. Map 3 between these two teams. The action figures, the paint's coming off. Some limbs have flown off, but they are still fighting. And to Clubhouse we go.
I'm bewildered. We talked about how it's so important that these teams close the round out. That has been a problem for basically since Labs. And we just saw probably the most egregious error committed there. Jabates finding a triple inside of mud. It's just an impossible victory, but they get it done. Map number 3. Clubhouse is up next, and we got a series on our hands.
Well, a tightly fought game right there ends with Unks having the kind of fumble that would make the most butterfinger to football players wince. They lose the 4v2 in the post plant. They cannot pull it through. Flow State, however, hitting the Flow State. I mean, Jazz, you're shaking your head. What do you make of that Chalet, my friend?
I'm only shaking my head because I can't ram it into a wall right now. You know, like that is the most.
All right.
I am angry for the Unks. You know what I mean? Like in the way that
exactly.
they lost that, like that is just unbelievable. Like you could not have written that down any better. That double swing failing onto debates, it's just the cherry on top for what has been a very aggressive game filled with these mistakes that are constantly being capitalized upon by both teams. It just seems like a lot for a lot of them to handle. They're overwhelmed with the amount of errors, but either way, I said this game was going to be close, and it is.
I mean, you were definitely right in calling that. I think when we were talking about this game before we even got started, on the broadcast, you and I were saying, hey, maybe this is going to go to 3 maps, and you echoed that on stream. I mean, Light Rose, do you think that Flow State showed improvement between the two maps here, or do you think that this was more of a matter of Unks making more mistakes than Flow State on Chalet?
I think it's the latter. I think it's both of these teams. We've gone through a max regulation, and now we've gone through a max overtime. We're seeing a lot of the same thing over and over again, which means that we're seeing slip-ups here and there from the repetition. So the Unks, well, let's say Zolaris is on that window for 4 rounds. Well, guess what? Zim's gonna peek the bathroom and he's gonna find the kill. That's just an example of these times where the Unks, in the fact that they're doing the same thing over and over again, Flow State's able to capitalize on that.
I think Clubhouse is going to be like a really interesting test because obviously this is a map that Unks have banned pretty often. They're not very comfortable on this map. I think that's very apparent in their win-loss record, but it's also like we're going to see the same operators being brought that we saw in Chalet, probably the same play styles as well. Be ready to see Capitao, Blackbeard, all that.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I would expect a lot more Capitao. I would expect probably even more of an emphasis on shield play. Maybe we'll see Montaigne banned. I would assume we'll see Montaigne banned, but you guys will get into that. I mean, the question that I guess I have, Light Rose, is let's take a look at the mental really quick. Both these teams are already in the lower bracket. This is an elimination match, right? One of these teams is going home. Do you think Unks, after the fumble at the end, I don't think we, I want to be nice to him, but I don't think we can call it anything but a fumble. Do you think that's going to affect their outlook coming in to Clubhouse, or do you think they're able to shake that off?
It's a difficult question because it requires a lot of insight onto some of these players.
Sure.
And we haven't actually seen them a lot in Tier 2 in a competitive environment. So it's difficult to say whether or not that's going to affect them. I think it would, because it's a very difficult loss to parse, but also there are a lot of players at this level that realize, yes, we took a really bad loss. We can't let it affect that moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. We don't necessarily know these players. We don't know their mentalities. I think it is more of maybe like a generalized trend. I mean, Jazz, you look at Flow State on the other side. They've got to be kind of riding high, right? But they did let Unks pull back a lot of rounds on them. Do you think that they maybe are a little bit more cautious on Clubhouse? I feel like maybe it's a less complicated map than Chalet. I don't know. Is it? It's hard to say.
It's definitely well learned. Like at this point, everyone knows what's going on, right? So I think that that's one thing. In terms of maps, right? Like I said, Flow State should be comfortable going into Clubhouse just because it is their map. But at the same time, it's like both of these teams are making mistakes that it doesn't matter. It's not map dependent. It's just them dependent, right? And I think that it's making this game into a big coin toss where it can flip either way, really. And I think that even if Flow State are feeling a little confident, they shouldn't be, riding that momentum. They should be ready to play. They should be ready to play clinical siege. They should not play off motivation, is what I'm saying, because this game can flip on a dime.
No, it very much could. I mean, we've seen that go back and forth there a couple of times. So, right until the last round, right? It literally flipped on a dime right there. The dime being a man hiding behind a couch to a certain extent. But, because these are players that we haven't seen as much of, is there any player on either of these two rosters that has kind of stood out, or do you think is making a case that they maybe are worthy of something more or a higher kind of level of team? Not to knock them, but you know what I mean.
I think a lot of us saw Zolaris in that map.
Yes.
But overall, through the entire series, it has been 1 to 2 players on each team that's kind of made their names known. I mean, we saw Zolaris, I think Dead was also a player that we didn't really talk about too much as well. So I want to say that it would be Zolaris, but I don't know if he's going to be able to transfer that on over to Clubhouse.
Yeah, we saw a lot of individual players that I think were just popping off. In particular, there was obviously Zim having a really good half on that attack, and then eventually he started to slip a little bit. So kind of looking towards that, kind of looking towards him to maybe be the best player on that team.
Well, it's map 3. It's a tense match. It's an elimination match. One of these teams is going home after this map. Their Challenger Series dreams will be over. The other will get a chance to extend their life expectancy. I'll hand it over to the two of you to see who makes it and who goes home.
Well, given the nature of the fact that this game is on map 3, I think we can go and check how the core game went. Oh, the stream's over. Okay, well, the game is over. I don't know what the score was. Someone will update me. It was JJ and Co. winning 2-1 against Core on Nighthaven Lab 7-4. So, winner of this game goes on to face Space Shoobs, and then the eventual winner of that M80X JJ and Co. rematch, the round 3, if you will. Here on Flow State versus the Unks, no shields are banned on Clubhouse. It's all fair game.
Habana ban as well. Dekebi keeping Ions in whatever jail he is in with the other ops, because we didn't really see Ions too much, funny enough. But maybe it is just a very big Dekebi crush. One thing I wanted to mention, we had the final count for Zim on his entry. Zim went 2-6 on entry. So that's not great, especially because despite doing that, I think he still had 12, 13 kills, which is incredibly impressive given the fact that you are the first player dying in 6 rounds. So somehow he persists through everything, and I think he's going to be the man that Flow State probably will count on going into this third map.
It's a lot of players like that, I think, spread around this game. One thing I think we've seen is kind of the pullback of Ions, his role in this game. He was at one point, touted as the best player on this Unks team, and he was really helping his team out. We've kind of seen him fall off on the KD factor for now, and I only say that and I only bring that up because it is just so important. Picks have been everything. It has been all about who gets that. Well, I say it's all about who gets that entry, but it's mainly just about who's able to kind of maintain themselves in a man advantage, because we've seemingly seen that advantage flip-flop back and forth.
Means nothing.
Yeah, like I don't know. The win condition has basically just been, can you get close to site in enough time, through all those kills, or are you just going to kind of stagger on the outside?
Mm-hmm. It makes it very tense all the way to the end, even when there's like a 2v4. It's like, okay, but is this result actually going to hold? Whether or not that's clean siege or just, like we've kind of said it, a bare-knuckled bar brawl, then it's up to you. So far, first 30 seconds, Flow State have spotted out Dead, hiding all the way over in secret. Flow State are going to try to assume some map control from the bar, from the stock, get those hatches open. What a very clinical basement defense. And Zim, speak of the devil, Zolaris was his enemy in map 2, and he's taken his revenge. He's gotten 1 entry kill, and, well, that's any indication of how he's going to do on this map.
Good start. Thankfully, he's not dead. Just
Yeah.
kind of been his issue recently. You can see a player from the Unks creeping up main stairs, potentially making a play through all this noise. Have they accounted for this? I mean, it's the most basic play you can make, just walking up main stairs there. The smoke is still very active, and he's going to continue to waste time, potentially looking to make his way up main even further. But so far, he's just wasted time. Might have to get out before Vert is made above him, but there actually isn't any more Vert to make as Buck is dead and the Ram has used all of his gadgets. You still have breaching charges and you still have a Bailiff potentially in pocket. Ion shutting down Zim, player that we were just highlighting here. Eventually does get found. The sentry spotted, but Bless is able to live. No headshot found. Instead, it's all body shots, but Flow State are making a lot of progress here.
Barely missing out on that Bless kill. What I will say with Engage is that he used all of his smoke canisters. So there's not a lot of plant denial given that Zolaris is off the board. It's only in the pockets of Bless and Det. Currently, Bless bringing that out. Mirror window gets punched. Now he's gonna play a game of chicken. See how much damage he can do, but it's center to get one. The trade is there for Bless, so the C4 is still intact, and the only C4, and the only player on the Unks.
This looks like my brother's rank game. I actually don't have a brother. 1v2, and Bless is found inside a church. Just constant gunfight after gunfight. You can't get a break here. And with how small this map is, it's kind of starting to make sense. And I do find it very ironic that that Unks like to ban Border rather, because they are playing like a Border team. But Flow State in particular, so aggressive on that attack. They got a lot of what they wanted pretty early, right? They established themselves on that Vert. They got second floor control. They got into bar. Eventually, it was kind of stopped by Engage.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Problem for Flow State, but he was dealt with. Flow State just kind of cruise into the round victory as they had. I am starting to work a little bit. Flow State are on a map where, honestly, it's easy to play at. They can just focus on strategy and start to kind of pull their gunfights. There might be nothing that can really stop them.
I think that their playstyle, if Chalet was a better map for it, I think this one is going to completely enable their playstyle, because you can have solo plays, I think, on this map. But a lot of it isn't exactly going to require it, or it's going to be very late solo plays in with a push with your team. Now, there's where the dysfunction can start of like, hey, maybe a player pushes up too quickly, or maybe they're not with their team, like sometimes we see from Flow State. It's a lot of ifs based on what we've seen in the last two maps that can only happen once we actually see what is going to happen. And what is going to happen is that they spot the bandit, clearly is going to attempt to trick the wall, and I don't think there's going to be any of that shenanigans so far in this round.
Interestingly enough, the Capitao would actually be, pretty good in this case. Maybe send it CC window, even into rafters, but it seems like they're just going to force center here. Or rather, that's Zach, actually. I thought that would be the BB playing that aggressive position, but it's instead one of the hard breachers. Typically, at this point, Zach would maybe want to go and open Jacuzzi wall, but it seems like most of his focus is going to be towards the inside.
A bomb has been located.
The Unks will give up this cache area. They will fall back to their hold. But they don't have a lot of stall. There's no smokes. There's no Goyos. Only way you can really stall out with time is a well-placed bandit trick, which I don't think is going to happen considering the Jacuzzi wall just got opened. Flow State are making good progress once more.
Yeah, just destroying all this utility. You see Logi get electrified by Bless. Wondering if Flow State do have an intent to push down Logi, or it's mainly going to be a highway hot to wall con pinch of sorts. A little bit of danger there from Zim. He sees the Black Mirror, communicates that to the rest of this team, but without a Logi push, there's not really going to be a good way to actually get rid of that Black Mirror. And with these Valkyrie cameras being very persistent, that's a lot of information that's going to be relayed to this defense that they can work off of. Even if it doesn't relay in kills, timing is really the important thing.
There's not really much of a play happening from the Unks here. They're all just kind of huddled up inside a site. There is a player bottom main, but that's about as far as it'll go in terms of off-site presence. Flow State with 50 seconds left, however, haven't found a pick, but as I say that, it's a one-tap seemingly from Zim to find Bless. Again on this entry, 2-0 so far for him. Definitely looking better than Chalet. Zolaris, however, claims Glow Emoji. C4 ripped, but it's not able to find the planter, so that diffuser seemingly will go off. As Engage tries to retake the bottom floor, Jabates is waiting for him, and this has gone smoothly for Flow State, albeit it is a 3 versus 2. Big win there out of Zim on that swing from Dead. Ions will try and do the same thing and wins his fight. He's in a 2 versus 1. Hops out here, potentially trying to win that fight against Zach Killa, but isn't able to do it. Flow State will claim yet another.
Turn back time all the way back. These previous maps. What the first 2 rounds almost always entailed was a lack of opposition to Flow State. The Ungs have never in the first 2 rounds looked like a team that can actually contest. It's almost impressive that through 3 maps, the same thing happens over and over and over again. But that seems to be the storyline of the Unks, is they never change. They're always going to run similar strategies with similar positions. And I said in the pre-show that Flow State are going to read into that. They see the lack of presence that the Unks actually have inside of the site. So they take the Blackbeard, take all the lines of sight that they can get, and simply put the diffuser down and work the post plant from there. The C4s aren't going to be enough. Engage, who's all the way in the basement trying to go for a C4, that's read into by Flow State. It's like a book, chapter by chapter, and Flow State have it right in front of them.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
It's honestly not even been that difficult for Flow State. They're making some pretty easy plays, I would think. Kind of just like walking in. Drones have been pretty good. And again, Carter's back on top on that entry. Things are seemingly looking bright for this attacking squad. 2-0. Zach Killa already making his way into bar. That's a pretty early piece of control established. The secret play, seemingly a stalwart of the Unks clubhouse defense on that basement. They love playing inside of the secret position, but haven't really made much of it just yet. Not a lot of flanks happening in this game. It's been pretty much at face value. Unks just sitting in sight, waiting for a pick to come their way. Ions trying to fight for that entry, trying to wrangle that pick away, but he's not able to do it.
Relying on getting a kills through vert is so risky. I never like it, because usually as the player down below, it's never going to actually benefit you. What is better though is these black eyes. We had them in the previous round and we still have them here. Complete view of kitchen, but it seems like Flow State aren't really interested in worrying about the information, because the thing about getting information from black eyes or VPs or whatever is you actually have to act on that information. And the Unks in these first 2 rounds haven't really done anything like that. Yes, they may be pinged and looked at, but there actually hasn't been any persistent threat from the Unks at all.
They're playing this very passively, and that util from Flow State might start to hurt them. You see Dead might be playing for that flank, or actually playing for Zach Killa. Not sure if he's trying to hold a long angle or climb up the ladder. One or the other could be a good play. C4 from Bless lands, and it makes its mark onto Zim. 2-1 now on that entry, and here comes the flank from Dead. This could be a really big play here from the Unks. The smoke goes down, the drop happens. Seemingly the round is being won by Flow State, but there's still that flank upstairs. But Dead is sprinting into Jabates, and that flank goes sideways. Flow State, once again, have just found the Unks and collapsed upon them. Unks, this is not a great map for them, and we're starting to see why. Their site is so open. Flow State are looking to buy into that business. They have taken up the office space here inside of Armory. They have got the plant down, and they are hunkering down, waiting for Bless to come his way. And Bless has a mirror to face too, so that util starting to work against him. It's a simple pre-fire from Zach Killa. No response to the Unks 3.
Difference between this map and the other ones is after the first 2 rounds, that's when the Unks essentially locked in. They realized what they were going up against, they adapted, and then the rest of the map played out from there. That round looked the exact same as the previous one. There's no real contention. Bless tries another flank that gets caught out, kind of siege timing a little bit, but not even ready for a potential player inside of kitchen. the Unks look really bad. And we've gone from Labs, where it seemed like, they were making some mistakes, but clearly they're in control, to Chalet, where they're able to put things together enough to get to max OT, where they eventually lose it, to where we are now, where all the pieces are scattered. And the Unks have to take a timeout to try to piece them all together. And it starts by going back over to Bedroom Gym.
Attackers
What is
need
the
to
answer
locate and defuse
for the
bomb.
Unks? What have they talked about in their timeout? Flow State have a lot of momentum, but as we kind of talked about on the desk, motivation should not be your main push here for Flow State. This game has flipped on a dime multiple times. We saw 3-3 halves when we felt like there should have been, a pretty clear 4-2. We've seen map victories that just come at the weird, I don't know, just the biggest dice roll you could have ever imagined. I mean, this game is very volatile. The Unks could potentially just flip a switch here and start to run away with this defense. So far, Flow State, I feel like for the first time, have actually just looked like an unstoppable force in this game.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
There's been no source of content from the side of the Unks. I mean, Ion's 2-3, Zolaris 1-3. There's no big entries. I mean, Zach is currently 5-1. He is not somebody you really expect to be the big fragger, but it's him and Jabate. Currently 5 apiece. Jabate has not died within the first 3 rounds. Remember, yesterday it was Kento who went 9-0 on Chalet. I believe was it through the first 5 rounds that he had not died. And it could look that way for Flow State and Jabates. I mean, if we're calling back to Chalet of yesterday, that's how you know things are dire. And it's him.
Oof.
How is he involved every single time? It's almost impressive, but there's responses from Unks.
Wait, what just happened? 2 players died below. Zach, I think, dropped into Logi. They called a really early rush off that pick, and it just completely collapsed. Zolaris was below. Oh my goodness, they just didn't even drone it out. Jabates has been a hero in this game so far. 6-0. And obviously we saw what he did on Chalet, not yesterday, but today. Kind of showing that Kento stat line. It took Kento 9 kills until he finally died. Jabates, seeming like 6 is going to be his magic number, but the Unks, they found a way into this. Flow State, they tried to break the Unks' momentum by rushing after the tack timeout. It's a good call sometimes, but it did not work this time. Jabates seemingly hopeless in this round. 2 people prepped for him inside of Logi. He doesn't even know how close he is to death. He's literally standing right next to somebody. But yeah, this round should be just about over.
Oh, they're waiting. Like, make the jump, Jabez. He does. He dies. Surprising, you talked about the rush. I feel like you shouldn't have fixed what wasn't broken. Flow State looked incredibly dominant by just doing what they had done prior. Hell, you started out with another entry of Zim onto dead. And then you try to go for the rush, doesn't end up well, and the Unks suddenly have a bit of skin in the game. This is what happened to the previous map. They've gotten around, and then they've started going on the tears. I mentioned that they win rounds in terms of 3. They'll win it, lose a couple, then win it again. Is that going to be what happens here? It's Flow State with such a dominant start. Are they going to be able to hold on to it? A lot of things are potentially pointing toward a smoke play. We have the Glaz and the Capital. Flow State have really liked that Capital so far, and it's worked out. The Firebolts have done a great job at putting distance in between them and the Unks. I only wonder where that smoke play is going to come from.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Quick
a bomb
executes
and
have been
defuse
the name of the game. So it could maybe just be that instant smoke plant. Maybe it's just a late game sort of thing once they get the plant down. But this this game in particular, this clubhouse has not really been a late game clubhouse. It is quicker than the 2 games that we have seen so far, so this game hasn't been dragged out into a sort of late round post-plant scenario all the time. Center on that Capitao. There's 2 things he could be doing. One would be dealing with a bandit trick, but with there being no bandit, you can automatically assume that he'll be there to try and torch off rafters and anyone playing inside of it, but there's the glass. So they're using it to try and kill players inside of rafters through the smoke, but that is well read. Bless is now docking himself as well, so he's going to live through this fire, waiting till the last moment and then docking himself to get back to full, but he's still being torched just a little bit. Last smoke going out for both of these players. Center now making his way in, I think, but not covered properly as Gage just gets a freebie there.
I think the dock is a nice play. I don't know if it was the intent simply to withstand the Capitao instead of put something like an Azami that we usually see, but it works perfectly. And Engage tries to hip fire. That hasn't been a thing for years at this point. And a lot goes on to Bless to defend Garage and Rafters from the scourge of Flow State, and the glass just simply waiting for him to peek. Zalaris gonna make his name known, and it's Zim turns it to a 3-3. He's got to be careful of that barbed wire. He is on pretty low amount of HP.
Be all right for now, but Debate's now spotting Ions inside of Rafters. Can't say the same for him. No one actually on that CC cross. Debates thankfully has a shield in front of his face, so he won't die to that peek from Zalaris. Even manages to tag him up just a little bit. Yeah, this round is getting pretty dire here for the Unks. Still have plenty of util in terms of those smoke grenades to work with. Then we'll simply just wait for that. And with 45 seconds left, he could stall out a big amount of time. But if Flow State just kind of push into him, there won't be much for it to matter. Debates just sprints in alone, and he gets caught out by Dead. They're going to go for picks here, and I don't think that's ideal, as Dead has a shotgun through the wall. A nice shot onto Glomoji, and a beautiful 2K. The Unks, they're back into it. I don't know why Flow State, they just got so aggressive there, and that entire round just collapsed.
It's aggressive with a BP there, too. The Unks are perceiving every single movement that you do. So whether you're going for the door, whether you're going for the soft breach, they're going to know. I'm wondering why there was no attempt at a potential red push, because I don't exactly know if there was a BP, but we know where a BP was, and that was in the site, watching where all those Flow State members were. Those are like minor choices in kind of these pivotal moments, that there were smoke canisters left, some C4s, the Unks were ready for any push, and Flow State decided to push the envelope, do a rush. The rushes haven't been working for this team, and the Unks, safe to say, they are really back.
10 seconds to go.
Flips on a dime once again. It was the tack timeout after all. It works out, and Flow State now
Attackers must
possibly
locate
in
and defuse
trouble.
the bomb.
These rushes, these sort of aggressive plays, they've been shut down now by the Unks. They're playing this very patiently. Kitchen hatch being opened up. Ions is going to play in there, maybe for a pick and then for a fall off. 2 minutes 40. And that's you're kind of hoping for Ions to waste it until just about a minute 30, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it for long enough. Especially though, he actually, wow! Zim was droning on that jail position, and Ions catches him out, and he drops. So I was either going to say he's going to try and stall out for as long as possible or go for a pick, and he gets the pick. Things are working out great already for the Unks.
And as well, they have both the Scopos, who can swap in between the basement and the roam, and Zalaris, who's locked himself inside of bar and can continue to waste time. He's going to drop. It seems that Bless is going to decide to stay as well. Getting a pick on a basement attack is really good, considering the op that he got as well. That is Ram, which means it's just left up to the breaching charges and the ash charges that Zach Killa has in his back pocket, both of which aren't going to cover nearly enough for this site to send to send the basement shattering, sending out some util. The Kawan Hive, frag grenades, flashes. Is it gonna be enough to make a dent in any of this defense?
Here comes the rush from center, hops in to dirt, claims one, and he's done his job, but there's still a player inside of AKs. I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but he's not swung out just yet. Jabates gets fallen by Ions, not sure where from. Center at least gets the trade. Again, the player is still in I think that's a shell, actually. That might be Bless's shell. I'm not sure what's going on there, but Dead is traded. Zalaris goes for the swing. It's all center. That is a shell. 1 versus 1, but the actual Scopos is bottom main. He gets that flank off and denies any chance of that round being won. I'm so sorry. I got so confused with that shell on AK. That's like the second time that's got me, but
It's evil.
It is. We're equal. 3-3 for the Unks.
Man, what happened? Flow State! You looked so good! Within the first 3 rounds, you had Zim popping off with the entries! And then it's completely negated! But the basement attacks fall flat after initially you go there 2 times, and it seems like you might have it, but you just don't have all your angles covered. It was a push at, and you could, I don't know if you want to call it a rush, because it'll definitely fit the narrative that I'm trying to spin with Flow State, essentially trying to not make the clock their ally, instead turning it on to the Unks by saying, all right, we know we have a minute left. We're gonna ignore that, and we're just going to plant now. Would it have helped them to potentially drone it out, seeing if they could put another player in another area?
5 seconds remaining.
It's speculation. It's another what if, and we're past what if. We know the Unks got 3 in a row, now on to the attack, and have a chance to take this one all the way to overtime, because, I mean, that kind of feels like that's where we're headed.
Yeah, this game has been so equal in every facet. Chalet was kind of the closest gap, I think, that... Or not, was it... Yeah, ooh. Was it Chalet? I can't remember. It was a 6-3 lead for one of these teams. I can't remember.
It was like a 6-4. Yeah, it was a 6-3 because
It might have been
the Unks won 3 rounds in a row.
And then they came back, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Ions gets tagged up a little bit here by Zim.
A bomb has been located.
But yeah, to your point, like a very, very close game. It's coming down to these entries. It's coming down to these aggressive plays. And you can tell that the Unks they're definitely hesitant in entering this building. They're definitely trying to get as much info as they can before they waltz their way into an angle that they didn't expect, which has just been basically the key strategy for Flow State to find these picks. They've proven on attack that they can definitely play that aggressiveness on Clubhouse. We're seeing just about the same thing on defense from Flow State.
I think the Mozzie used it very well, actually. We saw it used by the Unks a couple times. It was great at denying information. And now, Flow State putting a pest right in front of the door means that usually we're going to try to just get kitchen and not push past that. But Flow State are hiding in bar. Jabates walks up secret. Zatkilla is just inside the hallway, and he's ready for the fight. Takes down Zalaris, who had already deployed the boogie drone. So you're not going to deny utility. You're simply going to deny a gun. Engage isn't ready for Zim in bar. The trade is there, but the damage is done.
I mean, this is just such an aggressive game. Drones, you know, gunfight first, drone second is the mentality for both of these teams. You know, swing in and deal with the consequences later, or
Attackers have recovered their defuse.
yeah, it's been a very aggressive game. As I say that, Ions walks into dirt, and Glowmoji not able to withstand that pressure from the BB, but at the very least, Zatkilla is. The Blackbeard going down, and they're not even aware of a player sitting now. Back Arsenal. It is Flow State to find themselves. Nice basement defense. The Unks just... They went for that heads-up play, heading into dirt from Ions, but he just got picked off after he ended up killing Glow, and it was just downhill from there.
At least the highlight of this map is you can't say it's a slog. But a lot of these rounds are ending with a minute left. They're keeping it nice and snappy. The mantra really is gunfight first, drone second, run inside the site, see what space you can take with the Blackbeard. So far, it seems that the Unks are their attack looks very, very similar to Flow State in both its strengths and its weaknesses. And it seemed like maybe that strength with Ions pushing in from dirt, that they would be able to take space and potentially have enough for a plant, but they just didn't have the information. Just shocking considering how much time they had left. You know, only like a minute 30 to do what they needed to. See if they can make those adaptations, make those informational changes to win this round on Jim.
Got a Cali on the board, but it is not Zolaris, a man who was trying to join FaZe Clan last game. Seems like he's given over the sniper duties to Engage. So far, Unk's getting that con wall open. Not sure if the mirror was placed on the left or right side. Could have potentially been destroyed. I don't think it was, but kind of just an indicator for the Unks here that they're going to be going for this cash over. You can already see Bless is down below trying to make some progress, but general, it's just kind of been that setup phase, getting that info going. Ion's inside of Rafters, actually has a player right behind the wall. Doesn't want to try and breach through, instead looking for that wall bang. He was leading his shot just a little bit too much to the left there from center. It was a good attempt though.
Whoop.
Wow. Lol.
That's crazy.
Caged off too, can't get in. Someone asked for, did you hear the Blackbeard say? Someone asked for a way in. That's so funny. Ions is actually making his way in. He gets tagged up and slowed down in the process. Definitely not a wise move considering there's a player on his cross there.
Goyo is going to deny the Unk space, but it also almost creates a problem for Flow State. They are able to get away. Time and utility wasted for the Unks half the round as well, as Dead has rotated on over to Construction, a potential Logi push that this team might have in synchronicity with a Construction push as well. We'll have to see as they're droning it out. They do have 7, 5 have been deployed, most likely flank drones, with 2 or now 1 in their pocket to boot. They are actually going to use the time that they have to drone it out, being very smart. I do like this. I do not think they should be the type of team to really push the limit on how fast their takes can be. You can see Logi fully clear. They're going to take that and most likely going to pivot onto Khan as well.
It's an aggressive swing from Dead through the fire. Wow. He gets Jabates the confidence on that. There had to have been info there. It's 3 dead. Unks are just executing Flow State on this site. Blomoji's now stuck inside of gold, and there's a shield in front of him. Unless he can somehow find Ions here. It's actually Dead to peek first, and he gets the double. Just leaves center in a 1-on-5. Spots 1, has the trigger discipline. Is it going to matter much, though? He gets a second, nearly lines up the third. It was a beautiful shot. On to Engage. Got to give credit where credit is due, but it's not enough.
And I think that is what we expect from the Unks. A not hastily put together push of a Blackbeard and maybe some flashes. No. You drone out, push away the defense from where you need to be, whether it is Logi or Cash, and then you work from there. You set up and actual execute with pinches and crossfires to boot, and it just works. There was almost nothing that Flow State could have really done about it. I think if you positioned that plant a little better, you might have had a flawless, but it was basically a flawless in their mind. They did it as clinical as they could, and now it falls onto Flow State to make the adaptations that they need to. I don't think it's going to come from the Cash CCTV hold. They did a very good job at that. It cost them the round and pieces of utility. Like I mentioned, it's just going to be about holding on to Logi better and holding on to the construction into better doorway a little better. Whether that is the bathroom, somebody there, like a Frost or a Fenrir, somebody needs to take it upon themselves to be the hero.
Kind of just what this game has come down to, right? Those heroics, those plays that are just like, that just wow you, that kind of just shock the defense and allow for a push for the attack. That's why you're seeing a lot of Blackbeard being played. You can kind of just tell how this is going. It's being gunfight after gunfight. if you can just isolate any of these players from flow state, you could potentially, nip the bud on a certain push. For example, if you're able to kill center inside a garage, it'd be big. EMPs used on the CC wall. Center currently preoccupied. Will not ban a trick. Simply won't give them the time, won't give them the space to try and get him killed. This is quite the gamble. No C4 on center either. His only way out of this is Jabates.
I'm wondering, they know he's here. Haven't droned it. Surely. He might figure it out, and I'm just gonna say no. There's absolutely no idea that a player is lurking onto the rafters. Center gonna make himself known. It's still a drone. He's nary to his position. There's the Blackbeard. Finds the one. Maybe if he had waited, there could have been a second, and Zalaris is there for the trade. So it's only going to be one, but Blackbeard is such a powerful operator. I think center is gonna take that.
Yeah. We were literally just talking about it too, like the importance of that BB and how it's just going to be like that aggressive push, but now they've lost it, so this is a really good start for Flow State, despite the fact that they're down one. That extra aggressive play ends up working pretty well. And as a result, the Unks are kind of staggered outside. This is the problem that we highlighted that has been bringing the Unks so much trouble, is once they're in a situation where it just feels like they're kind of stalled out, they tend to stall for a little too long. Like they lost their BB, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you should freeze up. Now we're gonna see some Grim Bees coming out from the Unks, still trying to weigh their options on how to get in. It seems like the rotation towards Jim might be the option, but the diffuser's over towards Logi. So that Logi hatch drop, they might try and isolate Jabates here with no Blackbeard. It could be difficult. Zalaris! Very aggressive angle from Zach Killa. And Zalaris was not prepared for it. Didn't have the info. 20 seconds left. It's Zach Killa again. Beautiful pick onto the drop from Dead. And that case is dropped as well. And so is the rest of the Unks. All you have left is engaged, playing the mandatory Cali bait as you would. Tries to go for a nice shot, but Flow State back on top here.
Are we destined to trade blows between each other until the final bell rings? It's Flow State. It's closer and closer to map and series point. It's going to start on basement. They have done this once before, and it was when the Unks had a pretty aggressive push in through dirt with Ions and the Blackbeard, and surely the Unks have realized that their potential is within taking their time and droning it out, finding key pieces of utility, but you harped upon it. When they take time, there's a chance that they take too much time. They have to play that game very, very close, because if they don't and just try to ignore it, go for the very fast play, I don't think any rewards are going to be reaped from it. You either take your time or you lose.
10 seconds to go.
So another thing that just like kind of concerned me is how much time is too much time, right?
Yeah, that's changes in between rounds, I guess.
Objective is to locate a bomb.
And we've seen kind of both, where the Unks are they go in too early for their own liking, like Ions hopping into dirt on that Church Arsenal defense. I can't remember exactly what round it was.
7.
Damn, you had that.
Yeah, I mean, I literally mentioned it as something you shouldn't do.
Yeah, right. And it's like that's the scary thing. Like you're either taking too long or you're taking too quick times. Like Flow State are very much one and done. How? Where was that?
Wow. Oh.
What?
The bomb diffuser.
That feels like something you got to be aware of.
Yeah,
first.
we have an IQ, and we know that there's a Valkyrie on the. I mean, come on, guys. This is not new. This is not new news. This is not new news. This is very old news. We've had the Valkyrie on the board since since the last time they defended the site.
Shocky, because it's like, what other reason are you bringing the IQ? You're not bringing it for the Warden or the Goyo. You bring IQ for, I think, 2 reasons only. 1, spot out any black eyes. 2, you can use it in synergy with Deimos. If you spot out certain gadgetry, it's going to be able to ping it for the rest of your team, not endangering your drone. And Bless isn't even spotting those black eyes. They're still on the board. We saw one, I believe, over in the bar area. And it's doing its job, and Bless seemingly not doing his.
4 versus 5 as a result. And you've lost your Grim. It is very often the little things that pile up. Zach Killer with that C4 forces back the push as they tried to go for that drop, but Ions has made a lot of space inside of Oil. Is that an open mirror? I don't think so, yeah. You have that as well, sitting inside of short. That BB has been spotted, and again, the Yunks have stalled out. Center dies to a team kill by Jabates, though. An unfortunate error there, but Glowmoji finding the BB and getting the trade. That is a massive pick. But Glow has been found. 35 seconds. Again, we still don't have confidence in this round. A swing from Jabates. But Bless the savior of the day. He revives dead. They're trying to open up this wall, but there's the swing. A double from Carter. Zim himself gets 3, and Flow State. They're breaking this game up. They're running away with it. We might actually have a winner here, unless there's a comeback in the way of the Unks.
Hero plays, Adam. Hero plays. Set it back on round 9. It rears its head in round 10, putting upon himself, knowing low HP of at least one of the players. Someone's got to get the job done. Why not the man of the hour, Zim? He gets 10 kills, and I wish we had statistics solely for the reason that I want to know how many kills Zim has. Because he got double digits in map 2, and I forget what he had in map 1, but I'm pretty sure it was also double digits. He is making a name for himself, not only as the man of the game, potentially the man of the playoffs. If he keeps this up, after Flow State, if they win this, it would go on to face Space Shubes, I believe, which that would be an interesting game on both fronts. So far, they've got to close this out. It's not over. Flow State was up at a 6-3 lead on Chalet. They lost 3 straight and almost lost overtime before we are here right now.
Funny enough, I think all of the teams that don't have like X-Pros on them are in the lower bracket minus JJ and Co. Well, we're in the lower bracket minus JJ and Co. Now M80X. Flow State and the Unks have never had a player make Pro League. Core didn't. I don't think they have. They used to have Twist, but they don't have them anymore. And that's what they're fighting for here. Their first time in Pro League, making it to Pro League, importantly, as a team. Typically, whenever T2 players, make it to Pro League, barring some exceptions, it's usually not because a team made it. It's usually because the players get picked up. This is a chance at a straight shot of playing with your team that you are playing with right now in Challenger Series and making it into Pro League. So for Flow State, it's them looking beyond. It's them looking at the ultimate goal here of making Pro League as a team together. But they got to get through the Unks. And with how shaky this game has been, their confidence in their playoffs, my confidence in their playoff ability is dwindling. But I also think that this is a chance for them to finally break away from this game and look towards that future.
That means going through rafters. They have Blessed right underneath. He's watching a potential hop in from the window. They have direct eyes. The Capital Bolt's going on out. It's gonna burn Jabates. I don't think there's any way out. A great pinch. It's Zalaris to clean it on up. He is not having a same game, especially when it comes to the entries, but he's got 2. That's on to Zim on the drone hole as well. Simple things can be your downfall. They've spotted the castle dropping all the way over onto bar, so they know that there's only 2 players inside of sight, and having control of rafters makes this so much easier. And if they can get the PP, which they will, everything looks good for the Unks. But I'm not safe in saying that they'll claim it. We have been here before. Teams have thrown man count advantages. Will the Unks do it? Their chances on the line.
2 shields to work with. One of them with the diffuser, looking to make his way into rafters. Or in through rafters. To get into that site. Second smoke grenade expended, though. This is absolutely crazy from Zakkilla. Engage was making his way up. That's an easy spot. This round is as good as dead. But Glowmoji!
What are we doing?
Has 3! No C4, though. So we can't deny this plant. Realistically, this should still be around for the Unks. Unless this Monty somehow dies. Which would be a Christmas frickin' miracle if he does. Or an Easter one, I guess. But Dead is very much alive. I don't think Glow can win this one. If it was any other operator, if that Monty was not brought, that would have been a crazy potential for an ace clutch. But there's no C4 on his hands. That'll be a 6-5. This might be another OT game.
I saw the timeline. I saw the timeline where he clutches that out. An unbelievable 1v5. I mean, we shouldn't really be bunching up like that. That is an incredibly reckless thing to do in a situation like that. And the Unks have to be thankful that there was a Monty on the board, making it very, very difficult to win that post plant. And now we arrive at the fabled round. The Unks win, we go to overtime. On Labs, the Unks denied it, but they forced it on Chalet, eventually losing it. They've gone to Gym twice on the attack. They won it once, lost it the other time. And it was the second time that they really seemed like they didn't have any drive with what they were doing. They didn't have any pinches with Logi, anything on Highway. It was a very basic push in between cash. And from then on, it seemed like they just lost their way.
We're gonna have to find it soon, though. It's round 12. Once again, it's that stall that I'm so worried about. Like we've been talking about. Like, this is not the time to do it. Jabates has been spotted inside of Logi. Ion's immediately going to try and take advantage of the situation. Looking for Jabates rotating out, but Jabates isn't going to give him that swing. Instead, it's Bless! That is such a big pick, and the fact that they even get away with it is a miracle, but they do. Thanks to that swing from Bless. It's not Ions. A flow state. They're a man down in their most crucial hour. This is unreal. That is such bad timing from Jabates, and a really good play from Ions and Bless.
Yeah, I don't think it's I think that was a coordinated play to maybe show the Blackbeard, say, oh, it was just a Blackbeard, ooh, how scary. And then, surprise, here's Bless, and he gets the kill. Incredibly crucial. A minute gone by. CC wall should be open. Remember the first time they went to Gym in round 8, they really struggled pushing out these players on cash. But Jabates being gone is going to make this a lot more difficult. And Zakkilla on the red stairs. Bless is all by himself. He's trying to get things done with the death mark. The trade is there, however late it may be. They don't really have any tools to flush these players out of cash, nor kill them. And Ions almost goes for it. 3v3.
Free fire from Ions to secure Zakkilla. They forgot about Engage on the cross. It's all down to Glow. He's been a clutch player before. He's the only one at this point that has hope in this round. Goyo popped to try and force out Ions. And he's managed to split the Blackbeard up. But he's in no position to isolate that BB and make that play happen. Engage could win the round right here, but he chooses not to. Plays that very passively. Glow is just waiting. He's been spotted inside a short breaks the castle, but doesn't make his way into garage. Potentially baiting out a play, but there's a drone there, so they know. 30 seconds left. Glow now has a shield to face. A very important fight here. Doesn't get the melee. Instead, it's Ion's using his ability key, and it's dead to get that swing. V, it's happened once again. Flow State in seemingly control of this game have completely tossed it by the wayside, and they'll have to do it again. They're crumbling on this defense, and they got to do it again. It's 6-6. We're in another overtime, our second of this game.
Nobody expected this. I mean, this is definitely a slap fight of a game, but to have Flow State lose 3 rounds in a row, get to overtime, and then barely clutch it out, and they're almost in the exact same situation on Clubhouse, and they do it again. It's only 2 rounds, but the statement still stands. Those are pretty defiant rounds by the Unks. A 1v5 post plan, however close that may be, and then the 1v3. These are good rounds by the Unks, and they get to transfer that on over to basement. The difficult thing they have to swallow, Adam, they have not won a basement attack. Round 7, lost that one. Round 10, lost that one. They cannot take a loss this late in the game. Continuing in Challenger Series on the line. Every round counts.
Last time it was the Unks who threatened this overtime victory, and it was Flow State to snatch it away from them in the last moment. We're seeing the momentum shift in the favor of the Unks here, but can they keep it going? Have Flow State found a reset? Are they ready to go? Are they ready to fight this? A little bit of a change up from their typical strategy is you'll see that they are not really aggressively holding upstairs. Instead, it's just Jabates on that lurk. The rest of the team is sitting inside of sight, playing with their intel, playing with their util. 2 C4s to work with for Glowmoji to potentially try and find that first pick. You've got the smoke grenades. I mean, Zim has a lot of plays he can make here. And then obviously you have Jabates as sort of that contingency plan on this lurk.
Ooh, Jabates, second floor bedroom hallway, they don't know. Absolutely have. Lurk, slowly down the stairs, waiting for his time to strike. He can take all the time in the world.
My gosh. Here comes Engage. He's found his man. And it's the Capital. I mean, that's such an important pick. Don't switch out Jabates! I want to see this! Ion's now making his way through. Jabates almost wins that, but it is Ion's. He gets away with that. And again, crucially, that Blackbeard is still alive. But V, we've seen time and time again when that BB dies, things slow down for the Unks. And now he's looking less like a monster because he's so low on HP. Only 10 to his name. With shields, your main resource is your health, your survivability, your sustainability. For Ions, he might have to play a little bit more aggressively, take these fights first.
A lot of these drops are simply going to be, can you find your one? Can you create the space required on basement to get the plant or to have a good attack? It's incredibly risky. There's really no guarantee that you'll find any sort of success, and it doesn't start off well, and Flow State stay in the man count lead.
Woo! 2 versus 2. What the? It just gets a knife. It's a 2 versus 1. Ions 1v1.
No, he can't. He can't.
There's 7 seconds. Ions is burnt off. He gets through. He doesn't have enough time. He can't recover the case. He's so slow. For the first time this game, V, the Blackbeard is the lose condition for this attack. For the first time this game, the BB works against the Unks. And Flow State get around because of it. It is match point. It is an explosive finish to that last round. Now all the Flow State need is this last one. But again, they struggled to get that last time. They struggled to win whenever overtime wasn't a threat. What can they do now?
They're 1 of 3 on basement, Adam. Last time they won it, a single player was left alive on the basement side. I'm going to keep it real with you. It does not look good for the Unks. Flow State seemingly figured out how to wreck this team and their basement defense from the very beginning. So what are the changes the Unks are going to make? They're still going to have that Mira. Interesting enough, they've brought the Sentry. 2 impacts, most likely, to take care of the hatches. So they'll impact Trick, a can opener, Selma's, what have you. Combined with Ions as well, they could potentially make a scary dent in this team because there's only 3 real chances at getting a hatch open. And if you impact a can opener, that's 1 gone. So they're potentially cooking something up here.
You would recall that Nighthaven Labs game where it was the Kaid trick, basically, that helped win the Unks that map. It just helped in general. I mean, it was the util diff that we spoke about. Are we going to see the same thing? Are we going to see just more util out of the Unks? You can see they're bringing plenty. 3 C4s to their name. Noticeably a lack of a Valkyrie. So that info is going to come blind. Maybe they're using the C4 for the shield, but there is none. Just a general lack of utility from Flow State. Seems like they're reverting back to their roots, just getting aggressive here, playing for picks. They know Engage here on the smoke is going to try and go for a pick. He was able to get it last time he was here. He's going to go for that swing. Zach nearly bites it, but he's still alive. This is basically the pick that might send this game spiraling. If Engage can get something here, if this C4 from below can be potential bait, there are so many different ways that this could go. Bless needs to get out of dodge here. In comes the Capital, flaming him off. In comes Engage, wins an important gunfight. He's been silent for quite some time, but he's making massive moves. But that Capital bolt will guarantee the trade at the very least here for Flow State.
C4 does not connect either. I don't know if the kitchen hatch is open. I think the way that Solaris is playing under it would say no, and the fact that there's 4 impacts remaining. They've done a decent job at tunneling Flow State towards this main stairs and potentially Moto drop. And it seems that for the time being, that will stay closed unless Center wants to use those 2 Selmas on the hatch. So I think your job is done, even though you're not going to use the impacts. But how are you going to be able to keep this team directly in front of you?
There's 40 seconds left, and Flow State are looking to make this about as direct as it can be. Looking to get inside of triple, maybe for that plant. Could also be the option to go into Armory. But nobody on the Unks has given up a pick. Crucially, Dead has a C4. He's sitting inside of blue, though, so any hope of a denial towards triple is no good. Zim gets spotted out on the plant. The Unks might drag us all the way to round 15. Zach Killa dies to barbed wire. We're going to overtime match point between Flow State and the Unks. It is an incredible brawl between these 2 teams. I don't know how we've gotten this far. I said this game would be close. This is as close as it comes. Both of these teams vying for their spot in Pro League. They have to get through each other first. But my gosh, what a grueling match this has been.
We are 3 rounds away, or we were 3 rounds away from having the I don't know what you call it, a perfect game? 8-7, 8-7, 8-7? We almost were there. And it seems like that's what we are destined to be. 7-7, Flow State on the defense. They go to CCTV, an active choice, Adam. They went here a singular time before, and it was round 11, and it did not go great at all. This was the 1v5. that Glomoji brought it down to. They've got to be cooking something here. Jabate's on the dock, going to play Rafters, obviously with the Capitao intel on the side of the Unks. I think that's their main win condition, is deny Rafters from this team. Continuously stim yourself up. Is it going to work? Is there another piece in play for the Unks?
Clubhouse for the Unks. It was one of their most banned maps. It was a map that they wouldn't like to play all that much. Yet here they are, finding themselves on a very important Clubhouse game. Game is in... I mean, the ball's in their court. The Unks were very successful on this attack last time, like you said. Forcing that double shield, getting control of Rafters is key here, like you said, and with the Wamai, they're making to look this a little bit more difficult. Trying to make this a little bit more difficult. No Azami on the board, so it's actually just also Jabate's there on the dock. Didn't spot him out there. Castle being broken here by Ions. There's a player inside a swamp. What can Zach do to get out of this situation? Nothing! It's blessed to find Zach. Zim dies inside a garage. Jabates is the last bastion of hope on this round for Flow State on Rafters, and he is completely cut off from his team. There is no exit strategy here for this doc. He's going to live and die here unless he can try and break through this attack.
Still have the Capitao bolts. I would assume that they would attempt to use that out, but Monty could also just attempt to power up Rafter, use that the Capitao, and while the dock is stimming, maybe you pull out the Monty. It's a risk, especially with Center holding on the back, but if you have the player in the breach, shut down Center, they shut down Glow. It's a 5v2, Adam. It's looking so good, but Diffuser's dropped outside. 60 seconds. They still don't have Raptors control.
Bates is alive, though, but he is being burnt alive. There's nothing he can do. Case or not, Flow State have made a case for themselves losing this round. What in the hell?
No!
It's a 1v2. There's 2 smoke grenades left for Center as well. So he actually has a way to deal with this Monty, unlike Glomoji before him. Now suddenly the Unks are looking towards this diffuser. There's no way.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
There's no way that is how this game is going to end. Center tucked. Not giving away his location, but he's been spotted. Dead is still alive. He's getting very aggressive here. Bless gets the swing. Center tries, but he can't win it in the end. Tried to deal with Bless before the Montaigne, but it's not good enough. What a game. 7-5, 8-7, 8-7. Unks had plenty of situations where they could have won. Flow State, we say the same about them, but in the end, it is the Unks to secure this game, and Flow State are out of the Challenger Series. Glomoji, in his previous attempt at T2, got top 6. But this time, he will falter at top 8. Jabates is our previous element champion as well, and he's gone.
Of course they have to make it. In a game like this, I don't know if you were sweating bullets. I was sweating. Yeah. It seemed like there was a chance, but welcome back, Corbeck. You got to watch all this from the nice heated seats. We're in the trenches.
Okay.
Wow.
The trenches. I don't know. You were in the trenches right there at the end. What a way to end that, too. He had 2 smoke canisters, by the way. Not calling him out. He had him sitting on him. Wow, a slugfest right the way through, back and forth, back and forth. Probably couldn't ask for much better from an elimination match. I mean, Light Rose, let's do a player. Let's do a player that you think really showed themselves to be good in this match here today.
In the total match, not map to map, I'm going to stick with Zolaris. I think his impact on that first map, entries as well, he was consistently there, I think, when the Unks needed him. And to me, he is the MVP of this series.
Yeah, is he going to concur with that assessment?
I think if you want to look at other contenders, you definitely want to start looking towards particularly throughout the series. Dead was a big one. Dead was absolutely making massive plays happen in every single game. If you want to kind of look at Zim as well, he was a win condition for his team on many occasions, although he was having a little bit of difficulty at times, and him getting picked off as easily or I guess as often as he did definitely hurt. But I think if you were to hold a candle to anyone, it might be either, Dead. I think Dead would be a pretty good one.
That had a spectacular run there. Well, our first elimination match of the lower bracket, well, technically our second, Core Gaming got knocked out while that was going on, but Flow State will also be leaving us. I mean, Light Rose here at the end of the first weekend of Challenger Series playoffs. How are you feeling about how things are looking here?
There's some interesting games thrown into the mix. I think JJ and Co M80X, given how things were in the Swiss stage, this is probably where you expect things to potentially end up. I think next week doing the Revelations Forsaken game is going to be unbelievable, because the upper finals, one of those two is going to be the clear favorite, whoever wins it, to make Pro League.
Yeah, to make Pro League, and to beat everyone out, right, for the big bite at the apple. I mean, Jazzman, between Revelations and Forsaken, I know it's some real future casting. Who do you think picks that one up?
Oh, I mean, Revelations have been looking really good, but at the same time, I would say an infallible team in this tournament is Rev. I think that they have just been having a perfect run so far throughout Challengers, as is common with like a Mr. B team. He's always going to be the guy to beat, so I think that extra coordination could drive them over the line, but that game in particular is going to be so difficult to call. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna sit on the fence here. I'm fence sitting. Okay. Sorry.
You're gonna hedge your bets or hide your cards. I got it. I understand completely. Prognostication, difficult art, but well, that is the end of the first weekend here of the Challenger Series playoffs. We hope you enjoyed everything that you saw. We of course have a ton more action coming up to you next weekend. We're gonna start with upper finals on Saturday next weekend, 1 p.m. EST on this channel. We can't wait to see you back there. But for now, from all of us here at the Challenger Series broadcast, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day.